This is a mini course on how to break into high-ticket sales. I'm your instructor, Choi. I was a top producer at one of the largest sales organizations in the world called 7th Level. I was also a top producer on an account managed by Sales Sniper, which was the top sales agency in the high-ticket sales space at the time. Then I've trained sales teams and sales reps to double, triple, quintuple their sales. The members inside of a training program, Real Sales System, pay us high 4 figures to 5 figures to license these SOPs, training material, live coaching, and the network to land roles, make commissions. And even though obviously I can't share everything on a free YouTube video like this, I'll share with you some of them. This course took 6 hours to film, over $1,000 out of my own pocket to pay our film crew and our editing team. Not to mention investing over $300,000 in coaching, courses, masterminds, things that are related directly to sales or indirectly to sales, as well as selling in the trenches for 3 years. So don't be like those fish brains, scroll through the comment section not paying attention, because doesn't your future and doesn't your family's future depend on it. I've left timestamps in the description box below so you can skip through whichever is the most relevant part for you. Other than that, put this on full screen, pay attention, let's dive in. Lesson number 1, what is high-ticket sales? The curriculum in this lesson breaks down as following. 1, what is high-ticket sales? How does it work? What product do you sell in high-ticket sales? How much can you make in high-ticket sales? How long does it take to land the role, make commissions, aka money? Career progression path in high-ticket sales. Will sales reps get replaced by AI? And other FAQs. So what does that mean? How does it work? I'll show you. So as you scroll through the wonderful world of social media, whether it be you're scrolling through Instagram or on YouTube, you might have gotten either organic content like Reels or YouTube videos, or you might have gotten ads, right? On how to lose weight, how to start a business, how to get into trading, how to save your marriage, how to get better with your dating life, so on and so forth. And so what those people sell is what people call as courses, aka online education or online coaching programs. Essentially what these are helping people achieve a specific result. Like I mentioned, how to lose weight. So before COVID times, back in 2020 or so, before, a lot of people are doing a lot of those things in person, right? They'd go to the gym, get a personal trainer. After that, what people realize is like, oh, we don't have to do this in person. We can just do it over Zoom. Right? So that's when even the online education space or the e-learning space, there's different names for it, started booming even more, right? And 2025 was projected to be a $325 billion industry with a B. And by 2030, it's projected to be just under $1 trillion industry. What does it mean? It's a growing industry, AKA there's money to be made. If it is a $1 trillion industry, and let's say you want to make 20K, 30K a month in take-home income, then we just got to take a small slice of the pie in order for us to capitalize on that. Doesn't make sense? So here's a business, and they sell a coaching program. Like I said, how to lose weight, how to save a marriage, how to start a business, how to learn trading, so on and so forth. And they're going to have ads or content, like the content you're seeing right now. We also have a coaching program, right? So we have ads or content. It attracts potential clients. It's like, hey, I'm interested. At that point, the business going, well, dude, we can't talk to all of them. So what are they going to do? They have someone called a high-ticket closer, which is a fancy name for a sales rep that's going to talk to these potential clients. Now, these potential clients, they may be interested, but it's not like they're going to come and like, hey, here's my credit card, right? They may have some questions. They may have some concerns, which is, it is what it is. So in that case, the closer will talk to the potential clients, and the closer is going to ask very specific, skilled questions, not just like regular surface area questions, but we're going to go over in the following lessons as well, exactly what questions to ask, how to ask it, when to ask it as well. But as the closer does a great job, the potential client, we do it back and forth, and the potential client goes, you know what? I'm down. I'm interested. Let's do it. So at that point, the potential client hands over money to the closer. The business, obviously, because they created the product as well as they attracted the potential clients through ads and content, they're going to keep majority of it. The business is happy because obviously, hey, we made money. The potential client is happy because now they're getting a solution to their problem. Maybe their marriage is falling apart. Maybe they're losing weight. Maybe they're not feeling that confident. Maybe they're just not making enough the money they want to make. Maybe they're not able to grow the business, right? And the high ticket closer gets a cut, aka it's called a commission, okay? A cut of the money that the potential client handed over to the business. Make sense? So obviously, the high-ticket closer, hey, I just made money. I didn't have to create the product. I didn't have to spend money in the ads. I didn't have to create the content. I'm just behind this. I'm not even on camera like I'm doing now. I'm just talk to people on a Zoom call, on a consultation call, and I just got a cut. So it's a win-win-win for all parties. Do you see that? So How much can you make in high ticket sales? Well, I'm not a fortune teller. I cannot see your future, but I'll just give you some reference for myself and the people that we help transition into high ticket sales. These are my actual commission checks, meaning that these are my actual paychecks, okay? So $23,000 USD, and this is net income in my pocket. If you look at a lot of the other ways to make money online that you may have targeted with ads or comment with, or ads or content with, they're gonna talk in terms of revenue, right? So they're gonna say, oh, in dropshipping, I made 100K a month, but they don't tell you that the profit margin was maybe 10% or maybe 5%, which is pretty standard in like dropshipping and e-com, so on and so forth, right? In trading, they're gonna say, hey, I made like 10K a month, 20K a month, but they're not gonna say that they lost like 8K out of the 10K, so they realistically they kept 2K, right? So it's not about how much we make, it's about how much we keep, right? So these are actual net income in my pocket. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have any overhead. This is in my pocket. So $23,000. This is in Korean currency because I'm originally from Korea. Going into my Korean bank account, converted to USD is 20,000 US dollars. There's another one for 22,000 USD. And here's one for $36,000 USD. Again, pure take-home commissions in my pocket. Okay, this was my first year. What that allowed me to do is start traveling like the typical things that most people want to do. I was able to start traveling business class instead of just sitting in like a chair. I was able to lay down in a nice little plate, right? Traveling to Dubai, Paris, going to Tokyo for ramen, going to the Philippines, see the sunset, doing that with my friends, going to Switzerland to see the Swiss Alps, so on and so forth. Be able to move into a nicer crib with a nice view, had a swimming pool, has a spa, and that's my view at the balcony. I live in a better apartment now, but that was what I was doing as a full-time sales rep. So, and then also I got invited to different masterminds and different events that business owners invited me to do because sales is such a high value skill that, hey, can you come train our clients? Hey, can you come train our team? So that was me on the Palm. Somewhere there is like Iman Ghazi's house. Andrew Tate lives somewhere there, and those guys live somewhere, like Jake Paul and these guys. It's called the Palm in Dubai. So I was invited there, being invited onto yachts, as well as, again, different team events, so on and so forth, from multi-seven-figure millionaires and billionaires, so on and so forth. As well as that's a text I got from my Korean dad. I sent my father money and translated in English. Why did you leave me money behind? You need money. Don't do this again. So Asian parents, or if you have immigrant parents, they will never, they will yell at you for sending them money. But it's a good thing to do. As well as being able to spoil my woman, right? So I spent about $3,000 for my girl's birthday and took her out to a nice hotel, the world's largest water park, as well as just treating her to a nice dinner. It was a great experience. And so she said, hey, it was the best birthday of my life because of you. I don't even know how to thank you enough. So money, it buys experiences and unforgettable moments, which is a great thing. As well as other sales reps, right? This is Nick. He went from 2K a month to 11K a month in commissions, take-home commissions. This is Mark. He was making 6K a month before. Now he's making 20K a month. This is Tommy. He was making 8K a month before. Now he's making 17K a month in commissions. Joshua, before he was working out of a gym, selling cheap gym memberships, walking around all day but exhausted, helped him get into high ticket sales, and it made 11K a month in commissions while working from home. This is Adrian. Before he was making 6K a month. Now made 14K a month. Mateo, before he was stuck in an in-person corporate sales job, and he was stuck in a location, helped him get into high ticket sales. Now he's making 15 to 20K a month in commissions. Now he's able to move to other cities. He didn't like the city he was living in. He was living in the UK. Now he'll be moving into Dubai in the next month or so. This is Jeff. Jeff was making 5K a month before, now making 10K a month. Tyler, before had zero sales experience, like little to none. And he got in, borrowed money from his mom to get into our program, and got to 10K in 2 weeks. Alex was before making 3K a month, now 14K a month. Jay on track for 13K a month. Brian, 11K a month in commissions. Ignacio before was making 9 grand a month, now making 25 grand a month in commissions. Lawan before was making 5K a month, now 11K a month in commissions. Rain and Fear went from 2K a month to 9K a month. Domenico went from about 2K a month to 7.8K a month in commissions. Justin went from 3K a month to 18K a month. Alex actually won a car from his company for breaking company records and being a top sales reps out of 8 reps. And one of our members now, hey, so for the first time in my life, I sent my mom spending money. Thank you so much. Tommy said, if my weeks stay consistent like this, I can officially afford to pay my mom's mortgage. And this is another member. He said that, hey, we're going to be moving to Costa Rica. I took my girl out to a trip outside of the US, and that income goal was essential to allow us to do this trip. Kind of cool. This is Tyler. He was traveling around Spain and Europe because now he's able to sell remote and make more commissions. I asked him, hey man, how's Spain? He said, oh man, it's amazing. Weather feels so good and the most beautiful woman I've seen. Can't complain about that. And this is Mateo. Mateo was able to quit his corporate sales job by getting into high ticket sales. And he sent a lovely text message to his boss saying to suck a nice one. There we go. How long will it take me to land a role and make commissions? Again, I can't see the future. I can just give you references and data, okay? So my first full month in high ticket sales, I made 2K in commissions. It's like, not a lot, but it showed me what's possible. Third month, at that point, if you combine that, I was selling for 2 different companies at the time because I was going through a transition period, and I made 8.1K in commissions. At this point, I took my parents out to a nice restaurant. I called a taxi. My parents said, no, we're not gonna take taxi. Let's go to the bus station. I was like, guys, it's fine. I called a taxi. They were so uncomfortable. Went to a nice restaurant. I picked up the bill, and the reaction was like, where'd you get the money? I was like, don't worry about it. 6 months, I got to 15K a month in commissions. That's when I was able to travel to Europe and different places like that, having more life experiences. 10th month, I made 23K a month in commissions. On the 11th month, I had 36K a month in commissions. This is not including all months, but show you a little bit of highlights. I'm gonna give you a disclaimer because just because I made this much and our members made this much does not mean you will make the same amount of money. I'm in no shape or form saying that because I don't know your current skill level, I don't know your life experiences, I don't know your ability to follow instructions, I don't know your work ethic and persistence. I don't know any of those factors. All I can show you is different data points from myself and our members with proof. So, what product do you sell in high ticket sales? These are the most common things you're gonna sell in high ticket sales. The most common one is info products. So info products are coaching programs and masterminds, essentially. Like we talked about, how to grow a business, how to start a business, how to get into training, like the specific skill, okay? There's also, you can sell high ticket services. By the way, when I say high ticket essentially means expensive, okay? High price point, high value, okay? So we're talking about the price point anywhere between $5,000 to $10,000, $30,000, all the way up to $100,000, but the $5,000 to $15,000 is the most common price range in this industry, okay? So, services could be marketing services, right? So marketing services mean that, okay, there's a business and they want to get more customers. Hey, I want to get more customers. I need a company to do the ads for us. That's a service, right? Another service is, well, content editing services, right? I paid content agencies up to $5K a month ongoing to edit the content for me. So there's like tax planning services, accounting services, so on and so forth, okay? There's also SaaS, okay? High ticket SaaS software. I mean, I've also bought high ticket software for my business. So there's businesses, they may need some software for tracking their ads, tracking their sales, their CRM, so on and so forth. So, but the most common, like I said, will be a high ticket info product, okay? I'll give you different examples of the high ticket info products I've bought myself as a consumer. This is a vocal mentoring program because I want to become a better public speaker. I pay $6,000 for that. This is for business consulting. This is $29,000 Australian, which I believe was about $20,000 US. I pay for that to grow the business. This is for copywriting because I want to get better at copywriting. I paid $5,000 for copywriting consult. I believe this is for sales training. I paid $2,000 here, $3,000 here. This is for dating program, okay? When I was a younger lad, I wanted to get better with dating. I wanted to get better at communicating with women, becoming a more confident version of myself. I'm still going through that process, always trying to get better. So I paid $10K because I wanted to become a better communicator. I wanted to become a better man. $5,000, I believe that was for another dating program. I paid for that. I've also paid for fitness coaching programs. So some people may be wondering, like, dude, that's a lot of money. Like, why would you even pay $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 for that? Well, because to me, to improve my business or different areas of my life, it is worth it. Why would I waste months or years of my life trying to figure this out when I don't know how to do it? When there are other experts, subject matter experts that already spend years and a lot of their money and the heartache to learn the skill. Like, there are people that exist in this world, so let me just go pay them. That makes sense. Because if I were to try to figure everything out on my own, how long could it take me? I don't have time. I needed to get to my goal yesterday. Therefore, I'm gonna pay the money. I'm just gonna buy success with money. I'm gonna buy time with money, and that is worth it for me. And that's put me ahead a lot further than 99% of people. I'm in the top 1% of my age bracket. Not to brag or anything like that. I don't really care about that. But just to give you some anecdotal evidence here. But I'm not the only one also. I told you the e-learning market is growing. And so what that means, obviously, more and more consumers coming into the market, there's money to be made. So the different positions in high ticket sales. No, not the kind of positions you're thinking of, but we're talking about the different positions as a sales rep in the high ticket sales space, okay? So there's setters, there's closers, and later on there's management and leadership, but mainly we'll talk about the setters and closers, okay? So how does it work in high ticket sales? First, setters are more entry-level sales reps that book sales appointments onto the closer's calendar, okay? So here's how it works, right? The setter, there's also DM setters and there's phone setters, okay? So DM setters are sales reps that are gonna be messaging potential clients. We call them leads, okay? Leads are potential clients, potential sales, potential clients, okay? So DM setters will be messaging the potential clients, the leads, to book them onto the closer's calendar. And the closer is the one that talks on a consultation call, asks the specific skilled questions to the prospects, and the prospects hands over money, okay? Phone setters are essentially, you might have gotten a call or two, right? You might have gotten a call where you get a ring, and then they talk to you. They see, hey, are you still interested in this? Okay, what's the problem? Okay, I think we can help you, and books the consultation onto the closer's calendar, okay? There's also management, okay, later down the line, if you do want to go down there, right? We're going to talk about that later down the line. So there's sales managers, sales directors, VP of sales, chief sales officers, in different positions, okay? I'm not gonna go too in-depth in this lesson right now. Sales manager is basically a manager managing the sales reps, right? Making sure they're doing the admin, making sure they're hitting their performance, so on and so forth. So this is the typical career progression path, okay? Some people start right away as a closer. We've had members do that. And some people start as a setter. It really depends on your situation, okay? So how does a pay structure work? What's the compensation plan? So for setters, it's usually commission only, or it's base plus commission. Commission meaning that you don't have a base, okay, you don't have a salary, but let's say you set a sales call, sales appointment onto the closer's calendar, the closer closes, and you get a commission off of that, okay? As an example, let's say you get 5% commission on cash collected, okay? Let's say the closer closes the lead onto a $10,000 coaching program, okay? $10,000, 5% is what? It is $500, okay? So in that case, you just earn yourself $500 in commissions, okay? So every time a $10,000 deal closes, you make $500 like that, okay? Base plus commission is you get paid a monthly base, so no matter what, you get paid as long as you're showing up to work, right? And you also get a commission, okay? The base can differ depending on the company. It can vary anywhere between $500 a month to $2,000 a month, and anywhere in between. That's a typical base structure, plus the 5% commission on cash collected, okay? So if we do the math here, let's say you get one deal closed from the sets that you've set onto the closer's calendar, okay? So say you work 5 days a week, 20 days in a month. So in that case, you have 20 deals closed, let's say $10,000 package, right? So what is that? You have generated $200,000. 5% commission will be what? You made $10,000 in commissions. Let's say you get 1K a month base. That means that you have made $11,000 a month. Now, that may be a bit of an outlier. Most setters don't make that much, even though some do. Let's even pay a bit smaller, right? As a setter, let's say the closer closes them into like a $5,000 package. That just means that, okay, you made $5,000 a month in commissions plus the 1K a month base. So it puts you at 6K a month plus in base plus commissions. Make sense? I'm not saying you are gonna make that, but that is not an unusual number for a setter as long as you have the right skills and you get on the right offer, you get on the right role to do so, which we're gonna talk about in the following lessons, okay? Now, as a closer, typically you're just gonna be commission only, or you may at times you have different bonuses on top of the commissions, okay? So usually the commission structure will be 10 to 15%, although 10% is more common, okay? So let's say, again, going back to the same math, let's say you sell a $5,000 package, and let's say you close one deal a day, okay? That means that 20 deals a month, $5,000, that puts you at 100K a month in revenue generated, right? Now, not everybody may complete the payment plan, like the leads, but for easy math, let's just do it that way, okay? That just means that 100K times that by 10% commission is what? Is 10K a month in commissions. Now, if you sell a 10K coaching program, then that's just gonna be, you're gonna have like 20K a month in commissions, right? There may be different bonuses. Some companies have that, some don't. So there's something called a PIF bonus. So let's say you sell a 10K coaching program, okay? So if the client pays in full, meaning that the total 10K right away, that's called a paid in full PIF, okay? Now, some people may do a payment plan, right? They may not be able to afford it, so they put down $5,000 down and another $5,000 30 days later. That is not a PIF. That's called a payment plan, okay? But companies incentivize PIF because obviously more cash up front, the better. It's good for the business because they get more cash up front. It is good also for the client because they put more money down, they're more committed, and they're willing to put more work into the coaching program, right? So that's a typical math here, okay? Now, in management and leadership, it really varies depending on the company, depending on the specific role, right? Like a common compensation structure for management and leadership down the line will be base plus an override. Override is essentially a cut from the sales team that you're managing, okay? So if the sales team, let's say the sales team you're managing or training, depending on your role, is generating, let's say, 500K a month, right? So an override could be anywhere between 5% or 10%. out of that, okay? So let's say you get a 5% override out of 500K a month. What is that? Then you make 25K a month out of the override. Let's say you get a 5K a month base. That puts you at 30K a month, right? So again, it could depend, right? Sales management, leadership, chief sales officers, depending on the company, depending on the compensation structure. But I've seen in the people in these kind of positions do anywhere between 25K to 50K a month, upwards to 70K a month, so on and so forth. And sometimes you can get shares and equity in the company, again, depending on the situation. Next is, why get into sales instead of just starting a business or something? Because I also get this question. Because I've done this path, right? I've tried to start different businesses. Like I've tried affiliate marketing. If you go back to this channel, like if you see my older videos, you'll see me trying like random. Like I tried just posting on YouTube, I tried posting on blogs, I tried to do affiliate marketing, I tried to start a social media marketing agency, I tried all sorts of stuff, and I also tried to start a coaching business too. And they all failed because I just didn't have the right cash flow, the right skills, the right network, and the character traits necessary of an entrepreneur in order for me to succeed. Because starting a business, it sounds all sexy, right? Like a lot of people online is like, oh, quit your job. If you have a job, you're a loser, just start a business. But the problem with that is for a lot of people, starting a business is very, very difficult, right? You may have seen stats that 8 out of 10 businesses fail in the first year or 5 years, whatever the stat is, depending on the source of knowledge, right? And that is because starting a business, it sounds simple and easy, but in reality, there's so many different skills and it requires such a specific character type in order for people to succeed. As an example, you got to know market research. You got to know what market is going to succeed. And when you're going to like a new venture, you don't know what market is successful or not. And market is a huge contributing factor, whether someone can succeed or not. And then after that, you got to do product creation. Okay, what product are you going to create, depending on physical product or digital product? So that's going to take quite a bit. You got to learn marketing. Within marketing, you got to know how to create content. Just because you put up some videos online doesn't mean people are going to watch it. Trust me, right? I've tried a lot for like maybe 3-5 years. I was grinding it out. As well as you got to know how to do ads. Ads, it sounds easy, but people go 8 months, 12 months, go in negative balance. That also takes money as well. As well as you may not have the right network. Okay, like you got to also know how to hire staff, manage staff, recruit staff, fire staff, operations, like there's so many things going on. It's like wearing multiple hats, which is why we also have plenty of people that try to start different businesses, get into sales. They're like, dude, this is so much easier because all I got to do is just one thing, which is sell and close deals. That's all you got to do, right? And the thing is, you don't have to stay in sales for the rest of your life. We're going to talk about that later down the line, like just in a few minutes here. But that is why sales instead of starting a business. And when I got into sales, like I told you, in the first 12 months of doing high ticket sales full time, I got to 20K to 30K a month in commissions, okay? And that is because it's not like I was some God gift to sales or whatever maybe. It's just that, dude, I just got to do one thing. That's it. And once I got the money, got more cash in the bank, and I gathered up the network. Oh, this person's good at that. This person's good at that. So later on, when I start a business, I'm able to like either learn from them or hire them, so on and so forth. As well, being in high ticket sales, you learn, number one, sales, which is a very important trait. It's a transferable skill. Doesn't matter what you go into. If you go into real estate, guess what? You're gonna have to hunt your own deals. That's gonna require sales ability. If you start your own business, if you start like a service business or like whatever maybe, you learn marketing while being in sales because marketing and sales go hand in hand. And later on, you may learn fulfillment, which is what I learned as well. So these things go hand in hand. So by the time you actually start, and also being in sales, it forces you to develop stress tolerance as well as pain tolerance that you're gonna have to go through. Right? I'm not going to say this is going to be easy. I'm not going to be like those 19, 20-year-old kids that you might have seen on YouTube or Instagram. They're going to say, oh, sales is a passive, semi-passive income source. You can be in Bali, just on the beach, like watch the laptop, work 3 hours a day. You're going to do 20K a month in 90 days. I'm not going to do any of this because I think that's a very detrimental, toxic thing that's going on in the industry is that they promote high-ticket sales as some semi-passive income laptop lifestyle. That is not how it works. And what that's caused is a horde of what I call princess closers. Princess closers meaning that they come in, they're so entitled, they're so lazy, have no work ethic. They bitch and moan, and they have a victim mentality, and they just want to get to 20K a month that way. That's not how it works. This is a real profession. I'm not saying it is impossible. I'll say it's easier than getting into a business or trading, whatever it may be. But it still takes discipline. It still takes hard work. It still takes pain tolerance, stress tolerance, the right skills, and the right network to do so. But that is me kind of scaring you away a little bit. But if you're still here, that means that maybe you can make this work. So that is why sales instead of starting a business. But okay, why high ticket sales instead of other sales industries? So let's briefly go over that as well, okay? So just for reference here, when I saw the 7th level, Okay, Seventh Level is one of the largest sales training organizations in the world. And when I was there, I was speaking to sales reps from all sorts of different industries. Okay, maybe over 100 different sales industries. Of course, okay, door-to-door, solar, pest control, insurance, those are like the common ones, as well as some random shit like selling drones to governments, agricultural software, municipalities, things I've never heard before in my life. And so from that, I realized what is the best industry to actually get into. Now, how do we determine what is going to be the best industry? Well, here's the most things we give a fuck about, right? Which is financial freedom, how much money could we make? Location freedom, right? How much freedom we have in terms of could we be? Are we stuck in a city or could we be anywhere we want? Time freedom. Again, this is not going to be a semi-passive income source. However, how much freedom does it give us in terms of time? Because I get that you don't want to work 200 hours a week for the rest of your life. I get that, right? As well as ease. Ease in terms of, okay, how easy is to get into the industry, as well as how difficult or easy it is to succeed, okay? So these are the common industries that we might have heard, right? There's door-to-door. When I say door-to-door, like knocking on random people's house, right? To sell them something like an internet service or solar panels, whatever it may be. Car sales, right? Which is going like in a dealership, you sell cars. Home improvement is, doing in-home appointments and selling them roofs, windows, bathroom remodeling, so on and so forth. Corporate sales is a big bucket. You may do cold calling, B2B, in-person or remote, so on and so forth. There's also insurance, right? You may be selling insurance to grandmothers, grandpas, right? Real estate, buying and selling homes, and the ideal industry category. So let's go over that objectively, okay? So in door-to-door, I'll be fair, the financial freedom can be high, okay? Because in door-to-door, you can make good money in door-to-door, but the problem with that is it is seasonal, right? So you may only sell 3 to 6 months out of the year because during the winter time and so on and so forth, people may not be interested in like a solar panel, so on and so forth, right? Location freedom is like low, non-existent because what happens is the sales manager puts these bunch of people in a van, drops them off in the random neighborhood, and it could be a neighborhood with like crackheads, right? Drop them off. And it's like, all right, go sell some shit. I'll be back in 12 hours. Right? And so you're just like knocking around in the summer heat or in the cold, just walking around, like knocking on people's doors, so on and so forth. So yeah, like you're stuck there. The location freedom is quite low. I have a lot of people in my DMs telling me that, dude, I'm exhausted. I'm away from my family, which goes back to the time freedom aspect, which is you come home at like 8 p.m., 10 p.m., like the sun's down. Like families eating dinner by themselves, right? Ease is very, very low because in door-to-door, it takes a lot of skills, right? I'm not saying it's bad. It's just that, just imagine, right? You're going to a random person's house who has zero interest and zero knowledge in who you are, what your company does, right? And so you're trying to convince them, it's like trying to sell them a window or solar panel. It takes a lot of skills. I have a lot of respect for door-to-door reps, actually. So for me, at least for me, right, it's a preference thing, right? I'm not saying that, it is a bad thing or a good thing. It's just a preference. I personally would not door, at least for long term, right? Maybe for fun here and there, but long term, no. Car sales, financial freedom, I mean, it's not bad. I've seen people make like good money, not like crazy amount of money all the time, but you can make decent money. Location freedom is low because you're stuck in a dealership, right? And I've seen people, like imagine like you're about to go home at like 7 p.m. and then a customer walks in and you're stuck there for another 3 hours. Right, at like 10 p.m. When I was selling a 7th level, I would hop on calls, right? Because they would have a consultation call with me. And like they would have a sales call. It's like 11 p.m. their time. I was like, are you supposed to be having dinner with your family like a long time ago? Like, why are you still stuck at the dealership? And this is look exhausted, right? Same thing with time freedom. Ease, it's like medium. It's not like as difficult as door-to-door because like at least people are walking into the dealership. But also a lot of people are tire kickers. They're just bored, so they're just checking out the dealership. So you get those too. So I would personally not do car sales. Home improvement, okay, AKA going into people's houses, right? You have a booked appointment in someone's house and trying to sell them a roof or window, so on and so forth. Financial freedom, medium. It's not like crazy high. It's not super low. It's like decent. Location freedom is also low because you have to be there, like in home in somebody's appointment, right? And a lot of, we have home improvement sales reps coming to us wanting to go into high ticket sales because, like, I'm thinking of, because they're driving around for hours trying to get from one appointment to another. It's like, imagine during those hours you're wasting like 5 hours, 6 hours a day on the road. Imagine you're talking to leads during that time. How many more deals could you be closing? How much more commissions could you be making, right? Time freedom is low because oftentimes what happens is that, number one, you're wasting a lot of time, right? Number one. Number two is this home improvement, how the industry works is that you don't get your schedule until 10 p.m., 11 p.m. the day before. That's just how it works, right? So they don't know their schedule. And so, yeah, you may say yes to the dinner with your family, But later on, your company says, hey, you got a new appointment. It's like, oh, fuck, you got to say no to your family. Ease, I don't say it's difficult. I don't say it's super easy. I would say it's medium, right? This person booked a call. A lot of times you do get commoditized though, because I mean, like, how different can a window be? How different can a roof be, right? So you get price shopped a lot because in people's minds, like, dude, a window is a window. Like, a roof is a roof. Like, those guys are cheaper. You know what I mean? Okay. Corporate sales or cold calling, financial freedom, depending on the company, like, it could be high. Okay. So location freedom, it could be medium, depends, because in some corporate sales roles, you got to be in person, which is a bit of a pain in the ass. As well, some could be remote, some could be hybrid, like half the day, half the week in the office, half the week remote. And also some could be state bound, meaning that you can do it, you can work from home, but you have to be in a specific state. Time freedom, I would say it's medium. It's not like crazy amount of hours. It's not like low amount of hours. It's like on the medium side, okay? Ease, I would say, again, depending on your specific task, I would say it's low, because if you have to cold call, same thing with door to door, they have no idea who you are. And you're cold calling them out of the blue. They have zero interest in whatever you're trying to sell them, zero knowledge on what your company does, so on and so forth. And you gotta get past the gatekeeper. You gotta, because when you give them a cold call, a lot of times you're not gonna talk to the decision maker right away. You're not gonna talk to the decision maker right away. You're gonna talk to the receptionist. You gotta somehow win them over. But the receptionists are trained to say no to these people, right? And so you gotta know how to finagle that. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it does take more skills, okay? And these are typically longer sales cycles, meaning that it's not like you talk to them and you're gonna one call close it. Oftentimes, a lot of these deals are 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, sometimes 18 months long, which means what? You don't get commissions until 3, 6, 18 months later, right? And personally, I would not do corporate sales long time, because just the corporate environment, I don't want to be a part of. I don't know about you, right? But I don't want to be like, hey guys, let's do an icebreaker, and they're all hands-on meeting or whatever the fuck they're called. All right, Karen, how was your weekend? And like the whole politically correct, I would want to blow my brains out. That's just me. Insurance, financial freedom, I would say medium to high. There's a lot of money in insurance for sure. Location freedom, medium, this really depends, because insurance, they do telesales, meaning they're selling over the phone. So you could work from home. At times, though, you're state bound, meaning that you cannot leave your state. So if you want to go travel to other countries, you cannot do that, at least work during the time, or you cannot go visit people, your family in other states, so on and so forth. So depending on the situation, I would say medium. Time frame can also be medium. Oftentimes, you set your own schedule. Ease, I would say medium, because a lot of times you're going to be calling aged leads, meaning that these leads are 1 to 2 years old. So imagine you're calling somebody that may have been interested 1 year ago or 2 years ago, but that was 1 or 2 years ago, right? A lot of things happen. So a lot of things happen during the time. So when by the time you give them a call, they're like, what? Like, who is this? Like, that was like a year ago. I'm not even interested anymore. So that's one. Another one is in insurance, a lot of times you got to do other parts of the business as well, such as recruiting. This is one a lot of people call insurance a pyramid scheme. I don't consider that necessarily a bad thing, but yeah, and if you go into like an insurance, like a workshop or insurance meeting, they're gonna say, hey, so like, what about your family member? Who else could be protected with their family, so on and so forth. And so again, it's not a bad thing, but sometimes people do feel sleazy and consider it a pyramid scheme. Okay, I think insurance is great. Me personally, I can't see myself talking to grandmothers for the whole day, whole week. It would be nothing wrong with them, right? I'm gonna be probably a lot worse than them when I become 60, 80 years old, but just, talking to senior citizens, rambling, and it would be a very draining thing for them. That's just me personally. Everybody's different, right? That's just me personally. Real estate, financial freedom. Real estate is interesting because actually door-to-door and a lot of the other sales industries similar, but especially real estate and door-to-door, either you're making a lot of good money or making fuck all money. Like, because I have a lot of friends that are in real estate. And like some make really good money and some like fuck all money, which is why the churn rate especially in real estate is like so high. So location freedom, low. I get that. Sometimes like a very rare incident, like you could somehow do it remote over Zoom, so on and so forth. But a lot of times you're going to be doing viewing appointments in person, meaning that a client or potential client wants to buy or rent the home or the unit. You're going to be like, okay, cool, let's meet up. Sometimes they no-show. You get to the apartment and like they no-show. It's a frustrating experience. You show them one unit. They're like, I don't know about this. They want to see another one. I don't know about this. You show them another one. Like they're just kicking the can down the road. That could happen. Time freedom is tough for real estate. I mean, I have friends that are in real estate. Some may make good money, It's just that they're working like all the time. It's like very hard to make plans with them because they're just working all the time and just like stuck in traffic. It's just, I'm not about that, right? Ease, I would say it's medium, you know? So in real estate, a lot of times you have to deal with the buyers and the seller, meaning that buyers or the renters will be that the people that want to live in the home or the villa or the mansion, whatever it may be. And the seller will be the ones that are like rent, like the landlord, essentially, right? So a lot of times, like you'd cold call the landlord or like you go to networking events, so on and so forth. That does take some time to build up. So I wouldn't say it's like the easiest. I wouldn't say it's the most difficult. It's just like, I was like kind of in the middle. It takes some time to build it up. So what would be an ideal industry in sales? Well, the financial freedom obviously is high, right? We want to be making quite a bit of money. Location freedom, we want to be able to do it anywhere in the world. Time freedom, I mean, we don't expect passive income gimmicky bullshit, but also maybe being able to set our own schedule, right? As well as ease. I mean, it's not going to be easy, but comparatively easier than other industries. So what could that industry be? Well, I'm biased, but how I would consider that is high ticket sales. Now, if you notice though, high ticket sales is not all sunshine or rainbows, right? If you notice, financial freedom, I would say high ticket sales, as long as you get in the right company, you have the right skills and the right work ethic, financial freedom can be high, right? Anywhere between 10K to 30K a month, it's not a crazy amount of commissions in high ticket sales. It's really not, right? So there's that. Location freedom in high ticket sales is high because you can do it from anywhere in the world. You're not state bound. I mean, like a very rare incidence in high ticket sales, maybe like 1% of the time, you do sell from an office, but 99.9% of the time, it's gonna be location freedom, meaning that you can sell, me personally, I'm born and raised in Korea. When I first got into high ticket sales, I was doing it in Korea, but you can also be from anywhere in the world, right? I'm in Dubai now. I moved to Dubai. I can also do it in Dubai, right? Anywhere pretty much, right? Any country, any city. Time freedom, I would say it's in the medium. Again, it's not like semi-passive income source. We're not talking about that, right? But in high ticket sales, you can set your own schedule. It's not like, hey, you gotta be here by like 9 a.m. There may be some meetings from the company, right? But other than that, you set your own schedule. So what does it mean? If you wanna spend more time with your family in the evening time, then you can just start earlier and end earlier and spend more time with your family down the line. Or if you wanna spend more time in the middle of the day or beginning of the day, you do that as long as you're putting in the full-time hours to actually bring value to the company and hit your income goal, right? And let's say you have something coming up on Wednesdays, like you wanna make sure you wanna spend more time with your family during that time, then yeah, you could do that. You can work Monday, Tuesdays, take Wednesday off, and do it from a Thursday to Saturday, whatever it may be, right? Ease, it's not super easy. It takes a particular skill. Even if you've been in other sales before, if you try to sell high-ticket information products the same way you've been selling solar panels, the prospects are just gonna like look at you weird, right? And companies are obviously not gonna hire. It's like, what is this guy doing? So it takes a specific skill, but I don't say it's like the most difficult thing because I say door-to-door and cold calling is a lot more difficult because in high-ticket sales, the leads, aka potential clients, they have already generated interest. Even you watching this right now, you would be a lead, but you're showing interest by keeping, I don't know how long we've been in the video right now, but you have generated interest and your ability to focus for this long, right? And you've seen me talk, you've gone through some of my content, so on and so forth, right? So people have generated interest. Like, okay, some people might be like, dude, I'm sold, I'm ready to buy it right now. We'd call them laydowns. And some people are gonna be like, you know what? Like, I'm not sold yet. I may have some questions, but like, this makes sense to me. I just have some questions and some concerns. Like, we can talk about that, right? So high ticket sales, I would consider that an ideal selling model. Now, some people say like, you're biased because you're in salary course, da da da. Yes and no, right? Yes, obviously, my goal, I'm not a charity foundation, right? We make these videos that way the smart people that want to, like we talked about, they want to buy time with money, they'll get into our training program. That way they can shortcut the progress and get to where they want to go a lot quicker with a lot less headaches, so on and so forth. That being said, genuinely, high ticket sales is like the easiest barrier to entry because it's not like you need to go through like an exam process. Like insurance, you got to do that, right? You got to do that. Or in corporate sales, you need some crazy resume oftentimes. You don't need that. They don't pretty much look at your resume. They may say in the application process to submit your resume, they don't really look at your resume, right? So they don't really, I'm a college dropout for God's sake, right? So it's not like I had to go to MIT or Harvard or some crazy like Goldman Sachs or something like that. So barrier to entry is just, you can do that. As well in high ticket sales, it's not like you got to do all the other parts of the business as well. You don't have to do recruiting. You don't have to buy your own leads. Like in insurance, oftentimes you gotta buy your own leads. You gotta go look at lead vendors and you gotta do that, right? It's not like you gotta do cold calling and it's not like you gotta do door knocking, so on and so forth. And so that's why I'd consider an ideal sales industry, but to each his own, right? Everybody's preference is different. Like some people like to, just knock on doors all day. Some people like to be in the corporate environment. Some people like talking to senior citizens all day. Nothing wrong with that, right? So it's everybody's preference. This is what I would prefer. So going into some FAQs, some people ask, hey, Brian, should I just stay in my sales industry or my job for longer? Maybe I should just stick it out. Well, it really depends on each person's situation, right? But typically, if you're even looking into something else, that means that there's something going on in your current sales job or your business that you're not completely satisfied with, right? And so the dangerous part to be in for most people is the toxic relationship state in their job and their business, which is, one moment is good, right? Imagine a toxic relationship, right? One moment, like, I think we've all dated that one girl, which is like, she's like an angel, she's like smiling, cooking an omelet in the morning, hey baby, that are giving you a massage. And the next day she accuses you of cheating. It's like, you're a cheater, you're like acting on something crazy. Like, where does it come from? And the next day go back to like the sweet girls. You're like, okay, so maybe I should just keep staying with this girl. But it keeps going up and down all the time. But a lot of people stay because the ups are good, right? So that's the dangerous part to be in, because if you keep staying in that, dude, like your life's gonna be miserable. Same thing with most people staying in their industry or their job or their business, which is, one moment is good. Like you have more leads coming in, or like the job's good. Maybe you get like a bonus or whatever. Maybe it goes down, crumbling downhill. Something you're not happy with, either the hours, either the leads are not coming, either the commission is being capped, or the opportunities, or the growth potential, or whatever it may be, right? So the thing I'll say is like, depends. Do you want to keep being in the toxic relationship? And if it keeps continuing, I mean, you can hope that things change, but historically has it shown it? If not, how much longer are you willing to tolerate that? Because whether we want it or not, 3 months from now, 6 months from now, 12 months from now, it's going to come no matter what, right? I just remember, by the time we're talking right now, it is January 24th of 2026. It feels like even just yesterday, the firecrackers went off and it went from 2025 to 2026. And guess what? We snap our fingers, blink our eyes. Next thing, it's gonna be 2027. I don't know when you're gonna watch this, but like time's gonna pass no matter what. Are you getting any younger? Are your parents getting any younger? Is your woman getting any younger? It's just not, right? So the thing I'll say is that time's gonna pass no matter what. How much longer do you want to tolerate being in the situation you're in now? And that's what I'll say. Okay, can I do high ticket sales without any previous experience? Short answer, yes, you can. Obviously, previous experience is gonna help, but how are you gonna get previous experience without actually doing the thing, right? So that's why people who go through a training program and actually get trained on how to do this in terms of how to land roles and how to actually do the sales calls and so forth, they're gonna have like a bigger advantage than people that have no experience or going through like a free YouTube video for sake, right? But technically you can. It's just that, okay, how much of an advantage do you want to have? Because people who do have more advantages, they're just going to demolish the people who don't have any experience, real life experience in high ticket sales, as well as who haven't gotten the training and the skills to get on those opportunities. So that's what I'll say. Can I do this part-time and on weekends? Yes, you can. Now, some companies may say that no, it's got to be full-time right away, but there's different ways to negotiate it. This also goes into the question of, should I quit my current sales job or current job right away? And for most people, I'd recommend not yet, okay? Because we never know. I'd recommend keep having your job or your thing, whatever it may be, okay? And then start high ticket sales part-time, and then later on, transition into full-time. That's what I'd recommend. And on weekends, yes, like I mentioned, you can set your own schedule. So typically what people do is this, right? Actually, what I'll do, I'll share my calendar. So here's how you make a smoother transition from your current gig into high ticket sales, and the same SOP and process we give our members inside of our training program, Real Sales System, okay? So what you do is, as you see here, you're gonna have your current sales job or your current job from, let's say 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., okay? So you're gonna do that, and then you're gonna get home. And then after that, I'll give you some buffer time. After that, you can have your family time, whatever it may be, okay? Dinner, da-da-da-da. And then what you do is on the first week, and by the way, this is the implementation path we have our members do. So you're gonna apply to the roles. And in the following lessons, we're gonna talk about where to find the roles and how to do that. So don't worry about that, okay? So apply to the roles. That's gonna be the majority of our time, as well as you're gonna actually practice your sales skills, because when you hop into interviews, the interviewers are still going to wanna know, okay, how good is this guy at sales? And if you have nothing to show them, then you're cooked, right? So this is how the time goes, okay? So you do that, bada bing, bada boom. On the weekends, you're still going to apply to roles and work on your sales skills. I put 30 minutes here, but I'd recommend 30 to 60 minutes working on your skills at least, right? And majority of the time is gonna go into applying to roles. And yes, after hours, we're gonna do it. On the weekends, we're gonna do it. There are gonna be some princesses crying in the comments or to themselves. They're like, oh man, but after work, I'm busy. Oh, but after work, I have a family. But after work, I'm tired, da da da. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. There's people in this world, they're dying in wars right now. They just got some bad news. They lost their legs, they lost their daughter, they lost their mother to a bomb. What did they do? nothing. You're here watching this, probably in a first world, in your nice cushy roof over your head. So I'm not gonna talk to those crybabies, okay? Those people deserve nothing but mediocrity in their life. I'm only gonna speak to people that are actually serious about making a change in their life, okay? So there we go. That's probably gonna be the first week, okay? So once you've landed the role, this is how it's gonna look like. You're still gonna have your current job, okay? Because that's gonna pay the bills. So you do that, same thing, get home, family time, fine, I'll give you that, and practice your sales, so on and so forth. And once you land the role, you're gonna start doing sales calls, whether it be outbound phone setting calls or booked inbound sales calls or a combination of that, okay? So you do that, okay, from 8 p.m. to midnight. Yes, you do that Monday to Friday, and depending on how serious you are and how quickly you wanna make the change and how extreme you wanna go, but this is not that extreme. On the weekends, I'll still put in the work, okay? Even a half day, okay? So what you do is on the weekends, you still do it from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. or 6 p.m., okay? And then after that, still practice sales. You can have your family time, that's fine. And on the weekends, you can do half days. And once you get some proof of concept, commissions, and the income coming in from high ticket sales, at that point, you can make a decision. Okay, I see from the numbers, I can see this working. I just gotta quit my current sales job, go double down on this, and I can get to where I wanna go there. And then after that point, you just be doing the high ticket sales, right? 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. or however long you wanna do it, Monday to Friday or 7 days a week, whatever you desire. As I said, you can set your own schedule. And then after that, you can have your family time or whatever you wanna do. Okay, another one. Is high ticket sales saturated? Yes or no? If you are a or mediocre sales rep, you're gonna have no demand. You're gonna have no company wanting to take you on and actually give you their hard-earned leads that spend a lot of money on, of course, right? A lot of people come to me saying, I can't land the role because they don't have the skills or they don't know how to do these things, right? But a great sales rep, they have more than enough demand than they know what to deal with. So I get messages from business owners on a frequent basis saying like, hey, Brian, do you have a sales rep? Do you have a sales rep? But what they mean is they don't mean any sales rep. They want a good sales rep, right? So I always say, being a great sales rep is like being a hot girl, right? So some may say, isn't being a hot girl saturated? Like there's a lot, like 4 billion women in the world. You could say that to like an ugly or a fat girl, of course. But to a hot girl, are they out of demand ever? Of course not. They land in Miami and some dude's gonna pick them up in a Rolls Royce or Lamborghini, right? They land in Dubai, they're gonna be in a yacht 5 minutes later. And they're gonna be getting unlimited offers and requests in the DM saying that, hey, do you want to come to Maldives with us? I'll pay you, chef catered, private jet. Hey, can I take a shit on your face? I'll pay you $5,000. They're going to get unlimited. They're going to get unlimited requests, right? Why? Because they have high perceived value. To a woman, a physical beauty is their value. Now, to a sales rep, it's our ability to go in there and work like a horse and actually close deals. That is the value we bring to the company. Also have common sense and have intellect. But I'm just gonna assume that you're gonna have that. And as I said, this market, this industry is growing, right? There are industries where the industry is dying, man. As an example, right? It's not looking good. Like the solar industry, it's not looking good because of the tax credit, right? You might have heard of that if you're in solar right now. And there are industries where it's just like the industry is declining. And so that's not to say like you can't make any money in those industries, but Alex Hormozi talks about this, right? When we're picking markets, we want to go into an industry where the market is growing because we can just ride the wave, right? We can ride the wave. And if you notice, like you'll see more and more videos on Instagram and YouTube. What does that mean? Like there's more and more people coming in, buyers and sellers coming in, and the industry is growing. We simply take a slice. We take a small slice and that's more than enough for us. Is high ticket sales a pyramid scheme? Depending on how you consider a pyramid scheme. Now, some people consider insurance a pyramid scheme because, you know, you just got to recruit your uncles and your Billy Bob down the street, so on and so forth. In high ticket sales, you don't have to do that. You don't have to recruit. And again, like nothing wrong with that, right? I don't think like network marketing and insurance itself is like a bad thing as long as it's done in the correct way, right? But high ticket sales, I wouldn't consider a pyramid scheme because, well, the leads, you don't have to recruit your uncle or your Billy Bob down the street. You're talking to leads that the company's already generated. So I would not consider it a pyramid scheme, but to each his own, right? Do I need to buy and generate my own leads? Not necessarily. How do I get paid? You get paid through payroll software. It really depends. There's payroll software such as Wise or Airwallex Gusto, those kind of things, or just like a bank transfer. It really depends on the company, but it's a very simple process. Okay, should I be a setter first or should I be a closer first, right? We talked about that too. Again, this really depends on your experience level and the company, so on and so forth. If you can get into closing right away, fantastic, do that. But if somebody's going to take you on as a setter, then why not just take the opportunity to get your experience in, smash performance, and work your way up to becoming a closer? That's the transition path that we help our members inside of our program as well. How do I know if high ticket sales is for me? You don't know because I didn't know either. Nobody knows, right? It's almost like you're standing in the middle of a forest and there's a bunch of fog and you're trying to get out of the forest. How do you get out of the forest? Well, if you just stand there then you don't know because there's fog, there's uncertainty, there's unclarity. That is normal, right? So the only way is what? The only way is to start taking steps forward. Just pick a direction, start taking steps forward, and the next steps present themselves. But the next steps do not present themselves if we just stand there just thinking like, I don't know what to do. So I'll tell you this, right? Before I got into high ticket sales, at that point, I was trying to make a business work. I couldn't make it work. And I was like, oh, I don't know what to do. I was at a pretty low point in my life, to be fair. And I was just like, I don't know what to do. And I saw my friend being in high ticket sales. And that's when I was like, dude, I see this guy doing it. I don't know if this is for me. I was like, do I really want to go work at a company? Do I want to go work or sell for somebody else? I don't know. But the position I was in is like, dude, I don't know how to make this business thing work. There's too many things. Will I know if high ticket sales is the path for me? I don't know. What's the only way to find out? I got to go do it. And I got to go make it work. That is the only way. And the next steps will present themselves. And so just realize this doesn't have to be your final destination. Most people in sales or high ticket sales, they do not stay in high ticket sales for the rest of their lives. Most people don't, right? But what it does, and we're going to talk about the progression path down the line, but it gets you started with something, get some money coming in, learn skills that you're going to need in any business you start. Anything you do in your life, the skills is going to come in handy. It's going to be very important. That's what I'll say. But also realize that if you just stand there, analysis paralysis in the starting line, like you ever see people that don't seem as smart as you. In fact, they look quite dumb and almost retarded. You know, they almost seem like degenerate, but they're making way more money than you. And they're a lot further ahead than you. And they have a beautiful woman next to them. And you're like, how the fuck is that possible? Like that pisses me off. That pissed me off, right? Well, it's because they don't have the brain capacity to overthink. They don't have the brain cells and the capacity to overthink and analyze like most people do, right? So some people call it retard maxing, right? So they're so retarded, like, oh, dude, let me just take action. I don't know. I don't know if high ticket sales is for me, but let me just go try it. So that's what I'll say. So are you gonna let those people beat you? I'll let you the answer. Will sales reps get replaced by AI? Now, as a business owner, I've tried different AI tools, and I've talked to people of AI call agents, so on and so forth. And I think entry-level sales roles, setters, is pretty close to getting replaced. And this sounds harsh, but I'll give you just what I see, right? That doesn't mean it's right or wrong. But some of the AI call agents, they sound better than most phone setters. I swear. Some sound really fucking bad, to be fair, right? But I've heard some. There's one company here locally, and I've heard the demo. I was like, dude, this is pretty fucking solid. I can kind of tell this is AI, but it's pretty close. So I would say in the next, I would say maybe like 2 to 4 years, more and more entry-level setters will get replaced. That's my prediction. I don't know if it's true or not. Closers, I've talked to the founder of the AI call agent company. And I asked him, hey, do you think sales reps will get replaced by AI? He said, entry-level sales reps, yes, very, very soon. Closers, it'll be very difficult. It may take decades, maybe not in a lifetime. Because as a closer, we talked about this, right? A setter's job is pretty simple. It's like a 10-minute conversation and just book the appointments. You're not taking payments. It's a pretty straightforward process, short conversation. But a closer's job is like a longer consultation, right? It's like 30 to 45 minutes, sometimes to an hour. You're taking payments. You have to do objection handling, like concerns, and you're answering a lot of questions, so on and so, depending on the situation, right? It could be a lay down, but it could be up to those kind of scenarios. So an AI closer would have to be in consideration of those situations. It's got to be like, it's got to have enough empathy, because on a closing consultation, the prospect may open up about deeper shit about their situation or their business. And so entry-level sales are, yes, closers, not in a lifetime. So what does it tell us? Well, better to get into high-ticket sales now than later, because more and more people are getting replaced. So let's get into it now, get the skills, and move to closing position as soon as possible. Okay, some people have this question or concern saying that, okay, but I don't want to be in sales or high-ticket sales for the rest of my life. Almost nobody does, okay? When I got into high-ticket sales, I knew that, okay, I'm probably going to do it for maybe 2-3 years, and this is exactly what I even told my buddy, right? I told my buddy, hey, listen, high-ticket sales, I'll probably do it for 2-3 years, get the cash, learn the skills, and get out. That's exactly what I did, okay? So you can do it for however long you want to. But what it gives us, like I said, is the initial cash. So I'll give you some examples, okay? So these are some text messages I've gotten towards the end of my career, or when I got out of full-time selling as a closer. So this is from a recruiter saying that, hey, are you looking for a CRO opportunity? CRO means Chief Revenue Officer, okay? Which is one of the leadership positions we talked about within the sales department. So guys, aka these businesses doing $600K a month to $1 million a month. It pays base plus 3% total revenue override. So we talked about the base and the override earlier, right? So we can do the math. What is 3% of 1 million a month? Is that like 30 grand a month plus base, right? So I don't know how much base would have been, but you know, we can do the math. Another message I've gotten, hey, I was looking for a sales manager partner for an offer. Offer means company within the high ticket sales info space. Do you do sales growth partnering? Which means basically getting a cut. Another message I've gotten, are you open to maybe partnering up on my business, essentially running the appointment setting and sales so I can focus on delivery marketing? So this is from a well-known company in the men's personal development space. So these are just few of the messages I've found from my messages, but I get those messages and requests and those offers. This is Tommy. So we talked about Tommy. Tommy went from 6 grand a month to 17 grand a month in commissions as a closer, okay? Then, same thing with him, right? He knew that he was not gonna be in sales for the rest of his life. So what he did was, well, he started his own business. He started his own offer. So what he did was he started a business helping men recover from porn addiction, which is a very powerful thing, especially in this day and age. A lot of men's lives are being ruined because of porn, right? Or like they're letting porn ruin their life, right? So what Tommy helps them with is get them off porn, help them become a better man, and help them improve the life, right? So finished the week at 8.1K. And so that was the progression path he had. But he was able to do this because guess what? He knew how to sell. He knows how sales works. He knows how the buying journey works, right? He learned marketing through sales because if he knew nothing about it, and if he started his business, like let's say, okay, how do I even get people, like how do I generate potential clients? What do I say to them to sell them? Like he doesn't know any of that, right? So he would have to learn that from scratch, which would have been a very painful, torture process, but he had more cash in the bank from closing. He already knew how to close deals. Marketing, he learned some of it from closing, working inside of a business. And so when he launched his own offer, it seems like he popped out of nowhere. He came out of nowhere, but no, like he learned those foundational, fundamental, very high value, high income skill. So when he launched his own business, it seemed like an overnight success. So this is another member, I'm not gonna name them. So he got to 15K a month in commissions as a closer, okay? And then what he did was, okay, cool. So now I don't want to go into like sales coaching because everybody does. That's what he told me, right? Dude, Brian, there's a lot of like sales coaches. It's very saturated. I don't want to do that. I want to do a sales agency, meaning that, okay, let me help businesses recruit sales reps and let me just have our sales reps do the sales for them, build out sales processes and consult them, so on and so forth. And so Brian hit 95K last month for the business. I mean, I consulted and advised them on a few things. I'm not gonna take all the credit, but that's what he allowed him to do, right? So sales agency is a path you can go. Another member here messaged me. I got a new deal with the business that he's partnered up with. And he said, what's that? He said 40% of all the company profits, okay? And last month, the company was at 650K a month. So we can do the math on that. What this member helps them with, and again, I'm not gonna take all the credit, is recruiting sales reps, building out sales processes, training the sales reps, managing the sales reps, so on and so forth. And also we've had other members come into the program, get to 10, 15, 20K a month in commissions as a closer, and then later on start AI businesses, right? But you know, they would have been really difficult to do that because they don't know how to sell, they don't know how to talk to these people, so on and so forth, but because they know how to sell, right? I've also had personal friends that were a sales rep within inside of a hedge fund, like a finance company, right? And they were a sales rep for 7 years, quite a bit of time. They were a top sales rep. One of my friends actually, 7 years, top sales rep. Then he worked himself up to CMO, Chief Marketing Officer, and then he started his own hedge fund, doing very well. He has his own G-Wagon and traveling and living his best life. And also, I've had friends that take the commissions that they got from closing and invest that into real estate, crypto, trading, to have the money work for them as well. So how it considers like high ticket sales for a lot of people is not the end destination. It's simply a bridge into entrepreneurship. Make sense? So if I had to go back in time, I would have just gotten into sales, high ticket sales in particular, in the first place. And again, am I just saying this to sell my course? I mean, in a way, yes, but genuinely, that's what I would have done because that would have been a lot better path for me. When I see younger people getting into high ticket sales right away instead of trying to start a business, I was like, I'm almost like jealous and envy because that's a better path for at least most people, okay? So now a basic free YouTube video is good. It's like kind of entertaining, but at the same time, how much of a free YouTube video could give you, right? If free YouTube videos is enough, everybody have a six pack with 10 supermodel girlfriends walking around with them all the time, right? Because can a YouTube video tell you what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong? Can they give you the feedback? Can they help you with the accountability? Can they help you with the network to help you succeed? You can't, right? So that's what we help our members with inside our training program, Real Sales System, okay? So members like you see, Nick, 20K, Mark 20K a month, Tommy 17K a month, these guys, they don't watch a YouTube video, they went through our training program, Real Sales System, and we coached them, we trained them, we gave them all of our SOPs, we give them feedback, we give them with the accountability, we help them curate that environment to succeed. So if you're one of those people like myself, where they're like, a YouTube video, I can see this guy knows what he's talking about, I don't have time to figure all this out on my own, just tell me what to do and I'll do it. If you're one of those individuals, you can go to the first link in the description box below. You'll see the demo of our training program, Real Sales System. You can submit an application to see if you qualify or not. If you are, you'll be able to schedule a consultation and we'll see if it can help you out or not. If so, we can walk you through how our program works and invite you into our program. Other than that, your question may be, okay, so how do I land the high ticket sales or like a legitimate one? Where do I go find them? How do I do the interview? How do I get selected? I don't have much experience. Like, what do I do? That's what we're gonna go over in the next lesson, offer acquisition. I'll see you there. Lesson 2, offer acquisition. Where to find legitimate offers, aka high ticket sales roles. Our offer checklist to know if an offer is legit or not. I'm gonna give you a sneak peek of our offer checklist to know if an offer is legit or not. The best offers to sell right now in 2026. How to beat hundreds if not thousands of other applicants you're competing with, even if they have more experience and track record than you, and some FAQs. Let's dive right in, okay? So some people say if they've been in sales, I'm already good at sales, I think an offer should be easy. And it seems like it, yes and no, because I get these messages or comments quite often saying that, hey, Abdul here saying that, hey, Brian, I've been trying to find a remote high ticket sales job, but they reject me because I don't have any experience, I didn't work before. And some people message me, it's like, dude, I'm struggling to land the role. And I asked them, hey, how long have you been trying to land the role? And say, I'll run 6 months or so. 6 months. What the fuck? You could have a baby during that time, right? And another person messaged me in the DMs who's not in our program, like a screenshot of an email, like a rejection letter they got. Hey, the recruiter said, clients are working with the required minimum of 3 months of traditional high-ticket sitting experience, but best of luck. And when you apply, a lot of these application forms and pages, they'll ask you this. You must have had paid for sales training. We'll verify that too, and who you trained with. These are actual legitimate application pages. And also they'll ask you for, hey, upload a sales call recording or role play if you don't have a sales call. So if you don't have any experience in high ticket sales, how are you supposed to get that, right? And also like some people who've been in other industries, they say, hey, is it normal to still get high ticket sales at the start? When I sold home warranties, I was the best closer out of 50, making 15K a month. Then I come to high ticket and I can't even set correctly. So it's not that high ticket sales is like more difficult or it's impossible. It's just a bit different. It takes a different set of skill set. So we just got to reposition it, whether you have a lot of sales experience or not. So, I mean, technically it's not their fault because they just haven't been trained or been trained correctly, conditioned for, and be prepped specifically for high ticket sales, but still, whose responsibility is it for our own success? It's ours, right? So in this video, obviously I can't go into the full thing, but I'll send you some of it, okay? So where do you find legit offers, aka, like I said, high ticket sales roles? So this is inside of a training platform, Real Sales System, and we're gonna go to the classroom section here and go to offer acquisition. And obviously I can't show you everything that's inside of our paid training program, but I'll give you where do you go find legitimate offers, okay? So here's where not to find the best roles. So random offers posted in Facebook groups. A lot of people go there, like go into Facebook groups, like high ticket sales, job boards, so on and so forth. Not all of them are bad, but most of them are just terrible. And so a lot of them are like scam offers. There's like no leads coming in. It's like terrible product. The business owners are just lying about their numbers, so on and so forth. So it's not a good experience for everybody. So I didn't recommend that. And traditional job websites, because if you come from like a traditional sales background, you might go to LinkedIn and Indeed and ZipRecruiter. That might be your first instinct. A lot of people do that. High ticket sales is a bit different because it's a more modern online remote industry. A lot of them are not in these traditional job websites and a lot of them are just kind of bad and not good, right? So I would not recommend that. Again, that doesn't mean that all of them are bad, but for the most part, there are better places, right? There's a better haystack that we can find our needles off of, you know what I'm saying? So where do we go find the best offers? Number one I'd recommend is referral, okay? Meaning that, okay, who do you know? Do you know any sales reps that are in high ticket sales right now that are selling on a solid offer right now that you can get through in referral? Now, this is kind of caveat, you gotta give the person that's gonna refer you something that's in it for them. You gotta give them some sort of value, right? Whether that be you gotta make them look good because you're gonna go in there and crush it, so on and so forth. This is how I landed my first high ticket sales role, through a referral. I had a buddy that was already in high ticket sales. He was selling for a decent company. It wasn't the best company. It wasn't a bad company. It was a decent company. The top sales reps on the company were making around 10 to 15K a month in commissions at the time. And the reason why my buddy referred me, not because we were friends, but because he knew that it was gonna be worth it for him to refer me as well, right? It's kind of both, right? So because he already knew my work ethic, he knew I was gonna work like a psycho, which I did, right? And he knew that I was gonna invest in my skills, so on and so forth. And so when I got into the company before, like I was terrible. I was like number 23 out of 25 reps. horrible, right? And then what I did was I worked hard, I invested in sales training, I worked on my game a lot, and I climbed up to top 3 in the next month or so, and then I recruited to a different company, a better company. By the way, the reason why referral is powerful because being in sales, we all know referral leads are the best leads. Referrals, when they come in, they're like pretty much laydowns, right? Because the person that referred them already said good things about them, so on and so forth, right? So it's a warm thing. And so the person that's going to consider them is more likely to trust them, right? Same thing on a referral. The reason why I hopped in the interview, but it wasn't for them. I think for them, it wasn't like, should I hire this person or not? They already knew they were going to hire me as long as I'm not some weirdo, right? Because my buddy already said, hey, this guy's a hard worker, so on and so forth. So they said good things about me to the person, to the hiring manager. And so when I got in, it's not like, a complete stranger out to convince them a whole lot. Next part is paid programs and or services you've bought in the past, okay? So you know how I mentioned that I've bought a bunch of different programs in the past, right? Dating programs, fitness programs, public speaking programs, business programs, so on and so forth. And so if you have bought programs in the past and you know that they're a more established company, you believe in the product, and the sales reps are there making decent money, or at least you want to find out, then you want to make a list, right? Same thing with services, right? If you bought marketing services before, if you bought like content editing services, text planning services, accounting services, whatever it may be, and you paid like a decent amount, like thousands of dollars for it, then if the commissions are 10%, then you can kind of do the math on like how much you could potentially earn, right? So make a list, and you can reach out to the point of contact that you have within inside those companies. Whether it be the coach, if they had a coach that you were talking to, if you're talking to the business owner already, if you know the sales rep or the support staff, whatever, maybe whatever point of contact you have, you talk to them. And they may not be the person to do the interview with you or consider you for an interview, but maybe they can refer you or direct you to the person inside the organization to do that. You know what I'm saying? So the reason why this works is because, number one, you already know kind of like, you have more context, right? You may believe in the program because you may have gotten good results with it, or you had a good experience with it, as well as, okay, you can also use that as leverage, right? Because what businesses prefer, ideally, pretty much every business, they want to hire a sales rep from the people that have already bought their programs and services, right? Because they're like, okay, they already have context on what we do, what we sell, they've gone through it. So like, okay, we don't have to train them like a whole lot, right? They have more context. And so you can do that, as well as it's more like a warm reach out, right? It's not a complete stranger. They have some context on who you are, or at least you can mention that. The third way, this is for our member inside of our program, offer board in the community and Telegram group chat, because in a Telegram group chat, we drop offers and roles in there, whether myself dropping them, or we also have a couple of recruiters in there dropping offers. Hey, we're looking and hiring for these roles, as well as other members. If their company's hiring, they may post that as well. So this is our offer board over here. One of our members dropping, hey, for anyone looking, these are pipelines I've been with good OT closer roles. So this one as an example, offered in 1 million a month. Another pipeline they can get into, another pipeline they can get into. That's for 11 million a year YouTube automation offer. Another pipeline that's doing 3 million a month, another offer, so on and so forth. This one here, one for a 7K a month role, one for a 12K a month role. This is for a 15K a month role for a business coaching program. And inside of a Telegram group chat for our active members, we have something called an offer board, which is where we drop different offers that are looking to hire. So this one as an example, one of our members dropped it. Anybody looking for setting role, 2K a month base, packages up to 50K, DM me. This one's for OTE, 7K a month, that's a lower one. That one's for 15K a month closer role for Amazon BizOp, where the current closer is making 15K a month. For this one, closers are making 10 to 50K a month in commissions. This is the one recruiter dropped, hiring two closers, OT 10K a month, base plus commission. So you get the point is when you get into a paid community, a lot of people say like, oh, you're trying to sell your course and like, I gotta pay money, da da da. Like if someone's like a victim mentality like that, then like you can just click off, it's fine. It's just that, like, why try to figure everything out on your own? I don't understand like people's mentality, like trying to figure everything out on your own when there are people already have leverage to the network. They've been in the industry for several years. They know people know them. They have access to recruiters. They have access to offers. They have people who know people. Like, why would you try to brute force and try to figure everything out on their own? Like, that's why it takes people forever to try to get to the door. Like, things don't change. Their life doesn't change. But the people that actually make a change is they just pay to get access. And I'm not just saying that just to like shove a course down your throat, right? Me personally, now I'm on the other side, right? I'm a business owner myself. And when I'm recruiting for sales reps, now I also pay recruiters to get me sales reps for our business, right? Because I'm just like, yeah, I mean, I will promote, on my social media and so on and so forth to recruit sales reps. I'll do that. But also like, I just want more applicants, right? I want top talent. And so therefore, like, let me just pay you money. That way I save myself time so I can work on other things and actually get to like making money, you know, like work on other things. So that's what I'd recommend. Like, you have access to that. Like, people who know people, you know people, so on and so forth. That's what I recommend. But each his own. You don't have to do that if you don't want to, if you just take the longer route. Another one too is just making a list of your ideal offers and reaching out, right? If you're already following people on social media, I'm sure you are, whether it be Instagram or YouTube. Okay, so which influencers or channels or whatever it may be, you're already following who seem to have a good offer, right? Maybe they have like a engaged following, big following. They're not a degenerate, right? Popping bottles all the time. Nothing wrong with that. I pop bottles maybe like once a year here and there just for fun of it. But they just have like degenerate behaviors. They don't seem that reputable. I would stay away from that. We're going to go over those kind of criteria with red flags to look for and avoid. But for now, you can also look up on YouTube. Big and engaged following YouTube channel usually is generally good. You can go to their website, then apply in the career section, go to the Our Team section, and find them on social media and reach out. So I'll give you like a brief demonstration, okay? So we're gonna go to YouTube. So what we wanna do is you may have some videos pop up on your homepage and you can start clicking on that if it's a good video and good channel. But what I can do is this, right? In the search bar, I can type in niche keywords. As an example, okay? How to start a business. I'm just gonna go with that because that's a very general one. Like, I'm just gonna give it a throwaway, okay? So, okay, Alex Hermosi's video pops up, Alex Hermosi, okay? Are there people that offer online training programs, coaching programs, masterminds? Let's see. Okay, cool. This guy, I make 300K a month with 50 YouTube channels. Let's see. Let's open up this up. So let me go to that. Okay, cool. We go to the description box. Are they selling anything like an online education program, high ticket? Let's see. If you're an advanced entrepreneur looking to manage. Okay, cool. They sell a service. Okay. They sell a service. What else? Okay, business products. Let's go to this one. Yeah. Okay, cool. They have an application page. Apply now. So you want to go through the funnel a little bit. So this is how it works, right? People see this is what the lead goes through. The lead sees their content or ads. They're going to apply and they're going to book a sales call. Okay, cool. There's an application page and submits. So which means that they're probably going to do a sales call. Most likely they're going to sell a high ticket service, right? Now there's other research criteria you want to do. Like, there's other ways to research, so on and so forth. I'm not going to go too much into the details here, but okay, at least they sell something high ticket, it seems like. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find this person. Like, how can I contact them? Let's see. You can find them on Instagram. You can find them on LinkedIn. Now, we also want to see do they have a website where there's a career section and we can actually apply, so on and so forth. Like, some businesses have that, some don't. If there isn't, then we can just reach out to them directly on social media or email, whatever the contact information is, right? We can click message and then we can send them an application message saying that we're applying, right? Or on LinkedIn. Now, to be fair, on Instagram, a lot of these people have something called a DM setter, meaning that they have an assistant or the entry-level sales rep that we talked about. They're going to be managing their DMs to set the leads onto the sales call, okay? So sometimes the offer owner checks the DMs themselves as well, but oftentimes you make it a DM setter. But you can still reach out to them here. You can still reach out to them on LinkedIn. A lot of times, though, if you can find their X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it, a lot of these business owners manage their own X inbox. So that's a hack for you that you can reach out or you can find their email. So this will be more of like a cold outbound strategy. And what you want to do is you want to make a list of those, not a bunch of like startup ones where there's nothing going on, but that seem like more established, engaged, at least from the outside, and start reaching out to them. Now the next question becomes, okay, how do you know if an offer is legit or not? So this is why a lot of people fail in high ticket sales, because they cannot distinguish a good offer versus a bad offer. Therefore, and they don't have a good screening process or any screening process in place for that matter. And they go into the wrong company. There's nothing going on and no future. And they end up wasting a lot of months and years. And then they just keep doing what they call the offer hopping, which is they go from one offer to the next and then never get anywhere. Now it's fine. Like, you're not always going to land on a grand slam home run offer, but if you don't have a process and like you keep going like shitty offer to another and like your life's getting wasted, you're going to get old and you're going to have gray hair, which is no bueno, right? Because almost nobody's like talking about the criteria, like the selection process, which again, I'm not going to show you the whole thing. I'm going to give you a little bit. So again, let's go into inside the classroom, inside of real sales system. And here's the first principles. Okay. Do not go into an offer blindly. Offer owners, sales managers, recruiters, whoever you talk to will almost always exaggerate. They almost always will, okay? They're gonna say, we're drowning in leads, bro, when in reality, they're not, right? So whenever someone tries to like oversell you on their offer, have a grain of salt, because it could be true, but sometimes it could be not. A lot of times it's not, right? So there's that, and that's when I say women lie, men lie, offer owners almost always lie. But numbers and proof do not lie. So we want to go into that. Like I said, most closers in the industry spend months, often years, offer hopping one offer to another. It pains me to see. So make sure you don't make that mistake and qualify the offer. So here's the red flags to look out for, okay? So a bad offer, there's no proof of current closers or sales reps making the money that you want to make. Now, here's a caveat though, right? It depends. If you have like zero experience on high ticket sales, then I would say get into something as long as it's not a dead end, meaning that there's like literally no leads coming in. It's a fucking scam, and it's like just the offer owner and the company is like just weird and sketchy. Honest it's not, right? But if there's some potential to get your foot in the door and get your experience and get the skills in, I'd get into something as long as there's some potential here. Meaning that there's some leads coming in, the offer owner seems like a reputable person, the product seems great, and they're working on the marketing to improve it. I would not be completely against it. So this really depends on your experience level, right? The more experience, the more track you have in high ticket sales specifically, the more picky you can be, right? At the stage I'm in right now, I can be very, very picky, right? I can reject most of them. And it's not like I'm the one chasing. Once you get to a certain point, right? We talked about how being a great sales rep is like being a hot girl, right? So now you have options. So at that point, you no longer are the one chasing offers. You simply choose. You're not chasing anymore. You're choosing, right? But to get your foot in the door, I wouldn't be too picky. I would go with something where you have some opportunity, be grateful for it, go in there, crush it and get better. That's what I'd recommend. Now, if it's at a lower price point, again, depending on what level you're in, anything below 1K is not good, because if we talk about the 10% commission, let's say it's like 1K, you're going to make $100 in commissions. If you want to make 10K a month, then you got to make like 100 sales a month, right? Which is like quite a bit. Like you could do it, maybe you could not, right? Later on, we're gonna go into the good offer checklist, but just keep that in mind. If it's like too low, no bueno. If the business size is too small, again, this is contextual, right? So generally speaking, below 100K a month cash collected, it's not the best thing. Again, it's not the worst thing in the world. Just be cautious of that. I have gone into businesses where it was below 100K a month. I go in there and I become the top closer and we grow to like 200K a month, so on and so forth. It does happen. And at times it is worth taking the pay cut, right? As an example, the reason why I took the pay cut for that company was because I was going to a sales agency and the sales reps there were like the best at the time. And so I knew it was going to be worth it for me because I could learn. And for that, the pay cut was worth it. So again, this is contextual. It's not black and white. Life is not black and white, right? But if it's not worth it, there's not other things like that in place, and you have other options, then obviously that's the better, right? Another one is marketing is not dialed in, meaning that if you're going to a closing role and the current closers are getting less than 20 calls on the calendar each week, then, you know, that's no bueno. If there's like no calls, right? You're just twiddling your thumb for the rest of the day, that's no bueno. If there's any like leads sitting on some of their assets, like in their CRM, maybe you have the Facebook group that you can go on and hunt, at least you can work with that, right? Okay, this is an important one. Again, we're not gonna go over the entire list, even though other things on the list are very, very important, because like I said, I don't have all day and I can't share everything inside our program, right? So fulfillment is not good, meaning that the client results are not good. They have like a lot of bad reviews. Well, here's the thing. When you look up on Google their reviews, it doesn't tell the full story, because a lot of times like the reviews on Reddit are just not true. Reddit is like, I don't know why it's still there, right? Apparently like Google and Reddit are partnered up. So when you search company reviews, like Reddit is one of the first things that pop up, but a lot of the reviews on Reddit are just like sour victim mentality people. They're not even clients of that company, but they're leaving fake reviews. It's like a terrible thing for a lot of the times. So I would not rely just on that. But if you only see bad reviews and like no testimonials and no good reviews, that's also a bad thing too, right? So you can also go to their YouTube channel, their Instagram page, their website, so on and so forth, to check out their testimonials. Because if you're selling something you just don't believe in and you feel bad selling it, number one, that's just not good, right? For you and the potential client, as well as you're not going to be able to believe in it. You're going to feel miserable selling it. Like you're not going to enjoy your time working. And if you're going to spend like 8-10 hours a day working and you feel miserable, like what good is that, right? Also, this is almost like nobody talks about, but I'll talk about this. If the influencer is young and comes off degenerate, I'll just be very careful. The influencer is the person, the face of the business, the founder, right? On the content, on the ads, so on and so forth. If they come as like, bro, what's good? Like popping water, like that doesn't mean they're like a bad thing. Just understand the quality of the leads that you'll be speaking to as a sales rep will almost always model after the influencer. So as an example, if the influencer is young, let's say 21 years old, the leads you'll be speaking to will be 17, 20 years old. What does that mean? Most 17, 20-year-olds are what? They are broke with no credit history, AKA almost impossible to get financing, AKA they're not gonna close, AKA you don't make no monies, right? Is it always no? Like there's some offers where they get so many leads coming in, even though they're 17, 20-year-olds, it's like a sheer volume game, right? So many leads coming in, that's how they make their sales. But if you have the options to do so, then you may go for an influencer where, and we're gonna talk about it in the other list. So just be careful of that. So if the influencer is black, mainly a lot of times you'll be speaking to leads that are black. If you speak to like the influencers in their 50s, a lot of times the leads will be a bit older, so on and so forth. If the influencer seems reputable, a lot of the leads, not always, but it will be better quality leads. So that's the red flags you want to avoid. Again, not always there's context behind it, but generally speaking, okay? Now let's go over the good offer checklist. So the influencer has their shit together. We talked about on the bad list, the influencer seems degenerate, not reputable, then that's no bueno. Influencer seems like they have their shit together, meaning that, okay, they're reputable. They actually talk about not just like lifestyle flexing all the time, but they're talking about tactical shit, valuable educational shit, even in their free content, so on and so forth. That's good. They seem to have a more stable lifestyle. Like people are going to try all that's fine, that happens, but they seem like they have a more stable lifestyle. They seem like they have good values. That's also a good thing. Obvious one is if you can see proof of current closures or sales reps making the money you want to make, okay? Not from 1 to 2 years ago, but that's happening now. That's ideal. Now, again, you could go into an offer where there's no proof of income coming in and maybe you make a lot more money. Like I've seen those happen too, as long as the founder is like a very, very like solid founder, right? That could happen. But in an ideal situation, you go into that. The marketing is dialed in. You're going to have a full calendar, or you're going to have a lot of leads to speak to in the CRM that have recently been generated, fresh leads. That's also a good thing. Ideally, of course, the leads have more money or they have financing in place. That's a good sign. And this is huge. You believe in the product or service. This is very, very important. And another one, this is another big one too, we're going to talk about. Prospects already want the program or service. It's not a nice to have, but it's almost a necessity for them. So nice to have would be, and we're gonna go over like offers that are good right now, right? But if the offer is like how to play the guitar better, it's like, again, depending on the offer, maybe that offer is hot, right? But depending on the marketing and the influencers, so on and so forth. But for most people, how to play the guitar is kind of like a nice to have. It's like their world doesn't end, right? Or like how to speak like how to speak Japanese. Like again, could depend on the offer, but it's like a nice to have. The world doesn't end. It's not that like painful or necessity, right? As opposed to, let's say, I'll give you one example, right? So when I was setting up my business here in Dubai, I was talking to a business setup firm. I believe it was like 4K USD for that. Okay. So when I was doing that, it's a necessity. Like I need to set up my business in Dubai. And so if I don't, I cannot operate my business and I got to renew it every 1 or 2 years or whatever it may be, right? It's like 4K recurring every single year, but that's not something I can go think about, right? Because I'm like, well, I got to do it now. Like same thing with tax. I'm like, I got to do tax now. So there's some high ticket services, like high ticket programs, info. It's not as much of a necessity, but it could be a necessity depending on what it is. As an example, maybe it's like a business coaching program helping business owners grow their business with marketing, and the business needs to get their marketing dialed in and really grow the business. Otherwise, they cannot. That's more of a necessity, right? And so when you sell those, that's of course better. Now, how do you apply to offers? How does it work? So we already talked about if they don't have an application page, you reached out to them in their social media contact information, so on and so forth, right? I'll also show you a different way. I'll give you a random example, okay? Let's go to Alex Hermose's company, acquisition.com. So acquisition.com, either for themselves, they have something called portfolio company, which is companies, long story short, they manage and help them grow, so on and so forth, right? So in those companies, big company, now, I don't know how much money the sales reps are making, but I'm just giving it for like a hypothetical example for the sake, right? More established companies, they have something called a career section. Now, just because they have a career section doesn't mean they're the most established company, but they're just gonna have that, right? So how do we do it? We go to their website, careers. Okay, join a world record breaking team. View job openings, let's click that. And what's gonna happen is, okay, open positions, there's business strategy, marketing and growth, director of sales and growth. Okay, there's actually a filter. We're gonna go into, there we go, sales. Okay, there we go. Sales development representative, aka setter, and sales representative. So if I'm somebody that wants to sell for acquisition.com or one of the portfolio companies, then I'm gonna go here and I wanna become a closer for them. Okay, cool, sweet. Let's go here. Compensation, 65K to 180K a year. Offers, commissions, great. So I'm gonna watch this video to get more details, I'm gonna go through all this and I'm gonna apply for this job. I'm gonna fill out my name, email address, phone number, and answer, so on and so forth. And also, by the way, you know how almost like clockwork in these high ticket sales roles, they ask you, have you been a part of any sales training programs? Which is why if you have that, it'll just make you set apart, because from the hiring manager's standpoint, like if you're the hiring manager, who'd you rather hire, right? Some dud who's always going to go to like free YouTube videos and read books versus another sales rep who may not have any experience on high ticket sales specifically, but still they put money where their mouth is. They paid out of their own pocket to pay. Like it clearly shows that this person is more serious, right? So I'm going to choose this person if all else is equal. You know what I mean? So anyways, and also they're gonna ask you for a 1-minute video, oftentimes referred to as an intro loom video in the high ticket sales space, which is basically introducing yourself. Why the fuck should I hire you? And you're gonna click apply. So that's how the application process works, okay? So long story short, if there's no place to apply, you reach out to them. So you send them a message as an application, or if they have an application form, you go to their website or find the application page and you apply that way. Make sense? So let's first go over what not to do, because most people make mistakes and we want to learn from people's mistakes. That way we don't be like them. So this is one of the biggest reasons why people don't get roles. Okay, number one, you say stupid shit like this. Yo, did you ever hire DM setter? Can you imagine going to your potential employer and being like, yo, bro, what the is that? That's why the high ticket sales, high ticket info space gets such a bad rep, because the lack of professionalism. Now, again, it's not like this whole corporate thing like, hello, my name, like, it's not like that, right? Like being a potato in an NPC. But this just screams lack of professionalism. Like, why the should I hire? Like instant DQ, instant disqualification. Another one. Hi, are you still looking for fitness closers? These are one of the most common ones that people do, right? This seems quite innocent. Again, like nothing wrong with these people, right? They just haven't been taught and trained the right things, but it's still their responsibility to go fix it. But everybody else is saying that, hey, are you still looking for, it just comes off needy and approval seeking, and you get commoditized. Like you're saying the same thing, right? It's almost like if I go to you, I'm just like, hey, do you want to buy this program? I'm like, I don't know much about the program. It's like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like it lacks context. So I don't know what's in it for me. Are you still looking for fitness clothes? It's like, I don't know, skip. Another one, another message. Hey, Brian, I just wanted to start off by saying I really appreciate the value you're putting out on IG page, especially enjoy the video that shows your perspective as a recruiter. I hear you're looking for appointment setters, so here is my loom. Now, what do you think is wrong with this message? Now, I don't say this is bad, like wrong necessarily, but when I saw this from the recipient standpoint, I was like, this seems super generic. This seems very cookie cutter. So I just want to start off by saying that I appreciate the value. What kind of value? Like he did not mention any specific thing. So it sounds like he just copy pastes the same thing to everybody. And so it shows lack of effort. So if I'm hiring for a sales role or any role for that matter, shows lack of effort, shows lack of attention to detail. So disqualification. I didn't even watch the link. What not to do in the application. So I could go through all the application answers that were thought were not good, but the biggest thing I'll say is just not following instructions. Okay, cool. So let's go to the SOP of the application process instead of our classroom, right? So in the intro loom, application, so on and so forth, for the love of God, follow instructions, follow directions. If they ask for a loom video, give them a loom video, not on a Google Drive or on YouTube. It may seem like a small thing. It's like, oh, bro, like a video. No, it shows your inability to follow instructions. So if you cannot even follow instructions on a application, like how am I supposed to trust that you're going to follow instructions once I give you the role, or if I give you the role? Like where else are you going to fuck up on? Where else are you going to be a headache? Follow to the T. If they ask for a 60-second video, send them like 60 seconds or less. Send them a video that's 60 seconds or less. Not 3 minutes, not 5 minutes. Follow instructions to the T. Let's go over what not to do and what to do in the intro loom video. First and foremost, do not have your bed or something messy in the background and it looks unprofessional. Like this may seem like a very common sense thing, but a lot of people do it. And it's fine if you do have a bed in your room. Just make sure like finagle the angle or something or move it around. Like it's not that hard, right? Figure it out. Because it just looks unprofessional. Or like if you're wearing like a hoodie or like your hair looks messed up. It's like, dude, like is this person serious? Like, is this person a professional? Or is this like some like random kid that won something from a business? You know what I'm saying? Don't do that. As well, either in the intro loom video or on Zoom, don't have a fake or blurred Zoom background. It just loses trust and looks like what is this guy hiding? As an example, right? You know the fake backgrounds? Like you're in like San Francisco Golden Gate Bridge, or you're out in the space, or like the random like company like white background with like company logo, or it's like blurred. It's like you just look broke and looks like you're something you're hiding, or like a psychopath. So don't do that. Also, only having like a plain white wall in the background and nothing else, this is not like the worst thing in the world, but it just looks like is this guy like a psychopath or what? And do not have audio or video or lighting or internet. So if the audio is bad, or is like very quiet, the more effort the other recipient, the viewer needs to use, the more likely it's gonna get swiped. And by the way, I recruit sales rep for my own business, or I recruit sales reps for other businesses, like sales teams are trained or manage, as well as I have friends that are recruiters, or I have friends that are sales managers, and friends that have recruitment companies for sales reps. Oftentimes, when we look at the intro loom video, and by the way, the intro loom video is the 80-20, especially for the sales rep position, right? So the intro loom video has a huge part, and in the first 5 seconds, oftentimes the first 5 seconds, whether we decide, okay, are we gonna pick this guy or not? Or are we gonna keep watching the video or not? It's just like Tinder, right? On Tinder, a lot of times when you swipe through it, right? You're not, like analyzing every part. It's like yes or no, especially for a man. It's like, is this girl hot or not? Left, right, like snap decision, right? Same thing on an intro loom video. The moment you hop on, whether we like it or not, people judge us based on our first impression. If I shot this video from my mom's basement, I'm wearing like a hoodie, I look like shit, you're not gonna take this video and the information and the advice I'm giving as seriously as I am now, right? So it's fair. That's how it works. And make sure you double check your, play back your video to make sure your audio is good. We talked about the hoodie, the facial hair looking messy, we talked about that. And also another thing to not do is sending the same cookie cutter text loom video to everybody. It shows lack of effort and professionalism, right? As an example, the intro loom video, okay, it has like 6 views or 50 views on it, and it was recorded like 3 months ago. Dude, I knew you sent the same one to like 50 other people, right? And even if it doesn't show it here, when we watch the video, if it shows a cookie cutter or not, we can easily tell. And also do not do rambling on about your life story, not about kids. Hey, you know, let me first show you, like 5 years ago, I became a customer support rep and then I got into business. Nobody cares. So what do we do? Again, I can't go over everything, but we'll go over the key parts, right? In your intro loom video or when you hop in an interview, background, it doesn't have to be like a penthouse background, but at least have a clean background where you look like a regular human being, not like a psychopath, right? So maybe you have like a bookshelf or like a family photos in the background. It looks neat. The camera angle is not like from this. It's not from here, right? It's like eye level, all right? Good internet, quiet room, good video and audio quality, good lighting. That's pretty common sense. Don't look too blurry. Don't look too dark. Please, for the love of God, go get a clean haircut, beard, well-groomed. Clothes, this depends on the offer that you're applying for, right? If it's a more professional offer, like let's say the leads you're gonna be dealing with is like doctors, right? It's like maybe like a marketing service for doctors, then you better dress up more professionally. You know what I would do? If it's for doctors, I would wear or like buy or something from like a costume shop, like a doctor's gown or something to stand out. Right, I'll do something like that. Or if it's like a Muslim offer, right? The leads are all Muslim. Then there's like a famous meme, right? Like it's like a Brazilian dude, like a Brazilian dude looking to get a job at like a Saudi Arabian or oil company or whatever it may be. They wore the Arabic traditional clothes, and so when the hiring manager of the company they hopped on, they saw some Brazilian dude who clearly does not look Arabic, but they have like an Arabic attire. They're like laughing their asses up. They're like, dude, you're hired, you're awesome, right? So that gives you a bit of a pattern interrupt. Or for example, to lawyers, I would wear like a suit looking like extra fresh. But for most offers, for like regular offers, like a black plain t-shirt or like a polo shirt or like a button-up shirt, that should be fine. I'll give you another hack, okay? I was kind of contemplating if I should put this in this free video or not, but I'll give you something. If you can subtly put something you know the offer owner or the hiring manager is interested in the background of the Loom video or in the interview, that is a hack. That is a cheat code. So I'll give you an example, okay? One time I got an intro Loom video. I don't know if this guy did that on purpose or not, right? But he had like a boxing punching bag in the background of the intro Loom video, like very subtly, right? He didn't like directly point it out. It's like, hey, Brian, I know you're into boxing, so I got this punching bag. Like he didn't do that because that seems too try hard, too forced, right? And fake. But he's like subtly had it. And like the people are gonna see it because it's in the video, right? Because I'm into boxing, I was like, dude, I like this guy more. Like, I just like, because we have commonalities, but he like subtly did it. So if you know, like the offer owner's into like boxing or like they're into like I don't know, the LA Lakers, maybe how like Kobe Bryant jersey, it's like laying in the floor, like on the corner of your video, so on and so forth, right? That's like, they're gonna see it. So they're like, oh, this guy's into Kobe, this guy's into Lakers. Like, it seems more likable. So will that alone get you hired? Maybe, maybe not. But it's a game of inches, right? Everything stacks up. And also when you speak on the intro Loom video or in the interview, do not ramble on. Do not speak on confidently. It's like, oh, you know, like things like this. Speak articulate. Don't be arrogant, right? Come with confidence while being humility, while showing humility as well as being coachability, right? So be articulate, concise, have swagger while being coachable. We're gonna talk about the intro Loom video structure. Okay, now again, I cannot give you all the specific details because otherwise everybody's just gonna do it. It's not gonna be no longer effective, so on and so forth. Obviously, inside of a program, we're gonna give them updated information. That way, what's working well right now, because market changes, right? In the market, I'll tell you from a business owner and the marketer standpoint, there's something called the market sophistication level. What that is what's working right now, later on, oftentimes it does not work that well. Okay, so before like the whole social media and like everybody started posting in content and ads, you could just make a claim and everybody would buy it. As an example, right? When weight loss pills supplements first came out, they said, "Hey, take these pills and you'll lose weight." Everybody's like, "Oh my god, I want to buy it." Right? Because there's like no competition, right? That's like the first time they heard it. Later on, the market becomes more sophisticated, meaning that they've heard the same claims over and over again. So guess what happens next? Then we go to level 2, is like whoever can make the most amount of claims. Long story short is that the market, your approach needs to be evolved as time goes, right? Which is why we give our members updated information. On this YouTube video, I cannot give you updated information because I'm just gonna shoot it once and I'm not like talking to you in real time. But I'll give you some of it, okay? The Loom video, make it 60 seconds or so. Maybe less, right? Make it concise. People don't have all day. Hiring managers, offer owners, recruiters, they're busy, right? So 60 seconds or so, maybe even less. And the first 5 to 7 seconds is your hook, okay? The hook is very important. Even when you watch this video, you keep probably watching now because the first seconds hooked and reels you in. I said, hey, this is a mini course on how to break into high ticket sales. It's going over X, Y, Z that you give a fuck about. Then you're like, oh, let me keep watching, right? So same thing with the Loom. These Looms are pretty much the marketing videos for yourself. In the marketing world, we call them VSLs, video sales letters. By the way, if you go to the first link in the description box below, that's our version of the VSL, right? So that basically shows you like how our product works, why you should get involved in it, or if you're the right person or not, so on and so forth, right? In the intro Loom video, you are the product. Okay, like we are the product as a sales rep. We are selling ourselves. We are marketing ourselves in that little video. That is the VSL, video sales letter. We are selling and marketing ourselves in that little video. So we can't just be like, hey, whole life story, nobody gives a flying. What can you do for me? What is in it for me? That is all they give a about, right? So in the first 5 to 10, 7 seconds, either we go into a pattern interrupt or your track record right away. Okay, so if you already have track record, right? For our top members inside a real sales system, we have them start with that, okay? So if they've been a top closer, we start with proof, okay? We start with proof of like screenshot of the leaderboard, the sales forms they put through, the data tracker, so on, like real proof. Because online and in general, everybody can make a claim, right? Everybody make these like outlandish claims like, I made this much of money, I did this, I did that, but where's the proofs though? Like, I don't see no proofs. Like, you don't see any proofs, right? So everybody can talk. Everybody can say that, oh, I was a top closer, so on and so forth. And so we start with putting the screenshots of the results on the screen from the start of the video. Number one, it's a visual. They're like, oh, what is that? It's different. It's a visual hook. And the second is, oh man, there's like this guy's not just talking out of his ass. There's actually some track record and proof going on, right? So whether in your high ticket sales role, right? If you've been in like other industries, it's not as good as like being in high tickets, like the track record from a high ticket sales role. But if you're just getting into it, then you got to use something, right? So we've had members that were in like roofing sales as an example, or like insurance sales. They have some track record from that, like their dashboard and their sales results. We have them start with that, okay? If you don't have any track record, then you can start with a pattern interrupt. What a pattern interrupt is this, right? So what a pattern interrupt is this, right? Where's my coconut water? That was a pattern interrupt. What is that? It was interrupting the pattern. The pattern was I keep talking in the video, but I want like, where's my coconut water? Like I'm searching for it, right? So it's just different because human beings, we want to preserve in our brain. Here's how it works, right? I'll give you some human psychology lessons too. In our brain, human beings, we want to preserve as much energy as possible. Why we want to do that? It comes from evolutionary psychology, evolutionary behavior. When we're living in caveman times back in the days, remember those days? We need to preserve as much energy as possible because, dude, we don't know if we're going to fight another tribe. We don't know if we're going to have to fight a saber-toothed mammoth, and we don't know when we're going to eat next, right? So we need to preserve as much energy to prepare for those moments. And so how it works in modern times, we're not fighting tribes per se a lot of times. We're not fighting mammoths, but we want to preserve energy by, if it's the same thing, just like on Tinder, right? Ugly, fat, like we just swipe. We don't want to use mental bandwidth. Same thing with recruiters and offer owners, right? If it's bad, skip, right? But it's different. It forces them to pay attention. So you want to do some sort of pattern interrupt. Again, I'm not going to go through the whole details here, but you want to do a pattern interrupt or track record. After that, you can go into your character. Okay, meaning that obviously the character traits that recruiters look for in a sales rep is what? Like that's the usual, right? Hardworking, work ethic, persistent, high stress tolerance, high pain tolerance, so on and so on. But here's the thing. Everybody says that, right? We talked about the market sophistication level. Offers and recruiters, they've heard it all. They're like, I'm a hardworking, I'm going to be the hardest working sales rep. They've all heard it all. So how can you differentiate yourself? Can you show some sort of proof? Can you show some sort of stories or anecdotes of you showing those hard work? That's another one you can do. Another one is your demonstration of you doing the homework. The homework is everybody, almost like most people, when they apply for a sales role, like they send these generic videos, they send to 50 other companies, or they talk about like, hey, I love the value you bring in the market. I love the impact you're making, da da da. Like it doesn't go about specifics, right? But if you can bring like specific things that you saw from the content or the website or whatever it may be, or something that you know, then that gives you a plus. That makes you stand apart because it shows that, oh, this guy's done his homework. He actually researched their company. I can say that this guy's making effort. It gives a higher probability of them landing the role. Again, I'm not going to go into specific details of how you can do the homework, but there's some things you can consider. And then after that, last one is the CTA, which is, okay, cool. After that, what are the next steps from here, which is probably going to the interview. So some FAQs, can I work on an offer part-time? Oftentimes, yes, you can. We already talked about that in the previous lesson. Should I quit my sales job right away or should I wait? Like we talked about in the previous lesson. If not, I would go back to that. I would not recommend it for most people. Keep your sales or current job or business, whatever you have at the moment, your source of income. Keep that. Applying to roles on your off time, after hours, and or on weekends, land the role and make a smooth transition. What are the best offers? What are the best niche offers to sell? This varies as time goes on, right? What were the best niche offers to sell back in 2024 is not, a lot of times not the same as 2026 and onwards, so on and so forth. But I'll give you some, okay? I'll give you some that's good at the moment, okay? Right now, what is hot is AI, right? Everybody's talking about AI, boom, so on and so forth. So if you can sell something related with AI, that's a good one, right? The second one is if you sell anything expensive to rich people, that's also good, okay? So I'll give you one example. Certain real estate offers may be good because I've seen some real estate coaching programs or investing coaching programs that go from like 10K, 20K, all the way up to like 70K, right? There's some outliers, obviously, but the thing about real estate offers is that oftentimes the crowd they attract are people who already have some sort of savings or high net income earners, right? Because like most people aren't stupid. Like they know they need to put down some money in order to get into real estate for properties and whatnot, right? So obviously there's gonna be some duds and there's some like brokies coming in, but real estate offers use a higher price point and more people could afford it. And selling anything to more established business owners, that's also a good thing too. Whether it be like a business coaching program, business mastermind, so on and so forth. Again, I'm not gonna go into all the details, but there's some you can consider. Now, how long would it take for me to land an offer? I don't know, bro. I'm not a fortune teller, but let's go over some references, right? Some comparison. You know how we talked about people who are trying to do it on their own, or if they go into like a mediocre program or like a cheap course, they end up with this, right? They reject me. 6 months I've been struggling to land the role. They keep getting rejection letters, so on and so forth. But if you're following the right process, you have access to the right network and the right processing. You know how to do the exact pattern interrupts for that specific offer. You know how to nail the interviews. You know, these are some text messages we get when we ask them, hey, why do you want to get some outside help from someone like us instead of just trying to do it on your own? Then, you know, people say, hey, thankfully making money only can be confusing on your own when you're unsure how everything works, right? I've got friends that tried to move into online high ticket closing and didn't work out for them. So it seems like outside help is the way to go. And when people come into our program, this is typically what happens, right? As long as they execute. So this member landed a role at a company where the top reps are making 30K to 70K a month in commissions, right? So we tried 18 different strategies with this members, like different pattern in our framework and follow-up strategies. And with something we call horizontal follow-up and vertical follow-up. We're not gonna go into whole into details here. But yeah, like he landed an offer, and this member landed a remote role with an 8 figures a year company. Their top reps are making 10 to 25K a month in commissions. Okay, with this member, it took about, I believe, like 2 to 3 weeks. This member took about 2 weeks as well. This member, Leon, says, hey, there's no way this Loom strategy works. And then he got this message from a hiring manager. Dude, love to book a call with you for the sales role. Here's the link to book the interview. You can schedule a call here. This member, before he was struggling to find a role or legit wanted that, all these offers are flying into me. I already have 3 interviews today. This member got a email, not a rejection letter, but from the hiring manager, hey, I'd love to find a time for us to connect and brief meet and greet. Does this time work for you? There's a member, Joshua, who came in. He was in door-to-door sales before. He came in, he wanted to get into high-ticket sales to spend more time with his family because he was away from his family because knocking on doors and blitz and whatnot. So here, he joined October 14th of 2025, and he said, hey, Brian, just landed an interview on October 24th, 2025, and he ended up getting the role there. So that's about 10 days. There's another Joshua. He was in home improvements, having to drive and waste a whole bunch of time and being away from his family, wanted to get into high ticket sales, sell remote. He said, landed my first offer. It's only been a week. Real sales system is by far the best decision I've ever made. Just ended another offer. Company's a lot bigger. So it took this member about a week. Different Joshua here said, thanks again, Pastor Brian. Another shout out to Brian and Real Sales System. Brian and this group gave me the courage to go out and land my dream offer at XYZ company. Before this group, I didn't think it would be possible to do that. Ranveer here said, onboarded to a new offer, feeling good. Before joining Real Sales System, every time I started a new offer, I'd feel nervous. Not the case this time. Funny that the CEO said one of the reasons he hired me was how confident my answers were on the group interview, because 2 weeks ago, I was not feeling confident at all, which is what we help our members inside of our program. Another member, hey, before I had no routes to take, now I have no idea which one to take in terms of offers. This interview today, this role play, aka interview, Tuesday interview booked, this interview booked on Tuesday, need to get back to this offer, still waiting to hear from this offer. Jaden here said, I personalized the loom like you said and landed the role. Different Joshua, hey Brian, I landed the BizOp offer last week, Friday through IG DMs. Different member, hey, this offer, smashed it out of the park. There's honestly way more than that, but I'm running out of breath and I think you're getting bored as well. So if you just want to skip the line, right, trying to piece it all together into like how do I do this, going through like the painful just struggles and try and error while other people are getting further ahead, why not just get some outside help, right? So if you are a smart individual, hardworking individual, they just want to like skip the line and to try and error, there's still going to be trial and error for sure, but you can shortcut that progress. Then you can go to the first link in the description box below and apply for our program, Real Sales System. It's not free, obviously. You're investing into yourself. You're making a commitment to yourself. But if that's you, you can apply. This member said he got an objection from the interviewer saying that, hey, we'll email you, talk to each other, but he overcame that objection. We also help our members with overcoming objections on the interviews that I cannot share here. And then he ended up landing that role. Aaron here landed a role. Thanks for the guidance, Brian. Time to get to work. Huge shout out to other member. Help me get on. This is one of the biggest offers in the high ticket info space right now. Their top reps are making 60 to 70K a month. Not OTE, but their current reps are actually making 60 to 70K a month in take-home commissions. Killed the interview and landed the role. Already onboarded. Call should start in a couple of days. So that's also too, like, if you try to go alone, like a lone wolf, I try to do that too. It only gets you so far. Because like there are other, like you only have like one set of eyes, one set of ears, only one set of time, right? One set of days. But if you have access to a network where like there are other people, you have more. Even like 10 other sets of eyes, 10 other sets of network. You can tap into their network and share resources, so on and so forth. This is what happens. I also give you some messages I get from recruiters and offer owners, right? I asked this one recruiter who's also part of our program. I said, hey, what makes you hire a candidate in a group interview? What do you look for? I wanted to just interview him because I wanted to know to help our members. He said, oh, I just add anyone from you, bro. I don't even look. By the way, the people who try to name drop me when they're not part of a program, but they're not even putting work in the program, they're only themselves, because this is a tight-knit industry. Everybody knows each other. Therefore, if you try to lie to a recruiter, they will find out one way or another, and good luck trying to land another role ever again. So best of luck to that. But this is a business owner. Hey, thanks for referring that one sales rep who was part of our program over. We offered him the role, waiting to hear back as he has one more interview. This business owner cannot hire closers from a community. Another offer owner, hey, we like the sales rep from our member that you referred. If you know anyone else, feel free to send them over our way. This sales manager said, if you come from Brian, North Korean Choi, do I look North Korean? You are onboarded instantly. And by the way, they vet and they actually check for proof if you're part of a program or not. And they'll find out because they'll ask me. This person said, yo, Brian, I got someone who's in our mastermind who needs 1 or 2 closers. You good if I link you up? Solid offer, guest results. We're looking for top closers. Top closers making 20K to 43K a month in commissions. Do you know anyone that would be interested? And this recruiter said, my man, your referrals are super solid. Thank you for what you do. Whenever someone asks me for sales training, I always recommend you. This is, by the way, a recruiter from the largest sales recruitment company in the high ticket sales info space. This person, yo, just spoke to so-and-so who apparently knows you. I interviewed for this offer. The sales manager basically said he'll give me the role on the condition that I work with you instead of your program. Another business owner asking for setters, any closers, so on and so forth. So if you want to get into a faster vehicle to get to where you want to go, as long as you're going to put in the work, then you can go to the first link in the description box below to apply for our program, Real Sales System, to see if you qualify or not. Now, you may have questions like, okay, cool. So I have experience selling in other industries like solar, home improvement, car sales, whatever. Or you may have no sales experience, right? So how do I sell in high ticket sales info space specifically? So not only can I land the role, as well as once I land the role, I can be successful. Because again, it's a bit different from selling solar panels or car sales. Like they're going to look at you weird, right? So we're going to go over that in the next lesson. Lesson 3, skills discovery. Here's a curriculum, the best selling model to smash mock calls on interviews to land the role, as well as start smacking deals on a new offer when you do get in the shortest period of time. How to sell high ticket info products and services, because it's a bit different from selling solar panels and other industries, as well as what to say, how do you say it, when do I say it, and why do I say it, as well as FAQs after. So here's the thing. Why should we even learn how to sell before landing a role? Because oftentimes what happens on interviews is they do something called a mock call, or they'll even ask you to submit a mock call recording. So we saw this before. Whenever you apply for a high-ticket sales role, oftentimes they'll ask you for a sales call recording. But if you don't have any sales call recordings because you're not in the industry yet, then how are you supposed to get a sales call recording, right? And so at that point, you either get a role play recording or a mock call recording. What you do is you grab somebody, they'll be the prospect and you're going to be the closer, and you just pretend it's like a real life sales call, right? So you record it and you submit it to them, and or oftentimes they may make you do a mock call on the spot on a live Zoom interview. So if you haven't gotten the skills, right, on selling high ticket info products, then you're just going to go in there, you're going to be stumped, you're going to run out of things to say. If they give an objection, you're like, you're going to say some thing, and then you're just gonna lose that role. You're gonna fumble the bag, right? Especially if there's a good offer. It's like you're fumbling the ball right at the finish line. That's no bueno, right? All the hard work done. So we want to have the skills even before, right? So we want to have the skills as we're applying to roles, which is very, very important. You got to be good. And this is how you land the role quicker. So what is the best selling model, right? So let's talk about this. So sales reps usually fall into one of two categories. So one party is that they use a sales script and they're very rigid on a sales script. Like, oh, these questions exactly in that order. Now, that sounds all good. The problem with that is how often do sales calls go exactly how a script is written out? I mean, almost never, right? Because there's different types of answers a prospect could give you. They may give you a vague answer. They may say like, oh, not really. And if you don't know how to navigate through the scenarios, you're just going to be like stuck there, right? As well as people who are just so fixated on a script, they're so rigid in a conversation, they sound scripted. Therefore, number one, prospects don't respond well to that. They hit you with objections. On a role play scenario, on a mock interview, or for a sales role application, they're going to be like, yeah, this sales rep's not that good, so they're going to get ignored, right? Now, on the other side, there's the other extreme, which is some people just go completely winging it, right? They go rogue. You know what? I'm going to be just conversation. I'm just going to be myself. Now, the problem with that is now you're doing inconsistent things. And so you're doing like things all over there, right? So maybe 1 week your commissions are up, and like the next week your commissions go down. It's a constant roller coaster up and down. And like just like be yourself is an advice. Almost like if a guy doesn't have that much experience with women, right, and a guy who has like 10 years of experience of women, right, a whole lot of dating life, so on and so forth, like there's a naturally good with women. They can say just be yourself because that person knows what to do intuitively, right? They already have the experience, they already have the skill set, they already have all those things. But to someone just starting out, at least like a new endeavor like this, they're like, okay, just go to the blondie, just be yourself, bro. I was like, okay. They don't know what to say. So they're not listening to the girls like, hi, hello. Like the whole time the girl's talking, the guy's just going like, what do I say next? And the girl senses that. And there's a girl goes like, yeah, listen, like I have a boyfriend, sorry. Right? So same thing on a sales call. I found that people that say just be yourself, it's good if you have like 10 years of sales experience. It's like very good, like just be yourself, be normal, conversational. But that's too broad of an instruction for somebody that's new to this industry. They're like, yeah, but what do I say? Like, you know what I mean? In an ideal scenario, we have the best of both worlds, right? We have a repeatable process to follow while being conversational, while being fluid. So how do we go about that? Now, the selling model that I've used is something called a decision tree. So I'm going to show you right here. So this is a decision tree. We're going to walk through a step by step on what to say, how to say, so on and so forth. Like long story overview, it's a visualized representation of the sales conversation on the sales call. Because sometimes, like I said, sometimes the prospect gives you this type of answer, that type of answer, or that type of answer, right? So like, how do we know like when to move forward? When do we probe off of that? How do we navigate through those kind of scenarios? And so when we have a visual representation of something, human beings are visual creatures, right? We want to be able to visualize like, how does it work, right? That's why I'm using some visuals in this presentation. So that way, now on a sales call, you don't have to think like what you're going to say next. So you naturally know how to navigate through each situation. It doesn't matter what like unexpected situation happens, you know exactly what to do. And it's not like a rigid thing where like, oh, you must say these exact words. No, because what it is you got to understand principles as well. Like, why am I saying it? What kind of answers we're looking to uncover from the prospect? That is very important because once you have that, then yes, at that point you can be yourself and you can be more conversational, right? I don't really think about what I'm going to say next on a sales call at this point because like I have the visual representation almost encoded into my DNA. Does that mean that I've arrived on like the end all be all? Not really. I'm like still trying to get better each time, right? So obviously we cannot go over every specific examples, like for a niche offers, like all the different type of scenarios on this video because there'll be just too much to cover, as well as that's what we help our members do inside of our program. But we'll go over some of them. Okay. So largely there's two parts on a sales call. There's the verbals and there's the sub communication, what I call. Okay. Verbals is the literal words we say. Okay. I ate cereal. That is a verbal, right? Now, sub communication is everything besides the words. The non-verbals, as some people say, right? Some people call tonality. How I look at sub communication is the non-verbals is a lot larger than just tonality itself, right? Tonality is a big one. Facial expression is one. Body language is one. And also your internal state. That's also important as well. Because some people say, oh, like just tell me what to say, like then I will know. Yes, but we ever heard the saying, it's not what you say, it's how we say it. I would also go one step further, which is like who says it, right? So what I mean by the who says it is what is the intention behind that person, how confident is a person, how certain, how much of a conviction that person has. That's even a deeper level just than like how you say it. Because I'll give you an example, right? If I just say, hey Jack, how are you doing? How interested do I seem to you as a person? And how are you gonna receive that? They're like, is this person okay, right? But if I go, hey Jack, how you doing? That seems a lot more personal, but you're more likely to open up to me and have a back and forth conversation, right? So you see the difference there? So that is very important because this is one thing I learned from pickup artists and dating coaches back in the days, right? One thing I learned from kind of Owen Cook, right? Who co-founded probably like the most first dating companies in the industry. They're like the largest one, right? He said, human beings are bullshit detectors. Like we sense if somebody's confident or not. We sense if somebody's interested in us or not. Like it's very like a lot of times we cannot verbalize it. We just have an intuition and feel for it, right? Because that's what we're designed to do. So this is very important. A lot of people neglect this part. This takes a lot of coaching and feedback though. It like genuinely does. It's almost like, cause like you just don't know what you don't know. Like you may be doing it a certain way, but you may not even, a lot of times you don't even know that you're fucking up on something that's costing you interviews and deals. But I'll do my best job on this video, okay? So first thing we do is we open the interaction, right? So on a sales call, I'm gonna be here and the prospect's gonna hop on the other side of the Zoom call, right? Sometimes it's sold over the phone. When I say over the phone, it's not literally over the phone. It's like a voice call through the CRM, right? So it's like an audio call or video call, doesn't matter. So the white box is the closer, which is us. And I said like black box here, but the other box is the prospect, right? I actually color coded this for an easier representation. It's an updated version from the previous one I put out, which is the green one is like, okay, good. Like those are good answers. We proceed. And if we get a red, then that means that we need to handle that. Okay. So it's like stoplight, right? Green light, red light. So let's go. So we first start with, we call their name. It's like, Jack, how you doing? Susie, how you doing? So we go upbeats. Okay. We smile, confidence, laid back. We don't go in like, Jack, how you doing? Hey, Jack, how you doing? Like not over like that. Laid back, smile for the love of God. A lot of people lose deals just in the first 5 minutes because they come off too tense. And if you're tense, then the prospect's tense up, right? Hey, Jack, how you doing? Oh, doing good. You at that point you can do a small joke, okay? And by the way, some people say like saying how are you or how you doing is like you should never say that. I mean, I think there's some validity to it. I get what they're saying. At the same time, like it's not the worst thing in the world as long as if you don't say it like in the fake salesperson way. But if you actually come off like, hey, how you doing? Like good energy. I think it's just fine, right? That's how people greet each other. At that point, I like to do a small joke here, right? My go-to, which, is a variation that I've gotten from my former boss and mentor, Jeremy Miner. What Jeremy was like, just being the boring guy, just staying out of trouble. He would do that. And I think that's great for him because Jeremy's in his like 40s or 50s. And he likes to do like uncle jokes and dad jokes. I first modeled after, I just like did what he did. And then what I found is like, well, I don't really do those jokes. I don't really talk like that. And so at first I modeled after, and then later I came up with my own version, right? Which is what we want to do. Alex Hermosi talked about this. Dan Martel talks about this. First we model after, right, to the T. And then after that, we modify, right? That's what we want to do, okay? So my own version is like, just being Asian. I do it with a very straight face to the point where like they know they're joking. That's just my sense of humor, right? The way I joke is like politically incorrect to the point like borderline, like I'd get canceled, as well as dry sarcasm. That's just my sense of humor. So find your own version. Each person has their own personality. Obviously, if I'm coaching you right now, I'll be able to tell you like I'll help you like brainstorm different ways for our members. But that's what I do, right? They'll be like, doing good, you? Just being Asian, same old. In a dry way. They kind of joke. Now, we don't do this just to be some funny comedian for the sake of it, but there's a very big reason for it, which is why when a prospect first hops on, what's their first mentality? They have their guards up, right? They have their defenses up. Why? Because they're like, we just met. So they're in fight or flight mode, as well as they may have some negative experiences with salespeople or negative connotation with salespeople, right? So they're like, is this person going to try to take advantage of me? Like, is this person going to be weird, so on and so forth? So when we do a joke, we try to take their guard down, with disarm them a little bit, okay? So when they disarm, because if they're tense up, they have their guard up, they're not going to open up truly about their situation, their problems, and their goals. And if they don't, they're more likely to give us an objection because they don't trust us, right? But if they start to open up more, right, they laugh a little bit, they open up, they're less likely to give us objection. They're more likely to move forward. Make sense? So just come up with your own version, okay? So that's my version, right? Just being Asian, the same old, same old. You doing good? They're like, yeah, I'm doing good. Oh, cool. At that point, we go into the first section, right? Actually, before we go into that, I'm going to give you like a brief overview, like how the sales call works, that we get a broad picture, okay? Essentially, what we want to do is we want to find out the overarching outcome, which is what's the destination they're trying to go? Do they want to lose weight? Do they want to make more money? Do they want to save their marriage, right? And after that, we'll go into their current situation. We find a problem within their situation, right? Whether it be I'm not making enough money, I'm like whatever keto diet I'm doing is not working, I've been overweight, I feel unconfident. The reason why we want to find the problem is because if there's no problem, they have no need for a solution, right? So I'll say problem or need, right? Everything we sell, there's like a problem or need, doesn't matter what we sell, especially in high ticket info and service. And then after that, we go into what have they tried before? What have they looked at? Okay, the reason why we want to know that is because if they tried something, we want to find out why that didn't work. Because if we don't address that, later on, we're going to go into how our solution works. And if we don't go into that, then we may pitch our solution the same way what they tried, and they're going to be like, I tried that, it didn't work. You know what I mean? So we're going to go over their concerns. After that, we're going to go into like what are they looking for in an ideal solution, and what is the desired state? What is the desired situation, right? Is it like them making a lot of money, retiring their parents? Is it them losing 30 pounds and feeling confident more? Is it them scaling their business? Is it them selling their business? That is important because that's what's going to make it worth it for them to actually invest the money later on and actually move forward, right? So they got to see the vision of like, okay, what's going to be worth it? And then after that, we're going to go into consequence, okay? Consequence essentially is what happens if they don't make a change, if their problems stay the same or they never get the outcome. Because people don't make a change unless there's a necessity for it, right? If the teacher says, do the homework, nobody's going to do the homework. But if the teacher says, do this homework, otherwise your mom's going to spank you, they're going to be like, oh, let me do the homework. You see? And then later on, we're going to go into the pitch, aka how our solution works. So that's essentially in a nutshell. The exact questions and the model methodology itself is a lot of it heavily modeled after and inspired after my former boss, Jeremy Minor. So I do have to give credit where credit's due. A lot of people in this world do not give credit to who they learn from. To be fair, Jeremy learned from other people too, right? In the space, it's not like you have to give credit to somebody. It's just that if I learn something from somebody, I'll do my best to remember and do that because we all learn something from somebody, but it's just, this is how it goes, right? Back to this. We open, hey, Jack, how you doing? I'm doing good. Just being Asian, same old, same old. And then they're like, ha, ha, ha. And then we go into, like I said, where's the destination they want to go, right? Cool. Looks like you booked a call about this, right? And you just insert in whatever the you're selling, okay? So if you're selling a fitness program, like how to lose weight, then you'd be like, cool, well, looks like you're here to talk about potentially get help with your, getting in better shape, right? They're like, yes, okay? If you're selling how to start a business, let's say how to start trading, right? You're going to be like, cool. Well, looks like you're to potentially get help with getting into trading, right? So I'm not going to all the details. Like I said, this video is going to be 12 hours long. And we want to ask you in a curious manner. That's very important, right? Whenever you ask a question that doesn't land, a lot of times it's because like how you're asking and like who asks it, like we said, right? They're gonna be like, yeah, that's right. Cool. Well, ultimately, what's the outcome you're looking for from getting into trading? I'm just going to use that like trading example, okay? Otherwise, this video is going to be long. So again, sometimes like the last time I made a video like this, a lot of people asking in the comments like, Brian, like how does this work for like, but this is only works for this and that. Dude, I can't go into all the nuances, dude. Like, like you're not even paying me. And this video is going to be 20 hours long. So it's not that, this methodology and model doesn't work for you and what you sell. It's just that there's nuances. It depends on who you sell it to as well, okay? But I'm going to go into the trading. That's a pretty common one, okay? So yeah, what's the outcome you're looking to get from trading? And essentially what we want is them saying that, okay, I want to make more money. I want to have more time freedom. I want to have location freedom, things like that, right? So that is good. We don't need to get into like how much they're making, like 10K a month, 20K a month. We just got to know like the end destination. How I always say is that when you go to the airport staff doesn't have to know what exact hotel you're going to go to and what activities you're going to do, right? They don't give a fuck. They're like, what city are you going to, right? It can't be too vague, like somewhere nice, right? But it's just like something tangible. And in that case, in a make money offer, like a biz op offer like that, it's like, we just got to know the end outcome, right? I want to make more money. Now, if they say a problem, that's not a bad thing, right? They may say that, oh, I'm like paycheck to paycheck, da 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 da. At that point, a simple way is like, okay, so make more money then. You could say that because it's kind of obvious because they're paycheck to paycheck, so the inverse would be make more money. Or it could be like, oh, okay, like I see that. What's the outcome that you want? Now, there's other more conversational ways to do it, like they're like more advanced way to do it, but I'm not going to overwhelm you because that can be a bit confusing for someone that's new to this methodology. Okay, so I just want to preface that. So this is more like beginner friendly, okay? It's like, okay, well, what's the outcome that you want? Well, I want to make more money. That makes sense, and you move on. Now, what we don't want is a vague answer like, well, I don't know. It's like, oh, I just saw the ad. Oh, that's not really, we don't know their destination, right? Now, this is, again, not the best way to do it. First, ideally, we have the prospect say, right? It's like, oh, I don't know. At that point, we go, okay, if you really thought about it. That's a go-to way, by the way. Whenever a prospect says, I don't know, I'm not sure, just go like, well, if you thought about it. Because oftentimes, people don't think when they give an answer. So if you really sit them down and be like, well, if you thought about it, they're like, make more money. A lot of times, they'll give an answer that way. Okay. Now, if they're for some reason still confused, that's pretty rare, but if they're still confused, what's an example, right? Some people want to make more money from trading. Some people want to get more time freedom. What's more important? Or some people like location freedom. But what about you? What's the most important thing for you? And at that point, then be like, oh, okay, I get it now. I want to make more money. Great. That's green, green, green. Then we move on to the current situation. Current situation is, okay, so what are they, like, what's their current situation, right? What are they doing to get the outcome now? Okay, so the go-to way is like, okay, what are you doing to get outcome now? Like if they said they want to make more money, it would be, hey, I want to make more money. So, okay, what are you doing to make more money now? That's not the worst question, but in a conversational context, it's not the most conversational way of asking, right? So in a biz op context, meaning that they're in a 9-to-5 job right now, they want to get trading and leave their job and make more money. Then at that case, you may ask like, okay, well, what are you doing for a living now? Because whatever they're doing for a living now, whether it be an accountant, nurse, whatever it may be, that is what they're doing to get the outcome that they want. The outcome they want is make more money. And the job they have that to make more money. Makes sense? So in that case, we go, okay, what are you doing for a living now? What are you doing for work? Because in a regular life, real life conversation, that's how people interact with each other, right? Like you always ask like, oh, what do you do? What are you doing for a living? It's more conversational. So the tip, like the problem with old school sales methodologies is that it just sounds like too technical and it doesn't sound like a real life conversation. Whenever the conversation, the sales call, doesn't sound like a real life conversation, the prospect's gonna have more of their guard up and they're not gonna open up to you. The more it sounds like a real life conversation, the more gonna open up to you. The more it sounds like a conversation. So we wanna mimic that, okay? What are you doing for a living now? At the point that you're gonna say, oh, I'm an accountant, I'm a nurse, we can move on. They may say, I'm doing nothing. Now in a biz op context, it's a bit different. They may say that, oh, I'm homeless, I'm jobless. I'm not going to go over that exact scenario because if you get like a lot of homeless and jobless people, that's a problem within itself, right? So we're gonna move on. And you're going like, oh, for how long? Right? Or how long have you been doing that? It's like, oh, I've been doing it for 5 years. So we want to get a specific time frame, okay? The reason why we want to get a specific time frame is because it gives us more context, right? And oftentimes, if they're not happy with their job, which is oftentimes why they're on the sales call, it starts to seed in their mind that, okay, like I've been in the job for 10 years. I've not been happy the whole time, whatever maybe, right? So a lot of times this question is optional. Sometimes I ask it if I want to get more context. Sometimes I don't ask it, depending on what you sell, depending on the context, okay? If they give a vague time frame, oh, for a while, okay, how long is a while? So we clarify that so we get to the specific time frame, oh, for 5 years. Okay, well, that's quite a while. At that point, we can ask, is it working or do you like it, depending on what you sell, okay? So for a job context, I'll just go, okay, that's quite a while. You like it? Also, another caveat too, we don't want to, just because it only says, is it working? You don't want to say like word for word that like, is it working? How long? Because it sounds like too robotic. It sounds like an interrogation, right? So we want to do some ad libs before the question to make it sound like a real life conversation, okay? So if they say like 5 years, you could just go, is it working? You could. I like to do like, okay, well, that's quite a while. You like it? Because that's what you say on a real life conversation, right? You make a brief comment on what they just said and then bridge and Tarzan swing that into the next question, right? So that's what we want to do. Do you like it? They'll either say yes, no, or yes and no, right? If they say no, that's pretty easy. Oh, why not? Right? So you can say, what don't you like? Why not? There's a whole bunch of clarifying. This is called a clarifying and probing question, right? Whenever they say something and we want to have them expand on the thing to get more context and or get more of their pain, get more of their desires, okay? So we have a whole bank of clarifying and probing questions inside of our SOPs, but I'm not going to go into like all of that because it's going to be like too much of a long video. Okay, well, I mean, do you like it? They're like, no. Okay, why not? Oh, how come? Why don't you like? Well, because... And we want them to start talking about their problem, which is now we're in the problem section. So they're going to talk about, well, you know, because I'm working too many hours or I'm not making enough money, da da da. At the point, we're going to probe deeper into that. But let's go over the scenario where they say, yeah, actually, I do like my job. Because they could say that too, right? I mean, yeah, I do like it. Okay, what do you like about it? And they're going to say, I like this and this and this. I like the people I work with. The reason why we do that is because we're going to use this to segue into what they don't like. Because nobody is 100% satisfied with whatever they're doing right now, right? Which is why you're watching this video, because whatever you have right now, whether like the job you have or the business you have, like it's not like you're homeless. You're making good money. You're making a decent money for yourself, but you want to make more money. You want to have more level of freedom, right? That's where you're watching this. So same thing. I like the people I work with. Okay, I mean, sounds like it's good. Is there anything you change about either the process? I don't know, the outcome, if you could. Now, we're not literally gonna say process or outcome because that sounds so robotic. Who talks like that in real life, right? So we're gonna insert the process, in the specific process for the thing you sell or the outcome as an example, right? So the process for like a biz op, it would be maybe the type of work, right? Maybe they hate the type of work they do, meaning that maybe it's too like physically demanding, like a construction work, or maybe the outcome, right? They may not be making the money they want. They may not be having the time freedom that they want. So it's like, okay, I mean, it sounds like it's a good job. Anything you change in terms of maybe the type of work you do, or I don't know, maybe the financial time, location freedom you're getting from it, if you could. So ask it that way. And by the way, it's very important. I'm not asking like, okay, I mean, it sounds like I was going to go good. Anything you'll change about this or that if you could. I'm not saying in like all same pace, right? I'm doing pauses in between. I'm doing pacing in between, right? I don't have time to go over in this video like why I'm doing certain things at certain time for everything, but just keep that in mind. We want to make it sound like a real life conversation. I keep repeating that. At that point, they're going to say, actually, yeah, I mean, I'm not making enough money. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm just kind of burnt out. They tell you a problem, right? Now, they may also tell you a desired outcome at this stage. They may say, you know what? I want to make more money. You know what? I want to have more time freedom. That's not bad. We're getting somewhere. However, that's not a problem, right? We still want to know the problem. Okay, like want to just make more money in your current job now, which is exactly what I would act, right? So if they say, yeah, I mean, from a job, I like to make more money. Okay, why not make more money with the accounting job? So that's one you can ask, right? Because they're going to be like, well, I can't. And you're going to be like, okay, why not? And they're going to be like, well, because it's capped. What do you mean by capped? Well, they don't give me more money. Then now you got a problem. Now, there's different ways of asking that as well. I'm not going to go over that. It's going to take too long. But they tell you a surface area problem usually a lot of times, right? Like they're like, I'm not making enough money, but we got to go deeper, right? As a wise woman said, deeper the better. So, because, okay, let's take the scenario, right? They say, oh, I'm not making enough money, but that's not the end all be all, because them not making enough money, what are they not able to do because of that? How is it affecting them at a personal level? If you're selling B2C, if you're selling B2B, how is it affecting the business, or who else in the business is it affecting, or how else in the business is it affecting? Just for some context, I sold both B2C and B2B, right? There's different nuances, but okay, cool. They say, yeah, I'm not making enough money. At that point, I just say, like, you know, there's different clarifying and probing. There's a whole bunch of ways of skin a cat, right? At that point, I may ask, yeah, I'm just not able to make as much money. Okay, I mean, what are you not able to do because of that? So that's one question, because at that point, they may be like, I'm not able to take my family out on vacation. So you know how we're going deeper, right? It gives them more of a reason, like a bigger reason to change, because we're going to keep going deeper. So let me just finish that, okay? So yeah, I'm not able to take my family out on vacation. Oh, how long has that been going on for? You can ask that, because that amplifies the pain, right? Gives them more pain. They're going to be like, oh, man, you went into time frame. Ah, man, it's like, I don't know. It's been like 6 months. Brother, 6 months is quite a bit. How do you feel about that? You can ask that. Now, there are some people who ask it like, well, how does it make you feel? And there's nothing wrong with that. Some people can pull it off for sure. And in some contexts, I mean, it makes sense. Like if you're selling like an emotional B2C, let's say you're selling like weight loss for women, like you can get away with it all day. How does it make you feel? Because this is how I communicate, like women on like emotional context, right? But if it's selling to like more analytical people, if you're selling to like business owners or like investors, so on and so forth, or traders as an example, they may not land the best way, right? So we just want to find different ways of asking that, right? Which is why context is important. So if it's like a regular like consumer, I'll just be like, okay, how do you feel about that? For me, I just feel more normal asking it that way, because I don't like, how does it make you feel? Like I don't give a fuck about how you feel, to be frank, right? I don't give a fuck about how I feel, but that's besides the context. So like, okay, how do you feel about that? That's more like, I found that that's more like a casual way of asking it. Also, different ways you can ask it is, let's say, yeah, man, it's I haven't been able to take my family out on vacation. I haven't been able to spend more time with my family. Okay, man, what's that doing to you, man? That's another way you can ask it. Another way you can ask it is like, okay, well, how's that affecting you? That's another way you can ask it. Another way you can ask it is like, okay, I mean, when you want to take your family out on vacation, but you just don't have enough money for it, what's going through your mind? That's another way you can do it, right? Another way you can do it, okay, what's your thoughts on that? That's another way you can do it too, right? So just know that there's different ways you can. But at that point, they may say that, you know what, dude, I feel so guilty. I feel guilty as a parent, right? So you see how we took from I'm not making enough money or I want to make more money into, dude, I feel guilty as a father. Which one is the prospect more likely to actually move forward with at the end of the sales call with? The more deeper one, right? So it's not like they need to be crying and spilling their guts out. Also, again, this is dependent on the offer, depending on the type of prospect, right? If you're selling like a B2B to like business owners, more analytical people, like the answers are going to be different, questions are going to be different. So at that point, we go into this, right? Okay, I mean, could be trouble for sure. What even has you looking for some outside help instead of just, I don't know, just trying to figure it out on your own or something? So this is like a general question. It depends on what you sell, again, right? But the whole point of this question is trying to remove or pre-handle the DIY objection. What a DIY objection is, do it myself, right? Them trying to do it on their own, right? Maybe them, oh, you know what? Maybe ended in the sales call, they could go, maybe I'll just try to learn trading on my own. Maybe I'll just keep watching YouTube videos. Maybe I'll try to get more leads on my own, right? So we ask this question to have them say it. Always, this is another sales principle. In sales, they're just saying, whatever we say as sales reps is garbage. Whatever the prospect says is gospel, okay? You can like it, you can hate it, doesn't fucking matter. Hate the game, not the player, right? So we have the prospect say, not to us, but to themselves. Okay, what even has you getting some outside help with trading instead of just, I don't know, try to figure all this out on your own? And they goes like, well, because on YouTube videos, man, they don't never get to the full point. Which is kind of what we're doing here, right? I'm not going to give you the full depth of what our paying members will get access to. Like I'm just not going to do that, right? In terms of the support and the feedback and the type of information, because you know, that would make sense. So they'll never work. That'll be too slow. I just want somebody to like tell me exactly what to do for my exact situation. That's a good answer because they're convincing themselves why they're looking for help. Make sense? So at that point, we can move on. Now, this is more of an optional question. There's like a quick gap building question, all right? So at that point, you can go, okay, so let's say you're able to get the help with trading. How much would you like to make it on a monthly basis if you could? Let's say 3 to 6 months from now, okay? And then they'll tell the exact number. I want to make 10K a month. And then we quickly build a gap, which is, okay, where are you at now so we can see the gap? They're like, I'm at 5K a month with my job, right? So at that point, we build a bit of a gap, right? Now, if you ask them how much you want to make, they're like, I don't know. Again, if they say, I don't know, we just go like, if you thought about it, right? A lot of times you get the answer there. If they still do that, like a go-to way would be, okay, so yeah, for sure. I mean, if we don't know our destination, how are we supposed to get there, right? So if you really thought about it though, like how much would an ideal income be? Let's say 3 to 6 months from now. So we can ask it that way as well. Okay, and then we can move on. Now, again, this part is a bit optional. It's not like a make or break kind of thing. You can do it later in the call. You can skip it. It really depends on what you sell and your selling style, so on and so forth, okay? So I'm not gonna stress over that. Now, and then we go into the solution section, which is like, okay, what have they tried before? Or like, what have they looked into to prevent the objections? That way later we can customize the pitch for that specific person. So we go to, okay, so before you're talking to me, were they looking for ways to make more money or what have you been doing, right? So for like the trading offer, we don't want to pigeonhole ourselves saying that, okay, like have you been out there looking for ways to make money with trading or whatever? We could, but maybe they tried drop shipping before, it didn't work out. We also want to know that, right? Because if they tried drop shipping, it didn't work. Why it didn't work? Did they not put in the work? Is it the fact that it was too much overhead? If so, do we need to get this person to take more responsibility to put in the work? If so, can we position our solution, aka trading, as a better vehicle than dropshipping, like higher margin, whatever it may be, right? You see where we're getting at? So when we ask them, hey, so before you talk to me, have you tried something or whatever, right? So they're gonna say, yes, I tried something, maybe a course, maybe a different business model, maybe a different company. Or they're gonna say like, no, I haven't tried anything before. So let's go into each scenario briefly. If they say, yes, I have tried other solutions, don't we wanna know how that went, right? Because if it didn't work out, why? If it did work out, then what are they looking for from here, right? Okay, cool. So they're gonna say, if they say, yes, I have tried other solutions, then we clarify, okay, how did that go? At the point, they're gonna say, yeah, it went bad or it was good. Now, if they say, a lot of times they're gonna say, yeah, it wasn't that good, which is oftentimes why they're on the sales call in the first place, right? At that point, we clarify, okay, why do you think that is? Right? Now, if you need to clarify more, we do that, right? Depending on their answer. Again, like this is like just a example, so I can't go into exact all the different scenarios. But if they're going into like, yeah, I didn't get any results, or if they're just like bad, then we can clarify like bad in what way or like what happens, right? And then they're gonna explain, well, you know, I spent like $5,000 on a course or whatever. And they may say that, yeah, I tried this thing, and I didn't get the results. So we clarify, okay, so yeah, we're out there looking for ways to make more money, or what have you been doing? And then they say, yes, I have tried something. At that point, if they don't expand on it, we clarify, okay, what have you tried? If they already said it, obviously we don't have to ask it. Now, if they mention like some free things, like free YouTube videos, or like a free Discord channel, like a free email newsletter, I wouldn't really consider that like actually trying, because they're not like, dude, they're not, it's a YouTube video, what do you expect, right? So at that point, I almost dismiss it. I acknowledge and dismiss it at the same time. So I was go like, oh, brother, I mean, YouTube videos are great, but if YouTube videos are enough, I'd have a fucking 6-pack and a 9-figure passive income by now, right? I have like 100 supermodel girlfriends. What have you really proactively tried though? And at that point, if they say, oh, not really, then I'd consider that they haven't really tried something proactive. That's how I'd consider that is depending on how much time and effort and money they put in, right? If they only spend like $5, it's like a free thing, that's almost like not giving that much effort. So I'd consider it in that one. But let's say they have tried something, right? Let's say they bought, I don't know, like a $1,000 course on how to do like an e-com, like Amazon store, whatever it may be. At the point we clarify, right? Okay, how did that go? They're gonna say it went good, it went bad. Or bad or good, right? Now, if they say it's good, it's kind of rare because otherwise they wouldn't be on the sales call. Sometimes they are. But if they say it was good, then we clarify. Okay, what is you looking for some outside help instead of just keep on keeping on with that one? And they're going to say, well, I think it's good with this, but it's not as advanced. At that point, we can clarify. Or they may say that, yeah, it was good with this, but I think it was lacking with this. Then at that point, we can just proceed. That makes sense. Now, if they say, yeah, it went bad, then if we don't have full clarity, then we clarify, right? Okay, what do you mean bad? Like, what happened? They're gonna say like, oh, dude, I got like no results. At that point, we can clarify. Okay, like, what do you think that is? So we want to find out like why it didn't work out. Is it the fact that the program was good, but they didn't put in the work? Is it the fact that they put in the work, but maybe there are some things missing in the program? Later on, we can position our solution as different. So at this point, let's say they make an excuse, right? Oh, I was just busy with work. I had no time, so on and so forth. But that's an excuse, right? Because if somebody has a time, if something's important to somebody, we make the time, right? It's as simple as that. So let's take that very common example. So at that point, we want to do something called a reframe. What a reframe is helping someone see things from a different angle, from a different perspective, okay? So if they were thinking right now, I was like, oh, I was busy, therefore there's nothing I could do about it. There's lack of responsibility, right? But we want to get them to think and believe and adapt the identity of somebody that thinks like, you know what, no, if something's important to me, I make the time. If something's important to me, I get the money together. If something's important to me, I just make it happen, which is what a successful person thinks, right? First, we'll lube it up by asking, hey man, can I offer perspective on that? You can also say, are you open to a suggestion? There's different things you can ask, right? But essentially, they say yes, and that's what we want. We want to get agreeance that they are open to looking at from a different angle, right? Because they said yes, now it's more difficult than for them to like fight on whatever we're gonna do that, right? So at that point, here's the framework, right? It's not like exact word for word, but here's the framework behind it. So have you ever considered that insert their current way of thinking has caused you to be in insert their current problem, okay? So we're tying in their way of thinking equals the situation / problem they're in now. So them thinking that, oh, I don't have time, not taking responsibility equals the reason why they're paycheck to paycheck. Okay, so the question goes like this in that specific example. And you can do a little ad lib in the beginning too, right? To preface it. So if something's important to somebody, we make the time for it, right? So have you ever considered that you're not making the time and taking more responsibility on it has caused you to be in the position where you just paycheck to paycheck, still stuck at your job for the last 6 years? So we say that not in like they're like a piece of shit. We don't say it in like an accusatory way. We're just like holding them to a higher standard. That is very important. That is essentially our job as the closer, right? Not letting the prospects bound to their own limitations. We may empathize, that's fine, but not letting the prospects bound to their own limitations. And so we ask it that way. It's like, have you thought about this, right? They're like, I think you're right. Okay, well, now depending on what they say, you can clarify. Like, oh, why do you say so? Well, because da-da-da-da, right? So what do you feel like that has maybe costed you? So you can ask it that way. So essentially, again, we're like, why do you feel like your limiting beliefs or excuses or objections has costed you? Because if something doesn't cost them, they're like, whatever, right? What do you feel like that has maybe costed you? You can also say, what do you feel like you maybe lost because of XYZ, right? So they may say, I'm not sure. In that case, we simply go, if you really thought about it though. They may say that, oh, I think I lost like time. Then we can clarify. Time for what? Man, time I could have spent with my children. I think I lost opportunities. Opportunities like what? Oh man, opportunities to take my family out on vacation, da-da-da-da. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm glad that you acknowledge that. So how do you feel like you need to change within yourself? That way, you don't have to keep insert problem. So you can say, how do you feel you need to change within yourself? Or what are you going to commit to doing differently so that you don't have to be in problem? So again, there's different ways of wording it, right? The more advanced you get, the more conversation you can get. So you don't want to be a script raw. I'm just going to give you some examples. So yeah, so how do you think you need to change within yourself? That way you can become a better provider for your family. And depending on different answer, right? They may say that I need to change. If it's broad, like change in what way? It's like, oh, you know what? I need to take more responsibility. I need to make the time, da da da. They're almost always gonna say I need to or I got to, right? But I need to is not a commitment to changing, right? So because a lot of people that smoke, they're gonna be like, oh man, I need to stop smoking. A lot of people that are fat, they're like, oh man, I gotta stop eating the cake. Doesn't mean they will, right? A lot of times they're still doing it. That's not a commitment. So we got to change their language based more on commitment based languaging. There's different things you can do. You can say, okay, I mean, we both know you need to, but are you willing to? We both know you need to, but how committed are you to take more responsibility on your own future? They're going to say, oh, I am really committed. Oh, yes, I am willing to change. And then we ask them why, because when we ask them why, what they're going to do, they're going to explain and justify, not to us, to them, why actually they need to make a change. So whenever we want someone to, like the prospect to really take a stance for something that's going to benefit the sale and them changing their situation, then we want to ask why or why not. Because they're going to justify and plant their feet into the ground like why they need to make a change. They're going to say, well, you know, because if I don't, then I'm not going to be a better provider for my family. That's a good answer. And at that point, we can move on. Okay. Now, there's a whole bunch of other scenarios that can happen here on a real life sales call, right? Again, I'm not going to go into all those details, but I give you enough game for that one, right? But yes, you do need to know the other scenarios because on a real life sales call, there's different scenarios that happen. You want to be able to know how to navigate each and one of them. Otherwise, that's when you lose the deal, right? That's when you lose the interview. So, and then we go into ideal solution, AKA what is this person looking for in an ideal solution, right? We want to know that because later on we're going to pitch, we're going to explain our solution. If we want to customize it, we want to make sure it aligns for the specific person's needs and problems and goals, right? So at the point you go, okay, let's do this because I want to make sure what we do would work for you. So what kind of training or support are you looking for in a program to help you get into trading? So again, the wording needs to be different depending on what you sell, right? If you sell some sort of service, let's say you sell for a marketing agency or a marketing company that does the marketing for them, you don't really say training or support because if you don't have any training, you're not gonna say trading, right? So in that case, you may phrase it like, okay, so what are you sort of looking for in a potential marketing partner to help you grow the business? They may also say that, right? So at that point, they may go, I don't know. In that case, you may go like, oh, if you really thought about it. If it's a training program, you can also say, okay, how do you learn best usually? You can ask that. And that point, like, oh, you know, I'm like, I need like step-by-step. I need like accountability, da-da-da, right? So that's essentially what we want, like elements, right? Before in the overarching outcome, we went over overarching outcome, which is how to make more money. And here it's more like the elements they're looking for in the specific program or service. Okay. So yeah, I need like feedback. I need feedback. I need accountability. I need step by step. That's good. At the point we go, okay, why that in particular? So we ask that because now they're going to explain to themselves again, right? Well, because I don't have accountability. And if I don't have accountability, I'm not going to succeed, da da da. Which gives them more of a reason to get accountability, aka what we're gonna offer them later, right? At that point, we go into the desired situation. What do they want their life or their business, whatever the area of life or business that they're here to talk about, do they want? So we phrase it like this. Okay, so for a training program, like a trading online education program, I'll phrase it like this, right? Okay, so let's say you're able to get that step-by-step, just inserted in what they said just now, right? Step-by-step, you become successful in trading, get to 10K a month. What would that allow you to do that you can't really do right now? So we ask them, because now they're gonna say, I'll be able to take my family out on vacation. I'll be able to retire my parents. We don't get to like, again, deeper the better, right? Now, there's a certain limit. You don't wanna go like too deep. There's a lot, like that's also not good in both contexts, right? But we don't get like deeper, more juice out of it because we want them to get more of a reason to want to make a change. So there's different ways of phrasing that too, right? What would that allow you to do? How would your life look different, right? So on and so forth. So essentially what we want is a strong driver from the person, right? If they give like a nice to have, like, oh, it'd be kind of nice to travel, then we want to get the strong driver, okay? So yeah, it'd be nice to travel. If they like verbalize it, it's nice to have. Okay, nice to have is good. What is something more of a strong driver for you? Because if you're gonna put time and effort into something, it's gotta be worthwhile, right? The juice has to be worth the squeeze. So what is that for you? So we'll give them a reason why. I don't wanna go too fast in this video because there's some advanced principles that we're gonna talk about. But essentially, when we wanna get more compliance from the person, AKA like a better answer, then we wanna give a reason why we're asking the question and frame it to their benefit. Because ultimately at the end of the day, people want a better reason and they want essentially like what's in it for me, right? So we wanna get a strong driver. In like a B2C context, oftentimes it's going to be more emotional, right? It's going to be like, I want to retire my parents. I want to be able to retire my wife. I want to take my family out on vacation, those kind of things. Okay. So, and we want to just keep probing on that. You know what I mean? So again, this is like, so depending on the situation, I'll just give you different principles, right? It just gotta be like a big enough reason where at the end of the day, like at the end of the sales call, we're gonna pitch them the price, right? Hey, it's 10K, 15K, whatever it may be. It's gonna be scary, right? So this reason that they tell us and to themselves, it's gotta be bigger than the fear they're gonna feel of then having to invest and them having to go outside of the comfort zone. Just keep that in mind. So if they say they wanna retire their parents, that's amazing, man. Okay, by when? Oh, you know, I want to try like in the next 5 years. Okay, that's amazing. How much do you need for that? So we get more details, get them to visualize, okay? Like, oh, you know, I'll need like maybe like this much, that much. Okay, how old are your parents? Oh man, they're 60, 65. Oh wow, they're still working. So showing more empathy, right? Making it a conversation. They're gonna say, yeah, I know, so on and so forth. Okay, I mean, listen, I think that's a great goal. Now, why do you want to retire them though? Besides the obvious, where's it coming from? So we ask a deeper question. Again, I'm not going to go into the whole mechanics of why we ask the question because that's also important to know. But they're going to open up deeper, right? They're going to say like, oh man, my parents did so much for me. I have immigrant parents. They did so much to get us over here to America, da 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 da. We get more of a deeper reason, right? Then we get more of an emotional outcome, okay? So we go, okay, so we paint the visualized picture, right? Okay, so you being able to do that, you pick up the phone, you call your parents and be like, hey guys, you work so hard. Don't go to work tomorrow. I got you. How would that be like, man, being the son for them? So there's different ways of phrasing it. Again, depending on the prospect you sell to, depending on the demographic and the offer you sell to, right? You can be like, okay, how does that feel, man, to be that guy? You can do that, right? Or it can be like, what would that be like, right? What is that like? You can also do that. Like, I like that personally better. Now, if you sell to like business owners or like more B2B packages, so on and so forth, you just got to tailor that too, which I'm not going to go over here, right? But we go here. And let's just skip over the consequence. Okay, there's like a bridging question we do, but I'm just gonna skip that. It's not a make or break thing. It does help, but I'm just gonna go here, right? The consequence is helping them realize a consequence if they don't make a change, because if they realize, like Tony Robbins is saying, right? The pain of staying the same needs to be way bigger than the pain of making a change, because either way it's gonna be painful, right? For yourself and for myself too, right? Us staying the same, that's gonna have pain. Us making a change, that's also going to have a pain. I just came from boxing lesson, right? So boxing, it's like quote unquote painful, right? Or like my coach from Uzbekistan, well, like he doesn't give a fuck how I feel. He doesn't give a fuck if I shit, sleep, whatever it may be. He's going to put me through a tough training period, right? So that's going to be painful. But again, that needs to be worthwhile, because me staying the same, I want to get stronger, right? Mentally, physically, in all aspects. So same thing is you watching this video and you potentially investing into training for yourself. That's going to be painful, right? Painful. That's going to be like, you may have some fear, you may have some doubt, but is it worth it for you to ultimately get to the goal that you want, as well as you being the person that you want to become? And if it probably is, because if you're still watching this right now, then if it is, then we'll just simply go do that, right? So it goes for us, it goes to our prospects, right? So we help the prospect realize that the consequence of them staying the same is a lot bigger than the fear of making a change. Make sense? If that doesn't make sense, rewatch that part. And by the way, as a side note, feel free to keep coming back to this video, because you may not get it the first time. That's fine. Listen, okay, but what happens if you keep staying paycheck to paycheck and you don't become that father to provide a better life for your family? What happens then? So at the point they're gonna say that would suck, and they give us what the consequence is, or they may say like, oh, I'm not gonna let that happen. I don't have time to go over like, I'm not gonna let that happen, but let's just go over like, oh, that would suck, right? So which is the answer that we want? Oh, that would suck. At that point, if they don't expand on it, we go like, okay, how so? How come? What would that look like? More details, juice. It's like, well, you know, because I'm not going to be able to give my children the best opportunities, da 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 da. Yeah, I mean, how's it be feeling? I feel like a bad father, so on and so forth. Are you willing to settle for that? And the answer we want is like, no. And they're almost always going to say no, as long as we've done the previous stages correctly. Okay. And we want to say that because we want them to fight. It's like, no, I'm not going to let that happen. I'm going to do something, right? At that point, we push back, right? This is more advanced. I'm going to keep it simple, right? At that point, we just go into like a why now. I'm not going to go into the takeaway close, because that can be a bit more advanced. You gotta know how to pull it off. Okay, but why now though? Because like you could push it off, right? And we wanted to fight why now. And why we want to ask why now is because it's gonna help prevent the think about it objection, right? Because they're gonna say to not only us, but to themselves, why they need to make a change now, not later. Because they're gonna say, oh man, because I'm getting older, my wife's getting older, my parents are getting older, I gotta do something. Yeah, makes sense? And at that point, we transition into the pitch, right? So we've gotten the ammo, we've gotten leverage, we've helped this person realize that they can make it a change. So now we go, okay, well, based on what you told me, what we do would work, okay? So if you want, I could just walk you through what we do, how we do it, and help you get to insert their goal. Help it become the best father for your children. Want to do that? Or would that help? Either way, And they're going to say yes, and we transition into the pitch. So I just speed ran through our decision tree, but there's a lot more nuances that play into it, right? A lot of people that try to watch our basic videos and try to do it, and either they fuck it up, they burn some leads, they burn some interviews, or they just don't know how to execute it properly. There's like a lot of trials in there, which just pains me to see. So I just want to preface that, right? It's just contextual. But the members inside of our program, Real Sales System, how as long as they executed well and they get the feedback on our feedback sessions, this is Luis. Luis executed our decision tree. And then he has the call recorded. He had the sales call recording of him using the decision tree, and he got a better offer, right? The previous offers he was in okay. He became a top producer on that offer. It was a large offer in the industry, but a lot of broke leads coming in, like people who had like no money. And that can be a bit frustrating experience for the closer, right? We don't want to never blame the leads, right? We don't take full responsibility, but if we can get on like better offers with better quality leads and higher price points, that's always better, right? So Luis executed and implemented and installed the decision tree onto his sales call recordings, became a top producer on his current offer, and he took those sales call recordings and then used that to get into a better offer. So Luis said, hey, got on so-and-so's offer, so that's always a good win. And on this offer, by the way, closers are making, I believe, 20K to 30K a month of commissions on that offer and more qualified leads. And so Luis says, he saw one of my calls before we had the meeting, the interview. He talked to me and just said, when can you start after 7 minutes? So a lot of sales reps or a lot of people, when they try to land the role, they play a lot of victim, right? They're like, oh, they never give me a chance. Why should they give you a chance, man? Like, why should they, right? It's not like they don't want to give you a chance. Like, these offer owners and recruiters, they're not retarded. Like, it's in their best interest to put the best sales reps on the best offers. Like, that's how they get paid. That's how they make more money, right? So it just means that, I hate to break it to you, if you've been struggling to land the role, it just means that you're just not good enough. And I know that's like, I shouldn't say that because I don't want to hurt your feelings or whatever. Maybe it's going to piss on people off. That's fine. But I'm not here to just be a nice guy. I'm not here to just be a yes man to you. I'm here to tell you the truth. Because I have two options, right? I can be the yes man. I can be the nice guy. It's like, oh, you are doing good. But like your situation doesn't change. You're going to keep struggling or you're not going to get to where you want to go. Or I can be the bad guy and say like, yeah, like these are the problems. I know it's not what you want to hear, but it's what you need to hear to get to your goal. At least from my experience after having all these data points, right? So if you're actually good on your mock call recordings and your sales call recordings, then recruiters on interviews, they don't go, hey, we'll let you know. They go, hey, when can you start? That's what they say to you. That's how I got on better offers as well. On like some of the offers I got on, I did a mock call recording with them on the spot, or in Luis's case, send them a mock call recording. And at the end of the day, at the end of the role play with this one company particular, I remember, before I even ended the role play, they cut me off mid role play and they go, hey, when can you start? I was like, oh, I guess tomorrow. It's like, dude, I've role played and interviewed over 200 sales reps. That was one of the best ones I've seen. And that was beginning of my selling career. I would consider that god awful back then, but still. So that's what helps you do. There's another student. The interviewer initially gave him some pushback to the student. Yeah, I don't know, man, you're lacking some experience. And the student said, hey, we can get in a mock call, right? He offered that. I'm not going to give you the full message because that's an objection handling framework for interviews. But the recruiter sales manager said, haha, yeah, bro, we'll jump on the call together. Speak to you later today. And then the student texted me later, so-and-so offer smashed out of the park because he was able to nail the role play, the mock call. And once you land an offer, obviously things like this happens, right? 11K collected in a day, 10% commission, so 1.1K commission in a day. Real sales system works. John here says decision tree. Probably the best thing that I'm seeing here is the decision tree that nobody else is talking about. Takes the guesswork out. Nathan here closed a 7.5K PIF, 11. So $1,125 commissions in a 20-minute demo Zoom call. Kelvin here says decision tree mind blown. Alex here says just close a 5K PIF, $500 commission. Decision trees are game changer. Jay here says 3K cash collected, says $300 commissions today and $600 commissions more in the next 2 months. Liam says he just made $500 commissions. 12K PIF, so 1.2K commissions in one call. Dude, I just got a 7K PIF, $700 commissions, objectionless. I followed the flow chart to a T. This has been the best call yet, goated. Had my biggest career month, 340K cash collected, which is 34K commissions in a month. The flow chart did all the heavy lifting for me. So again, you can try to figure all this out from a free YouTube video for God's sake, or you can just invest into your own skill set, treat this as a profession, and pay people who are better than you to just remove most of the trial and error, right? So if you're a hardworking, intelligent individual that's gonna do the work, then you can go to the first link in the description box below. You can see the demo of Real Sales System. You can submit an application. If you're qualified, you'll be able to schedule a consultation call. Now, after the discovery, you may have some objections from the prospect, right? You may get like, oh, let me think about it. Let me talk to my wife, so on and so forth. So how do we do that when selling high-ticket info products? That'll be the next lesson. Next lesson, skills, objection handling. The curriculum is as follows. How to handle the big four objections, which will be money objections, think about objections, partner objections, time objections, and some FAQs. So far what we've done in the previous lesson is we've gone through the discovery, right? Problem, desire, situation, consequence, all those kind of things. And the pitch, I skipped it for now because if you're trying to break into high ticket sales, then you may not know like what offer you're going to be selling. And I would say practice objection handling first, then the pitch, because oftentimes on a mock call, interviewers want to see how you objection handle rather than the pitch itself, right? Pitch is also very important, especially when you go onto an offer, but I would say go into objection handling first, okay? So let's say we've gone through discovery, we've gone through the pitch, explaining how the product works, on and so forth. And we go into the price, which means that, hey, it basically costs this much, right? So the funding required for you to get to 10K a month, become a better provider family is 5K. How do you want to proceed, or where do you want to go from here? And at that point, either prospects are going to say yes, right? Or they may say some sort of objection. Or on an interview for a mock call, the recruiter may give you different objections, right? I want to see how this person handles different objections. So the main 4 objections is as follows, right? Like we talked about, there's money objection, aka that's a lot of money, I can't afford that, those kind of things. There's also timing objection, which means that prospects may say that, oh, I don't have the time, those kind of things. They may also give you a partner objection. It could be based on spouse or parents. I got to talk to my wife, or I got to talk to my parents. It could be based on a business partner objection. I got to talk to my accountant. I got to talk to my business partner. And there's a good old think about it, pretty straightforward. They say, oh, I got to think about it, or I got to mull on it. I got to digest it, yada, yada, yada. Our objection handling decision tree for objections is quite simple, right? So they give an objection and we go on usually in this order. So first we're going to isolate the value, whether they see the value in the program or not. After that, we handle the money objection. After that, if they give a time objection, we handle that. And a partner, then pretty much think about it. That's how we go order that. Now sometimes they give one objection, sometimes they give multiple objections, right? But essentially, I'll show you how the process works, okay? So they may give an objection. After that point, we always diffuse it and not make a big deal out of it, right? We just go like, yeah, no worries. Money aside, do you feel like this could help you get to where I want it to go, right? So we say no worries because when they give an objection like a prospect, they're in a bit of a fight or flight mode. They're like, they feel a bit of sales pressure. It's a bit scary for them, right? Some people freak out. So we just want to calm them down, and we don't want to change like, oh, but we don't want to do that, right? So that's when prospects just have their guard up. By the way, objection handling, this is when a lot of sales reps have something called premature ejaculation. What premature ejaculation is, the sales rep runs out of things to say or they don't know what to do. So they end up just booking the follow-up call. They're like, okay, let's do the follow-up call here, and then they get ghosted or canceled. Or they say, okay, feel free to reach out, and they lose tons of deals on the interview. If you do that, you're just f***ed, right? You just consider that a lost cause. So you want to know how to handle each objection. You want to have the process for that. So yeah, no worries. Money side, do you feel like this could help you get to where you want to go? You could also say, money side, would you do it? Keep things simple. And the reason why we do that is like, okay, money out of the equation, does this person still see the value or not? And they're going to say like, yeah. And at that point you go, okay, but why though? Besides the XYZ you mentioned. If they mentioned that they like a certain part of the pitch, they just go, okay, why though? Besides the accountability. Like, oh, I think the step-by-step will be great. So if they have not mentioned that they cannot do the X amount, let's say the program is 5K, right? And it's like, I don't have 5K. If they just directly mention that, then you can go into offering the payment plan, right? Okay, so is it more the upfront amount, or if could it break it up, would they make it easier for you? Because they may not be able to do the 5K, but maybe they can get in with 2.5K and they could do that, right? If it's just a purely money issue, right? Now, if they have not mentioned that they don't have the 5K, such as they just say, let me think about it, but they didn't tell us that whether they can do it or not, right? Or they might have said that that's a lot of money, but that doesn't mean they can do it or not, right? So we clarify. Okay, and does the 5K work within your current budgetary constraints? We clarify that. And they'll say yes or no, right? So if they say no, I cannot do that, same thing, we go into offering the payment plan, right? Okay, would that help you? We don't say like, hey, would you be open to exploring it? Right, that's too approval seeking, right? We're the one doing them a favor. Who needs the help? Who has the problem? The prospect. Who has a solution? Us. So why should we be the one to like approval seek to the other person? It doesn't make any sense, right? That's not to be like, you're a piece of, don't be ridiculous, right? But just have the whole framing in place. Like, we have the solution, they have the problem or need. So would that help you out? They're like, yeah, that'd be great. Okay, cool. And then essentially you go into the payment plan, right? You don't want to go into like the lowest payment plan right away. You don't want to go into like, oh, we can do $500 a month for 10 months. It's like, no, it's not good for you because you don't make jack all commissions. The business makes jack all money. And also it's not good for the client because they're not bought in, right? The more someone pays, the more attention they pay. These days, if I buy something for anything below like 3K, I barely pay attention, right? If I pay anything below like $3,000, I'm like, whatever. So the things I buy these days like 20 grand, 30 grand, 50 grand. And I pay more attention. You know what I'm saying? So in this case, we can offer the payment plan, right? Okay, so if it broke into half, depending on the payment plan that your specific business or offer has, it's kind of dependent on that, right? But let's say you guys, next plan is do a 2-pay, right? Half down, half 30 days later. So we can be like, okay, cool. So what we could do is we're going to do half down to start, so 2.5K, and 2.5K 30 days later. Would that help you out? And if they say yes, and then we loop back to the sale. Okay, cool. So we could do that. Where do you want to go from here? And if money's the only issue, they'll go into a sale, right? Now, if they still say, well, I still can't do that, then you go to the next tier in the payment plan. Okay, we could do 3 payments of 1.7K 30 days later. So 3-pay. Would that be better? They're like, yes, it does. Okay, cool. Where's it to go from here? Oh, let's do it. If it's just a money issue, right? Now, if they still can't do that, again, that depends on the company you sell for. Do they have financing option? You can get them into that. Also, if not, then you got to help them, not just giving up on the call right away, but helping them get the money together and coming up with a game plan, which we're not going to have time for that on this video. But at the point, if they still give an objection, then we got to go into that, right? Maybe they say that, but I don't know if I'm going to have the time to put into the coaching program or whatever it may be, right? At the time, you can clarify, right? Okay, cool. So time out of the equation. If you had the time, would you do it? They're like, yes, I would. Same thing, right? That XYZ out of the equation, would you do it? They're like, yes, I would. Okay, cool. And then we go into that. Okay, how much time do you feel is reasonable for you to learn your skills to get to 10K a month, leave your job, become a better provider? So you insert it there, end outcome, right? Oh, I don't know. I guess like 20 hours a week. Okay, we're asking for 5 to 10 a week. That's a good start. Would that be totally ridiculous? They're going to be like, no, that's reasonable. Okay, cool. So you're willing to put that much time so that you can get to 10K a month and leave your job and become a better provider? And they're going to say yes. Okay, cool. Sweet. Problem solved. Where are we going to go from here? As time is the only objection, right? Then they'll move forward. If they have another objection, then we go into that. Okay. So as you can see, time is pretty simple. Going over time should take 3 to 5 minutes max. Bang, 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 bang. Right. They go into partner objection. Again, partner, it could be like a spouse, like parents or wife, or it could be like a business partner type of objection. Let's go over the spouse one because that's a common one on B2C. Now you can clarify, okay, so spouse out of the equation, would you do it? Right? They're like, yes, I would. And at that point, we want to clarify because do they even have to go talk to their wife or their parents, whatever makes sense? Sometimes they don't, right? Is it a matter of dude, I want to do it. I don't have the money, so I want to borrow money from my wife, right? Or is it a matter of I have the money, but I don't know. I'm just afraid of saying yes here right now, so let me just make an excuse. I don't have time to go over all the objection handling principles because this mirror chart, the decision tree, is like the surface layer. Because what is important is you understanding sales principles behind it of why are we doing certain things? How does an objection work? Why do we do it that way? Because that's when you can become conversational and more prospects move forward, right? But on this video, I can only give you surface area because it's a fucking YouTube video. So whenever we get an objection, objections are concerns. Remember that. Concerns, we clarify if it's not clear. If it's still blatant and obvious, we don't have to. But do we know why they need to go talk to their wife? Unless they mention that, we don't know, right? So we clarify, okay, what were you hoping to chat with your partner about, your wife about? And they'll give you a reason through clarifying questions. And if the partner needs to be involved, genuinely, meaning that, dude, I want to do it, but I don't have enough money, I got to borrow money from my partner. At that point, you can book a follow-up call with both the prospect and the partner. But you got to make sure the prospect you're talking to right now is bought in. It is just a matter of them getting, trying to borrow money from their wife, right? At that point, you can book a follow-up call. But what you don't want is resorting to a follow-up call right away. That just kills deals all the time. So you'll do that. But if the partner does not need to be involved, meaning that, well, I just want to get her thoughts on it. Well, I don't know. We always talk about these things. Those kind of things. You may need more clarification to be done. But if it's a matter of I just want to get her thoughts on it. Depending on what they exactly say, the objection handling could be different, right? Now, if they say something oh, I just want to get their thoughts on it. And then you can clarify what do you mean by that. Well, I just want to know what she thinks. Okay, can I offer perspective? They're like, sure. And you could go, okay, is your wife a trader that's making 20K a month? So you insert in for whatever you sell. So when you know, especially when his wife is not a trader that's making 20K a month, right? Another principle too, I'll give you this. Being an exceptional closer is like being an exceptional lawyer. What do lawyers do? Lawyers ask questions to the other party where the lawyer, he already knows what their answer is going to be and their answer is going to benefit the case, right? As an example, with the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard thing going on, right? I'm not into Hollywood gossip that much, but it was just popping on my feed about it was interesting. Johnny Depp's lawyer or attorney, or whatever you want to call him or call her, she was a fucking savage, right? Because in the court, the lawyer would ask Amber Heard, Miss Heard, where were you at this time? And Amber Heard answered, well, I was at home with Johnny. But the lawyer already knew the answer. The reason why the lawyer asked that question is because she needed to build evidence that Amber Heard and Johnny Depp were in the same room, because apparently their argument was that, oh, Amber Heard beat the fuck out of Johnny Depp. Like, she did abuse, right? But in order for that to be true, she needed to be in the same location as Johnny Depp. Otherwise, she could not beat the fuck out of Johnny Depp, right? So she was like drilling Amber Heard with question after question after question. And then Amber Heard was like, she was just cooked, right? So same thing. So we asked them questions where we already know the answer and it's going to benefit the sale, right? So we asked them, okay, is your wife a trader that's making $20K a month? And they're going to be like, well, no. Right. So how would you be able to get the necessary insights necessary to be able to learn the skills for you to get to $20K a month? It's going to seed more doubt in their mind. They're like, oh, I don't know, da 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 da. Yeah, for sure. I mean, would you ever get, like, if you're trying to lose weight, would you ever get weight loss advice from a fat person? They're going to be like, no. Okay, why is that? Well, because, you know, they don't have the necessary result, da da da. Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, your wife, I'm sure, a phenomenal person, but if she doesn't have the result and the experience of making $20K a month from trading, how should she be able to give the insights that you're looking for? So it's going to seed doubt in their mind. Logically, it doesn't make any fucking sense, right? They're like, oh, I guess that doesn't make sense, right? So who do you think will be the type of person that you should get advice from? It's like, well, people that are making $20K a month, right? And that's what we do. And at that point, you can loop back to the sale. So you can go, okay, so knowing that you have the money for it, and you're trying to make $20K a month from trading, and your wife doesn't do that, where should we go from here? And you can loop back to the sale, okay? That's one example. Another one, essentially why partner objections happen, especially in B2C, is that they're trying to externalize responsibility. So what they mean by that is they're too scared of making a decision, taking the responsibility of moving forward, that they're trying to blame it on a third party. It's like, oh, you know, I got to talk to my wife. It's convenient, right? Like the wife is not there, so them to get off the call and just ghost you. So knowing that to be true, we got to get this person to take more responsibility, right? So here's a typical one, like a go-to one. There's a whole bunch of things you can do. I'm not going to give you all that here, but I'll give you one, okay? So this is called the responsibility frame. So you go, okay, so whose responsibility is it to get outside of your comfort zone, to get the skills, and become a better provider for your family? And they're going to say, well, it's mine, right? So knowing that it is your responsibility, is it really fair for yourself and your wife that you put that responsibility onto her? It's like, oh, I guess it's not. How come? We get them to justify. Well, because I guess da-da-da-da-da-da, it's not fair because... Right, so knowing that you have the funds for it, you feel like this could help you get to where I want to go, and knowing that it is your responsibility as a man to get outside of your comfort zone, get the skills, and become a better provider for your family, where should we go from here? And then you loop back to the sale. At that point, they're going to move forward, right? At that point, you get a sale, or they may give you more objections, okay? Now, let's go over think about objections. Most people hate think about objections. Think about it is not an objection, right? Because how did we define objections? Objections are concerns, right? Is think about it a concern? Not really. Like, what is a concern? Like, I don't know. I don't get it, right? So we got to get them to verbalize. The whole point of the think about it is it's just a smoke screen. What a smoke screen is, imagine a literal smoke screen that's like fog. You're like, I don't know what this is, because we don't know what the objection is, right? So like I think about objection, it's almost like a lot of people try to handle it with like random, like throwing random shit at the wall and see what sticks. Again, if we don't know what the real concern is, we need to clarify and isolate the real concern. Otherwise, it's going to a dark room and you're like throwing random shit at the wall, hoping what sticks, and you don't know where to go, right? But by isolating and clarifying what the real concern is, we're turning on the light, and now we know where the exit is, okay? So I'll give you some, like a couple clarifying, isolating questions to understand what the real concern is. So if they say, like, think about it, go to the value, go to the money, like we talked about previously, and then you can ask this question, right? Okay, so what else that you've been wanting to go over in your mind to see if I can help you? That's one, because now they're going to say, oh, you know, I'm just concerned about this. If they still don't say, then you still got to clarify. And then at that point, they may give a specific fear, like, I've been burned before. I don't know, man. I tried other courses before. It didn't work. I don't know, man. Da-da-da-da. Right? What if this doesn't work? So if they have different fear, we have to handle that. There's different fear that, you know, we don't have time to go over here. But I will give you this as a framework, right? So essentially the framework is this, and the objection handling process. They give an objection. We do a reframe, meaning that what did we say was a reframe was? We're helping them see things from a different perspective, right? We do that. We loop back to the sale. If they give another objection, we increase the intensity of the next reframe, and then we loop back to the sale, objection, increase, so on and so forth. That's repeat. These are just a few wins from Real Sales System members that have actually implemented the objection handling decision tree, and us training them and coaching them on how to use it properly. Okay, because here's the thing, right? Gordon Ramsay could give me his kitchen knife. That doesn't mean that I'm gonna be able to cook burgers, amazing burgers like Gordon Ramsay. I'm gonna burn the kitchen down, right? Because I don't know how to the technique, right? I can watch some videos, but I don't know why he's doing this. I'm missing a few things, and I'm gonna, you know, I don't know what I'm gonna f up, right? But by training our members how to do it, right? Billy here, first ever sale after an objection, before he was not able to overcome an objection. Liam, partner objection overcame, had a call today. He was very certain about talking to his wife before doing this. I went down the track of Brian's partner objection handling, and it worked like a treat. Got him to approve for $3K down from a firm and working to consolidate his debt to PIF, paid in full in the next 30 days. Sometimes it's just simple as following the processes and staying calm. Thanks, Brian Choi. Adam here said, handle the time objection. Brian used a time objection framework and it worked beautifully. Made the prospect literally overcome his own objection on the spot. Let's go. And this member said, Usain Bolt reframe, close me the deal, bro. I didn't have time to go over that reframe here, but he used that killer reframe and he closed that deal. So if you're the type of person that actually values their time, you needed to go to your goal yesterday. You're a hardworking individual, intelligent, then you can apply to our training program, Real Sales System. The link to apply is in the description box below. You can watch the demo. You can submit an application. If you're qualified, then you're able to schedule a consultation call with either myself on our team and see if we can help you out. And no, it's not free. So if you're broke-minded, please don't apply. Next lesson is, okay, I've gone through the discovery, but how do I even pitch the product or service, right? Especially when you land on an offer, that's gonna be important for you to know. So we're gonna go over that in the next lesson. Lesson 5, skills, pitch. Curriculum, how to pitch your product or service so good. Prospects go, that's exactly what I need to get more objection-less closes by stealing the brains of 9-figure marketers and copywriters. Let's dive into it. So this is inside the classroom of Real Sales System. I'm gonna give you the simplified version instead of the advanced version. Now in our classroom, we have a bunch of different examples for like a bunch of different offers like lead gen, business coaching, biz up, so on and so forth. But we don't have time to go over that. So we'll go over this. So where we are is this, okay? We've done the discovery, right? We asked the questions, what are they looking for? What's the problem? What's the consequence? And then after that, we're going to, okay, cool. So I mean, based on what you told me, why we do it work. So if you want, I can just walk you through why we do, how we do it and help you get to where we go. Would that help you? And they say yes, and then that's when we go to the pitch, okay? So we're gonna speed run through this. Essentially going over the pitch. I don't have time to go over all the principles, which are very important, but the whole point is we walk them through how our solution works, okay? But we don't go into all the details. Most salespeople try to go into all the features and the thing, right? It's like, oh, we have this many coaching calls and like it's like a 10, 15-minute monologue. A lot of times on high ticket info, high ticket service, depending on what you sell exactly, right? But for like a 5 to 10K price point, usually, it takes only like 3 to 5 minutes to go over the pitch, right? So it should be just enough for them to understand, okay, how this works. It gives them certainty while overcoming and pre-handling the most FAQs and the objections from the prospects. It logically makes sense while touching on their emotions, right? So when I say emotions, I don't mean like in their feels and all that kind of shit, right? If you're selling B2B, it still needs to be tailored for that specific prospect's pain point and the desires, right? So let's go over it, right? So mainly it's broken to how we do it is like in 3 pillars, like step 1, 2, 3, okay? Like how our process works as well as how our support works, if you have any. So typically I like to do it, I go over the time frame, right? Okay, cool. So our program, we'll be working together for 12 weeks, whatever it is. And the first thing we're gonna do is step number 1. I'm gonna make up a random example of a student that we've helped, okay? So this student in particular sold a dating offer, okay? It's a men's dating offer, help them get dates on dating apps, okay? And we've helped them go from around 2K a month to 25K a month in 1 month, okay? And this is the pitch we used. So the framework is this, right? Okay, the first thing you do is step number 1, because you know how you mentioned that you're having this problem? Okay, so that's what we give you this is how it works, which means that you get this mini outcome. Does that make sense? What's your thoughts on that? Essentially what we're doing is like, hey, you mentioned this problem, this specific thing within our solution helps you solve that. Does that make sense? What's your thoughts on that? That's the long story short, like dummy version of it, okay? So give an example for the dating offer, okay? Okay, so we worked together for 12 weeks, okay? The first one we're gonna help you with is launch your dating profile, okay? Because you know how I mentioned that on dating apps right now, you're not getting any dates, like you're swiping for hours and no girls wanna match you, okay? And you're feeling a bit, I think you mentioned a bit frustrated, right? Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna match you up with the dating profile photographer in your local city, okay? I'm gonna do that for you, by the way, and I'm gonna give you a list of clothes you wanna wear for the photo shoot. The reason why we do that is because when girls first see your online dating profile, they just judge on your first impression, right? Right now, I mean, based on your profile that you showed me, you see how that is not optimized, that is not optimized, so we gotta optimize your dating profile, right? So I picked a photographer for you, I picked the clothes you wanna wear for you, as well as I show you which poses to do. You can steal my lookbook, okay? So all you gotta do, show up to the photo shoot. That's all you gotta do, right? The photographer's there, the clothes are already there, as well as you know how to pose, okay? So we're gonna take those profiles and then we're gonna put those on your dating profiles. I'm gonna help you with the bio and everything like that. And we're gonna launch it within 7 days. And students that do that, typically they get 100 matches in the first week. I'm not saying that's what's gonna happen to you, but give you some reference here. Does that make sense? They're like, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, what's your thoughts on that part? Da, 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 da. So what do we do here, right? So we tailored his specific problem, which is, dude, he's not getting any matches, he's getting frustrated, right? So we're giving him the solution to that specific problem, which is, dude, we're gonna redo your dating profile and I'm gonna make it easy for you, okay? Like I picked a photographer, da 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 da. So you can visualize how it works, right? We're not going so nitty gritty into the details, like, dude, you gotta pay this much for the photographer, da da da. It's like, no, like just enough. Okay, we're not going into the weeds. That doesn't need to be there. But he can logically sense, as well as like, dude, okay, like that makes sense. I have this problem. This is gonna solve it. That makes sense. They're like, yeah, that makes sense. What's your thoughts on it? Dude, I think it'll be great because now I can get more matches. He can see that, you know what I'm saying? And that is the first step of the process, right? They need to get more matches before they go on any dates or texting girls, right? And then that's the next step, right? Okay, so once we got the matches, now you gotta actually text the girls, right? You mentioned that you don't really know what to say to the girls and you just feel awkward and you get ghosted from girls, right? So you're just gonna steal my texting framework, okay? So you know exactly step by step what to say to text the girls. It's very simple. It's like 3 to 5 texts back and forth and you're able to take them out on the dates, okay? It's not one of those where like you feel scripted and you feel like rigid. It's more like you can still be yourself while still having an effective structure, which means that you no longer have to feel frustrated getting ghosted by girls, but you can actually start getting those matches into a real life date. You with me? They're like, yeah, I'm with you. Okay. How do you feel about that part? So same framework, right? You have this specific problem. Next step is this. We do it this way, which means that blah. So they can start to see the progression like, oh, okay, like that's how it works. I can see that. Again, we're not going so into the details like, hey, here's exactly what to say on the texting. That no, it's like, you get to steal it. Like, boom, there you go. And next step, what we did for the student was, okay, cool. So once you get the girl out on the date, you got to do well on the date, right? You mentioned that when you go on the date, you kind of feel awkward a little bit. You run out of things to say. And you just, at the end of the day, you just get a pat on the back and she just never texts you ever again, right? Dude, I've been there. So that's why you get to steal my date routine on the first dates, okay? So you'll know exactly where to take these girls. You'll know what to say to spark attraction, get the girl attracted to you, how to help the girl feel more comfortable. It's not like you have to do a canned line every time. You can use your own personality, but you'll have a framework on what to do. So you're not guessing, you're not running out of things to say, you're not feeling awkward anymore. Which means that by the end of the night, you don't have to spend a whole lot of money on the date and feel like you just got taken advantage of by the girl. She just gives you a pat on the back. But now some of those girls start going home with you and you guys can have a lovely time. Again, I'm not saying that that will happen, but typically for myself and our students, like that's what happens. You know what I mean? They're like, yeah, I know what you mean. Okay, cool. How to see that helping you? It's like, oh, I think that would be great because da 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 da. Right? They're gonna again justify to themselves why that works. Da da da. And then after that, we go to tying off the buy-in. Right? So what that is this person bought in or not? Okay, because that's important. They gotta feel bought into the process and the solution in the program. Otherwise, they have no reason to move forward. Right? So okay, cool, man. So does it all make sense with the structure we laid out? They're like, yeah, okay, cool. Actually, this part is a bit optional. I'll just go straight into this. Right? So do you feel like this could help you get to where you want to go? So yeah, I would. Okay. Why is that though? What part in particular? You could say that. They're like, oh, I think it's because of da 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 da. And then we go into the price, like how much this thing costs, right? That makes sense. Well, I don't really have anything else. So the funds required for you to get that dream girl and be the most confident version of yourself is 5K. Where do you want to go from here? So in order for you to get outcome and get help, it's 5K. So we tie it an anchor to that. Where do you want to go from here? At that point, they're going to buy or they're going to have objections. These are some of the wins of members that have used a PIF effectively. Deontay says 5K PIF and 4K upsell. After going through the training, one client asked, how soon can I get going by using the pitch framework? Noah here, oops, 5K PIF, made some tweaks to my process based on the content here. It clicked very well. Let's go. So if you want our help in terms of getting feedback for the pitch for the thing you're specifically selling, because like from a YouTube video, I can't like look at your pitch and tailor for your specific offer, right? Because every offer is going to be a bit different. And so if that's the case, then you can apply to Real Sales System. That's the first link in the description box below, and we can see if it can help you out. Now, these are more like the tactical things, like how to implement it, so on and so forth. But a lot of people have questions like, hey, how can I get good at sales fast? Like, what are some traits of top producers? So the next lesson we'll go over that, which is called Success Manifesto. Lesson 6, Success Manifesto. What the fuck is a Success Manifesto? Traits of top producers. What do top producers have in common? And how to get good at high ticket sales quicker than 99% of people and get ahead than 99% of people. Let's dive in. So traits of top producers. Number 1, speed of execution. That is very important. Let's look at the inverse, right? When I look at average or mediocre, not only closers in the industry, but if you look at average or mediocre people in general, they have little to no speed of execution. They're just on the starting line, over analyzing everything. They're like, should I get into high ticket sales? Should I get into that company? Should I do this? Should I do that? Da 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 da. You ever see people, whether in person or online, and they look like borderline retards? They look like they have like nothing in their brain, but for whatever reason, they're a lot further ahead, makes a lot more money. they have more beautiful women next to them. And you wonder why, right? A lot of times it's because I talked about this in the previous lesson too. They don't have enough brain capacity and brain cells to overthink. Therefore, as a default, they're executing things a lot quicker. And so this is why the speed of execution is very, very important. It's one of the things whenever a new member comes into our program, like it's one of the first things we say, speed of execution, speed, speed, speed. That is very, very important. Because the people there on the start line, their argument is, well, I just want to make sure I get into the right thing, and like I just want to make sure high ticket sales is the right thing for me, or like this company, da da da, or like I just want to make sure like da da da, right? That is a flawed model because let's say we're in a forest and there's like fog in front of us, meaning that we don't know the next step and we don't know what the end destination looks like. What's the only way to actually get out of the forest? Is we got to start taking steps forward, right? Because we may not know all the steps in front of us, but we at least can see the 1 to 2 steps ahead. And the only way to see the next step is taking the first steps, and then the next steps present themselves. But if we're on the starting line, analysis paralysis, dude, guess what? There are people who are dumb, who are less qualified, who have less experience, who are younger, that are beating you because they're just like, oh, let me just start moving. And so it's almost like on the starting line, you're in the starting line, and there are people that are like, well, let me just start moving. They fell, scraped their knees, bruised their knees, but they're 12 steps ahead of you because here's what happens with the speed of execution, right? This is like a very 80-20, very important. Because when you execute or take action on something, either it works right away, so boom, you get ahead, right? But let's say it doesn't work out, right? It doesn't work to the degree that you want it to for whatever it may be, then at least you get their feedback quicker. Everything is feedback, right? So it's like, oh, you know what? Like you get some sort of feedback so you can adjust quicker rather than like just being in the starting, like jacking off. You're just like, I don't know, this, that, I don't know. Well, good luck. You're getting left behind. And that's good, right? I'm glad for those people. If you're watching this, I know you're not like those people, right? Because I just feel bad for those people. But I'm glad for the people that is on the starting line, analysis paralysis, jacking up because of those people like you and me are going to get further ahead. So speed of execution. Second, environment trumps discipline and motivation. So a lot of people talk about, you gotta have discipline and discipline and discipline is great. Right? Absolutely have that. But here's how I look at it in terms of human behavior, right? On the bottom tier, the worst is like no motivation, no discipline, no nothing, right? So let's take a classic example of losing weight, okay? So if someone wants to get better in shape, they're like no motivation to lose weight, no discipline to actually go to the gym, so on and so forth, right? That person is like, that person has no hope, unfortunately. And then the level above that is this person at least have some motivation, okay? If they have motivation, at least some days they're gonna go to the gym. Oh, today, you know what? I'm so motivated to get my fucking six pack. They're gonna go. However, the gaps with that is some days they're not going to feel motivated because motivation is an emotion and emotions come and go, right? It's not permanent. And so therefore it's better than nothing, but they're not going to stick with it that much, right? That's like the new year, new me crowd. And then the level above that is they have discipline, okay? So the great thing about discipline is that even when you don't have motivation, you're still gonna have the discipline as a habit. It's like, you know what, like I'm still gonna go, even if I don't feel like it. That is great. It's like the David Goggins type, those things. But the best one is environments. I'll give you one example, okay? So I haven't skipped the gym in a very, very long time, right? And there's different reasons for it. Like in the beginning, it's like motivation. Second time, it's like, okay, like I have some discipline. But even discipline sometimes runs out because the thing with discipline and willpower is that it is finite. It's just like fuel, right? Fuel in a car, it's gonna run out, so you gotta like go to the gas station, right? Some days you're just gonna crack if it's just discipline, because some days you're like so fried for whatever happening, right? Like some days you may be able to like pull yourself to the gym, some days you may not be able to, right? Because that's how human beings work. But the thing about environment is that I've curated an environment where it's almost impossible for me to not go to the gym. I'll give an example, okay? So I live with my buddy, and so my buddy's room is next to me. And so if I skip the gym, as an example, I'm gonna feel like a bitch. And to me, that is more painful than getting myself to the gym, okay? So there's that. And also, all of my clothes are laid out the night before, okay? My gym clothes, my backpack, the water, my shoes are laid out. So, and my phone is right next to it when the alarm goes off. And in order for me to turn off the alarm, I need to get up and get there and pick up my phone. By the time I pick up my phone, my gym clothes and my water's already there. So it's like, well, f it. On top of that, I don't want to look like a bitch. And the gym is inside of our building. So all I gotta do is press elevator, go down, and there's the gym, right? It's not like I have to like go on this whole journey of getting to the gym. So if we combine all of that, it becomes very, very difficult for me to skip the gym, right? So I'm not saying it's discipline or motivation versus environment, so on and so forth. But we want to create the same thing with succeeding in high ticket sales as an example, okay? So if you have to only rely on motivation, like, oh, you know what? I'm going to get better at sales. I'm going to apply the rules. It's going to be very difficult because some days you're going to do it, some days you're not, right? Discipline, absolutely develop that. Yeah, they're very, very important, right? Applying to rules, getting better sales, like practicing, so on and so forth, right? But if you have an environment where, dude, you're going to look like a bitch, not applying to this many roles, if you're not practicing this much, if you're not dialing this many leads, if you're not following up with this many leads, you know what I mean? So, which is also, by the way, the environment we create inside our real sales system, which is we pair members up with accountability partners, as well as on the feedback sessions, we hold them to the highest possible standard. Obviously, the best thing is self-accountability. That's very important. But if I see the members slacking, I'm just going to call them out on it, right? I'm not like one of those like yes men or those nice gurus that you see online. If somebody's slacking, I'm just gonna be like, dude, what are you doing, man? And if I have to be the bad guy, so be it. So I'll give you one prime example, right? So there was one member in our program that was saying that, dude, Brian, like, and I was looking at their data, right? Because we give them a data tracker, and which a lot of sales programs use our data tracker as well, which is great. And I looking at the data, I was like, hey man, like you're not making as many dials. Like, what's going on? And they're like, oh, I don't know. I'm just like strapped for time because of school and everything like that. I was like, yeah, but still like mathematically, it's not making sense. Okay, like how many hours a day are you doing like this job? It's like, oh, I'm doing like this many hours. It's like, okay, like still like you could do a lot more. Like where else is this time going? And that's when he goes, you know what? I'm scrolling through like video games. I'm doing video games. It's like, okay, how much time each day are you doing spending time on video games? He goes, 6 hours a day. I was like, homie, are you really surprised that you don't have time to practice more sales, apply to roles, and actually do more dials? Like, you're right. Yeah, dude. So, like, what are you gonna do to change it? You know what? I'm gonna delete my computer game. I was like, okay, when? I'll be like, oh, later. No. Like, when is later? There is no later, dude. So, you know what? All right, I'll do it right now. So, he deletes the computer game. And guess what? He has more time freed up, right? So if you're in that kind of environment, it's more difficult for you to fail. And that's what I always say, right? When I was learning English too. So yeah, a lot of people think like I'm Asian American, American Canadian, so on and so forth. I'm not American. I'm Korean, like Korean, right? I'm Korean citizenship. And people get surprised by that. They're like, bro, how did you learn English so you speak it fluently? Well, it's because I put myself in an environment where it was more impossible for me to not get better with English. So number one, how I first learned English was by watching like sitcom, right? So it was just on TV for whatever reason. Like, those Nickelodeon shows, like kids shows and like the Food Network. But when I was living in Korea, it was in English. So because that was on all the time on TV, I was just like following along what the characters were saying. If Ross was saying that, Rachel, we were on a break, I was just saying like, Rachel, we were on a break. I didn't know what that meant back in the days, but like I just spoke it. So like at one point I did go to America for school a little bit, but before I even went to America, like I was 80% fluent, I would say. Okay. Then I went to America. When I was in America, what I did was, okay, first of all, I got an English tutor because, dude, I want somebody to like sit down and like teach me what I'm up on. Because if I just like practice on my own, like I don't know what I'm up on, and I'm gonna develop bad habits. And Charlie Munger or Warren Buffett, whoever, has a saying, right? Chains of habits are too light to be felt until they're too heavy to be broken. Meaning, it's very difficult to break bad habits. It's very, very difficult. Which is why for my boxing too, I have a boxing coach because I don't want to develop bad habits. Like tell me what I'm up on, right? And he pushes me to the limit, right? Like I didn't know I could push more physically, but he's like, dude, you could push more. Like, come on. That's why I keep working with him, right? That's why I keep paying him money. Same thing with his English tutor, pointing out blind spots. So I was doing that. So if you're in that kind of environment, it's just a lot more difficult. So we want to curate this environments where we feel uncomfortable. That's the whole point, right? Where does change happen? Inside of a comfort zone or outside of it? Outside of it, right? So we want to, like environment, like yes, develop discipline for sure, but environment is everything. Next, radical responsibility. Most people in the world do not take full responsibility, ownership, and accountability for their own actions and their own success. They like to blame everything else, right? And that is, I mean, to be fair, a natural human instinct. It's like we just, because we don't want to, it's uncomfortable, right? It's tough to swallow the hard pill. So that's why sales are just blaming it on the leads. Like, oh, the leads are shit and the company shit, da. Yes, maybe that's true, maybe not. But why are you in that company in the first place? Like if you're door to door, right? Like why are you still here? Like why are you still knocking doors? That is your responsibility, right? It may not be your fault. Maybe it is your fault. I don't know. It doesn't fucking matter. Because yes, it feels good to not take the responsibility because we can be like, oh, you know what? It's the industry I'm in. It's my age. It's because of my city. It's because of my background. It's because of my parents. Whoop-de-doo. It's because of my leads. Great, now you feel better, but you have a choice, right? Do you just want to feel good about yourself? Or do you want to change your situation? For me, I want to change my situation. I want to get better. I want to put myself in a better position, right? So you can keep bitching about the leads, keep bitching about the industry. Well, change it then. Are we a tree? No, we can change it. And so people say that, oh, the reason why I'm not making the money I want is because of my industry. Yeah, why are you still in the industry in the first place? Why aren't you in a better company? And they go like, oh, I wasn't like looking for it. Why weren't you looking for it? That's your fucking responsibility, dude, right? So the people that I found like the top producers, the most successful people in the world, it's almost like a radical, extreme responsibility. Even if it's not technically their fault, they're like, nah, that's still my fault. That's my responsibility. I wasn't the one, right? I should have done something about it. So if you're not completely happy with where you're now that doesn't mean like you're homeless or jobless or whatever it may be, right? You may be making a good living. You just want to make better living, a lot better than that, right? And you want to have a better level of freedom in your life. Then that's still, number one, comes down to responsibility. It may be tough, right? It's like, well, it was me the whole time. It was not the government, economy, or whatever it may be. And even if it's true, still there's something I can do something about it. And I have not been. And that's where I fucked up on. I should have done something a long, long time ago. That's my fault. That's my responsibility. I cannot change the future. So what I'm going to do is at least change now. Next, change comes from necessity. Tony Robbins has a saying, which is, we talked about in the previous lessons as well, which is the pain of staying the same needs to heavily outweigh the pain of making a change. So what does that mean? Essentially, change is going to require, like changing is going to be painful. Staying the same is going to be painful. It's just that staying the same needs to be a lot more painful than you making a change, right? Because either way, you getting outside of your comfort zone, you getting into a new industry, you investing into yourself, you're working hard for it, you're working extra hours for it for the time being, that may be painful, right? And you staying, keep where you are, that's going to be more painful too, right? Maybe you being away from your family, maybe you feel guilty, maybe you not being able to become the best provider you could be. You want to take your family out on the best vacations, but you can't. You want to retire parents, but you can't right now. You want to retire a wife, but you can't right now. You want to move your family to a better city, a better country, but you can't right now. So like it's gotta require necessity. And if there's a necessity, it's like, whoop-de-doo, then you have no reason to make a change. We all need a reason to make a change. If you don't know that right now, write it out. Or a lot of times people get complacent. That's another thing too. A lot of people get complacent because they've reached the first milestone of like, I can pay bills and I can travel here and there. But is that really the end destination you want to get to? Just pay bills and travel here and there, that's it? I mean, if that is, I guess, more powers to you, but I don't know about you. But for me, I want to give the people that I love the best life possible, which we'll talk about in the other lessons too. But in order for us to do that, there's levels to It's not about, can I provide for my family or not? It's like, to what degree? It's a continuum. It's not a binary, right? To what degree? How much? How great of a provider can you be? There's a whole different level, right? And so when I hit my first 10K a month, that's when I feel got a little complacent, right? Or even my 20K a month, I was like, oh shit, I can travel, I can rent out a nice place, whatever. But then I realized, well, eventually my parents are gonna need serious medical care. It's not an if, it is a when. And I like to knock on wood for your family, my family, as much as possible. But it's just what happens when people get older. And at that point, we have a decision, right? Are we gonna be like, I don't know if we can pay for that, or get them to like a mediocre doctor or like bullshit, like you gotta wait and all the kind of things. Or you can be like, you know what? Where's the best hospital? Where's the best doctor? Get them a private doctor. How much is it gonna cost? 30 grand? Here we go. No flinching. Which guy do you wanna become, right? As well as what kind of education do you want for if you have children right now or for your future children? Do you want to get them to like a regular public school where there's going to be teachers with purple hair that's going to be instilling terrible belief system, crazy belief system into your children, which is going to affect their adulthood, childhood, and who they become as a person? Or do you want to get them into the best possible education possible? Do you want to put yourself and your family into like regular like coach economy, like sitting down? Or do you want to make sure you guys have a comfortable travel? Maybe get them into first class, maybe even a private jet at one point. Those things are going to cost money. And so it is really about, just because you've conquered one mountain of like 10K a month, whatever maybe, that does not mean it ends. It's a continuous, never-ending thing. Okay, you've climbed one mountain, congratulations, right? Smell the roses a little bit for sure. Then what's the next though? Otherwise, you're just going to feel lost, you get complacent, and you never grow. And when we're not growing, that's when we decay. Next, high risk tolerance. This is a common trait in not just only top producers and high ticket sales, but successful people in general, right? There's like high risk tolerance, meaning they'll just take risk after risk after risk. The people that don't end up becoming successful, people that are maybe average or mediocre or even below average, they're just so afraid of risks, right? They say they want to make a change in their life. They say they want to do this. They say like their actions don't match it, which is unfortunate, right? They talk a big talk, but their actions don't match it. So they're just so afraid, like they just crumble apart. They let their fear hold them back, whether it be again like going into a different industry or being challenged with their skill set, whatever it may be. Or like moving cities, like depending on what their situation is. But they're just so afraid of taking those risks that their life never gets anywhere. Or if it does, it's like such a slow path that by the time they get to where they want to go, they're like 60, 70 years old. At that point, what can we do? Like we don't have any energy left at 60, 70. Not as much as when we're in the 20s, 30s, even 40s, right? But the people that have become successful, even the most successful entrepreneurs you'll see, if you look at Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, these guys, like their risk tolerance, and people say I have a high risk tolerance, but compared to those guys, it's like there's levels to this game, right? And so it's always about taking risk after risk. And I'll give you one anecdote, right? So going into high ticket sales, again, like I did not know that was going to be the path for me, but I was like, I did not have the time to wait. Like, let me just go in and figure it out, right? Go into that company. I don't know that was going to be it, right? Let me just go in and figure it out. At this point, I've invested over $300,000 in mentorship, coaching, masterminds, whatever you want to call them. And some people say it's crazy, but it put me further ahead than literally most people, right? I'm not saying that I'm like the best and flexing all those kind of things. I have a long way to go, but that is because I do have a higher risk tolerance than most people, supposedly. Here's the thing, right? I'm a human being just like you. Sometimes like the older version of myself or like the weaker part of me goes, dude, like what if this doesn't work? Or dude, what if you lose all the things you've built up, whether it be like the money in the bank account or whatever it may be. And one time I was watching an Alex Hormozi video, and Hormozi was bring up a quote by Marcus Aurelius, and it goes like this: what are you afraid of losing when nothing in this world belongs to you? What are you afraid of losing when nothing in this world belongs to you? And this really hit with me. I don't know if this clicks for you, but it realized, right? I was like, man, yeah, I came into the world with nothing, and I'm gonna leave with nothing. Why am I so afraid of taking those bigger bets? Why am I so afraid of making those big risks? At the end of the day, I'm not gonna die. And it's not like I'm going to war in Afghanistan. I'm not doing that, right? It's just like we're talking about like cute shit, like online shit over here. And yeah, I came into the world with nothing. I'm gonna leave with nothing. So at the end of the day, like none of this belongs to me. Like these clothes don't belong to me. This laptop doesn't belong to me. This studio doesn't belong to me. So it was almost like a very soothing feeling of like, oh, so yeah, it's fine if I take those big bets. I'm not gonna die. I believe in my ability, even at like worst case scenario, to figure this out. I may not know how to do it. I'm not egotistical to do that, but I have self-conviction that given the right help, I can actually figure it out. Next, master your emotions, or your emotions will forever master you. What does this mean? Most people become a puppet to their emotions. So their emotions say, yeah, I'm not motivated, don't go to the gym. Okay, they stay in. They become, you know what, I don't know, that's a bit scary to go into a new industry. I don't know, that's a bit scary to move cities or do this, do that. Just stay where you are, man. Like, it's fine, like you're doing okay. They're like, oh, okay, that's fine. Literally, their emotions are the puppet master, and them as a person becomes the puppet, which is terrible, right? Not many people talk, I'm not a huge woo-woo guy. I'm not like, growth mindset, all the kind of like fluffy, I hate that. Right? But we're talking about emotion management here, which is one of the top traits of top producers, because most people, again, they get mastered by their emotions. They're literally a puppet, and it is an unfortunate thing to see, right? So as an example, whenever you hop off a sales call, you didn't close that deal, right? I used to get very frustrated. I was like, I used to have anger issues, right? I used to punch walls. I used to throw shit into the ground and all. I was like, that is my emotions mastering me. But what we want to do is the other way around, which is, okay, cool. It's like, I feel emotions. That's normal. As a human being, that's normal that I have emotions. That does not mean I need to get controlled and dictated by the emotions that I feel. It's very, very different. This is going to take, you may have to rewind this quite a bit, and so it takes some practice on and so forth. And I've taken like emotion management coaching programs, as crazy as it sounds. There's like 5K, okay? And I've read books on it. But how I look at it is, I look at it from like the most objective way possible, right? So when I feel emotions, whether it be fear, complacency, whatever it may be, right? Like self-doubt, I just look at them as if almost like I'm looking out the window and I see a bunch of cars or like birds, right? When I see cars, I'm gonna see like white cars, I'm gonna see black cars, red cars, I may see a Rolls Royce. Now, does that mean that I have to jump off my window and get hit by those cars? No, it doesn't. I can simply observe, right? So what the fuck am I telling you about this? Because whenever we feel emotions like anger, or whenever we feel complacency or fear, okay, we don't have to get involved by those emotions, right? Just because we feel fear or whatever, right? Oh, I'm afraid of doing this. That doesn't mean like we have to hold ourselves back from actually doing that, right? Especially when it comes to making a change in your career or whatever it may be. So again, this is going to take some time and for like a lot of practice to do that, but maybe it doesn't, right? Maybe that's another story that we got to get over ourselves. What I found is the most unsuccessful people and the most dangerous people, not in a good way, like in a bad way, like dangerous people, are emotional men. And it is probably the most unattractive, disgusting, and unsuccessful trait, emotional men. Or men that like just get controlled by their emotions. Does that mean that you gotta be a robot? Not really, right? It's just that instead of emotions ruling us, we use emotions. Which, by the way, is another beautiful thing you'll get from high ticket sales is the fact that, a lot of people get into high ticket sales, including myself, is to obviously make more money. That's really it, right? Make more money, have more freedom. But what I come to realize was that was simply just like the surface. And as we be in high ticket sales, our shit comes out. We notice that, at least for me, I noticed that, oh man, I suck at managing my emotions. I got to get better at that. And when you get better at that, guess what? Later on, when you start your own business, it becomes a lot easier. We talked about high ticket sales is, for a lot of people, is a bridge into entrepreneurship, right? Guess what? Running a business, a lot more stressful. I'll tell you that from somebody who runs a business, right? A lot more stressful in a way, but the outcome is worth it, at least for me. But from sales, high ticket sales, we develop those character traits of being able to manage our emotions. So it becomes a lot easier. When I am communicating with like people in my personal life, whether it be my friends or the woman that I love, that again, I'm able to do that because I can manage my emotions, right? Maybe there's some misunderstanding with my friends or whoever may be in my life, right? Instead of getting just like emotional about it, I can sit myself down. Now, am I a perfect human being? No, I just want to preface that, right? I'm not here that delusional yet to say that I'm like the most perfect. I slip up, right? I make mistakes. I'm a flawed human being in every way possible, but it has helped me way better than the person I was 9-10 years ago. Next, who we are on sales calls is a simple reflection of who we are outside of sales calls. So when a lot of sales reps or people come to me, they're like, "Hey Brian, like how can I close more deals? How can I get better sales?" And yeah, there's like tactical things we can do. But you ever see people, they're not the greatest salespeople, right? It's not like they say crazy shit on their sales calls, but for whatever reason, they're just like smacking deals and like closing a lot of deals, right? And oftentimes, I was wondering why that is happening. And there's different reasons for it, right? It's contextual. But one of the biggest reasons I found is like who they are as a person. So I'll give you an example, okay? There's one sales rep in particular when I was selling on an offer. And I took a look at his sales call. And it's not like he does crazy shit. It's like, but it's just that he comes off as a very confident dude, confident, welcoming dude, very disarming, right? So he's like, "Hey man, how's it going?" It's like very welcoming. You want to, you like trust this person. I don't know why. I just met you, but I trust you for whatever reason. You're so disarming, and I can say that you know what the you're talking about. You're on the ball. I can tell that I cannot bullshit you. And in that case, it's not like he's saying crazy shit, but who just he is as a person. Naturally, he was closing more deals. So people say it's not about what you say, it's how you say it. I take it one step further, which is who says it? Who's saying those words, right? If a confident person says that, then it's going to land a lot better than an unconfident person, right? So if a person says it, right, where you can tell that this person has the best of intention to you, then you're going to open up to that person a lot more than this person that may not seem like they have the best intention for you, okay? So yes, that is the biggest thing. And Sam Owens was talking about this. I don't know if you got it from Tony Robbins or whoever, but he says, business problems are simply personal problems bleeding into our business. Like the problems we have on the sales calls is like simply bled in by who we are in our personal life. So oftentimes I see sales reps, they're losing deals because they're not able to challenge the prospect, right? Let's say as an example, the prospect's like vaping or they're like laying down with their shirt off, like not paying attention on the sales call. But the sales rep did not challenge the prospect to become more attentive because, dude, we're here to talk about their goal. Why are they not paying attention, not taking this seriously? Like, should we not address that? But when I asked the sales rep, "Hey, like, why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you do anything?" He's like, "Oh, I was just afraid. What if I burned the lead? He's a qualified lead. He's making $20K a month. He's sophisticated." That is simply personal problems bleeding into the sales calls, right? Because oftentimes what I found is like the sales rep's not able to do that in his personal life. With their woman, with random people, they're not able to draw boundaries, not able to do that, right? If the woman's acting up or just throwing a tantrum, right? Then obviously we gotta sit them down and draw boundaries. Like, hey, you're not gonna do that. You're not gonna disrespect me as long as it makes sense, right? So I found that the people who can do that, like those people, when they hop on a sales call, they're able to just challenge because they're already doing it. You know what I'm saying? And as they go about their life, I'll give another example too. If somebody's just naturally good with people, right? They're like charismatic, cracking jokes. When they hop on a sales call, they're just gonna carry over the same person into the sales call. So they're gonna be having a lot better results right? So how do we emulate this? So there's usually two people, right? People say like, oh, all that matters is like what you do on the sales call. And the other extreme is like, oh, dude, all that matters is like what you do outside of sales calls. But like, they don't really talk about the tactics. I'm a fan of doing both, right? Because I'm not here to be romantic. I'm not here to be right. I'm just here to make a lot of money. Like, that's what I'm here to do, right? I found that both is good, right? Have an effective framework like the decision tree we talked about, as well as dial in your personal life as well. That does not mean that you gotta go on a fucking spiritual journey, ayahuasca. Don't be extreme. Hit the gym, right? Go to the gym, hit weights, get into boxing, do some sort of MMA fighting, right? That's gonna get you more active, right? It's gonna give you more drive. Get sunlight, so you have better energy. When you talk on a sales call, you don't come off like a limp dick like this. You come off more sharp on the ball. That's another thing too, right? As you go about your day, crack jokes with strangers, right? Be more personable. A lot of people ask like, hey, Brian, how can I get better sales quick? And how did you get good at sales quick? Well, I believe that, yeah, I learned from sales trainers. Those are good from my mentors. At the same time, I learned a lot of the foundational skills like challenging prospects, not, drawing boundaries and holding firm eye contact and speaking with conviction from the pickup artist community, right? Because before I got into sales, I was cold approaching and AKA talking to stranger girls, 50 girls a day for like 6-7 days a week for 3 months straight. And then after that, I kept doing it, right? So by the time I got into sales, like I was already, quote unquote, I guess in other people's eyes, good at, talking to prospects and challenging them and not letting them bind to their own limitations. And so these things that, I'm not going to go into the whole list on this video, but yes, dial in both the sales skills, the hard sales skills, as well as dialing in your personal life as well, both. Next one as well, as men, it is our responsibility to give the people that we care about the best life possible. I think just where the world is going, I think this is getting lost. And to me, fear, I was one of them, right? So this goes for whether a woman, our parents, or whoever else you care about deeply in your life. So I take it on as like a huge responsibility for me. So whenever my parents, like if they need or when they need medical care, it's my job, like get them taken care of, right? My woman, as an example, making sure like she has the best experiences, right? For her birthday, I took her to this hotel. I paid $3,000 to, have an amazing experience, nice dinner, and have a fun experience, going to the amusement park, water slides, those kind of things, and get her a Rolls Royce chauffeur to pick her up. And she said it was the best birthday of her life. Right. And also it's really leading, right? Leading our family, leading ourselves, and leading the people that we care about, right? It's like I don't go to my girl and be like, hey baby, like what do you think? Or like, where do you want to go? Where do you want to go? What do you want to do? No, it's like I'm the man. I'm supposed to find solutions, right? Okay, so let's do this. Okay, I'll pick you up here. I'll send you a car here. Let's do this. Let's do that, right? And so, yeah, that doesn't mean I'm not gonna like ask what they want to do, right? Like I might do that as well, but at the end of the day, it's crazy because whenever on a sales call and the prospect who's a male that says, oh, I gotta speak to my wife about what? I just want to get her thoughts. Like, what should I do, honey? I was like, to me, it's disgusting. I lose a huge level of respect for that person, to be fair. I mean, modern media and modern feminism and all the kind of shit has just ruined men, ruined women in general. So I guess, it is a tough situation, but if you're watching this, like, do yourself a favor, do not fall into like those people, right? I think the reason why women have become more masculine and they fall into like OnlyFans and all those kind of crazy shit is because men have stopped being masculine. And that's not to say like I'm like this crazy macho guy, like that's not doing that, right? But I just make sure that it's easy as possible for the people that I care about. If there's a problem, I'm the one that comes up with the solution. I'm the one that leads. And that's what we're supposed to do as men. Call me crazy. I know. It's not like in the Western world, they'll say like, oh, let's split the bill. Let's split the dinner check 50-50 and all the kind of shit. And I'm not like some like white knight saying like, oh, like girls are the best. Like I'm not talking about that, right? But we each other have a role, right? Women have their roles, right? Which is like respecting their men and, not being promiscuous, all those kind of things. And men have our roles, right? On this video, I'll just talk about our roles as men. So that is some of the success manifesto. I can't go all of it here, but if you also want to ingrain into the other success manifesto principles into yourself to get further ahead in your high ticket sales career, as well as life in general, that's what we help our members with as well inside of Real Sales System, okay? So you can go to the first link in the description box below, see if you qualify, and if so, you'll be able to schedule a consultation call. Okay, I added a bonus lesson here, which is my live sales call recordings. Obviously, some sales call recordings I cannot include it here free on YouTube because of privacy reasons, but I'll share some of them that I've gotten consent from the prospects, and you'll see how it works in real time. Enjoy.
That was more than I was expecting, I'll be honest.
I mean, you can pay me more if you want.
But also I'm thinking like, I could just use this mentor. I've only done like a couple calls with him, and like it's improved. So like I could do that. 7K like it's a steep.
You're worrying about the 7K when you should be focusing on the 15K months, and you'd be able to go to your parents like, hey guys, we're going to Europe.
I'm just scared, bro. I'm just scared of like, okay, the offer goes down, and like I'm just.
Let me show you how to overcome that objection.
Discovery is improving. Like in the month of January, I had like a 36% close rate, and then it increased like 44, 45. And so like my discovery is improving. I think for me it was just like kind of dealing with different kind of people because I'm on a trading offer, and I'm dealing with guys that are experienced, and experienced ones like I know the pain points. Obviously, like they're not doing well, that sort of a thing. But for me, it was just like guys that were more newer into the space that just started trading. It was hard to get like leverage in terms of uh at the end. Like I just felt like I didn't have enough ammo to be able to. What was that?
What do you mean? Not enough ammo.
Yeah, yeah. Like I mean, I just didn't have. I feel like enough leverage points throughout the discovery. I just felt like there was not a lot of pain that I was able to extract.
Oh.
And so, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I obviously just wasn't asking, I guess, the right questions, or um, I was kind of going about the path of like the pain in the trading where
Okay.
there wasn't a lot of pain there, and it's probably somewhere else. Yeah, exactly. So it's hard to find the where it was like going wrong.
I agree with some trouble. Okay, so what are you doing now to fix that?
So I got help from I was getting mentored by this one guy that the sales manager I'm on with. Like he's good friends with him, and he was doing like 30, 40K, and so I was being mentored by him. And it was helping my process as well. So I've been being coached by him recently.
How long have you been doing that?
About 2 months. Like just like occasionally we'll get on a call like once a week or uh like just like for like a call review.
Okay, I mean, 2 months is quite a bit, and it seems like things are going all well. So why not just double down on that?
Um, I don't know. He doesn't really have like a structured like program. Like he just does like coaching part time.
Okay.
Uh, so it's like it's working, but I feel like also at the same time, it's just not like super structured. Like I'll just get on a call with them, call review. It's only like an hour, and then like just kind of go about our day. And it's like I guess there's not like it's not like a structured process. If that makes sense.
Okay. I mean, is that affecting your progress?
I mean, I guess not, but I just feel like I want to be getting I guess, more help, right? Because I'm like a call review like every once in a while where like I'm not doing well, it helps.
Okay. Okay.
You know, obviously having more like a structured process and like other people around you that are also doing the same thing, you know, it's gonna help. It's gonna help you more.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna take action on something, then the problem needs to be worthwhile fixing, right? So, but you're not having the more, I guess, more hands-on support, and you're not having the right environment. What do you feel that's maybe doing to your progress and be able to scale your commissions?
I mean, I feel like I mean, I could be making more, right?
What are you doing in comps right now?
Last month I did 7,700, and then the month before that I did 10 and a half.
Okay. So is it kind of like the average, like 7 to 10?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, this is like a new like I just got on this offer like in January. Like January was my first full time like month on it.
Okay.
So I've only been on it for like 2 months. But yeah, like on average it's there. But I want to be able to like scale to like 12, 15.
Yeah, for sure.
Like,
Okay. So you said like the main thing is not building enough pain, right? So how many deals a week do you feel like you're losing out on because of that?
probably like three, 3 to 5.
Okay. What's an average commission per sale?
Like the math I had is like the average sales like 3, 4K.
Okay, cool. 10% commission, like three or four
Yeah,
homes, right?
yeah,
Okay. Do you have your calculator with you?
yeah, dude. On my phone.
Because I left mine in the other room. So let's do the math, right? So let's say conservatively $300 per sale times it by, let's say in the middle, 4 deals lost per week, right? So 300 times 4 times it by 4 weeks in a month.
It's 1,200 a week. It's 1,200 in a month. That's 4,800.
Okay, I mean that's not bad. What is that per year? Times that by 12 months.
57K.
Is it accurate?
Yeah, times 12. 4,800 times 12.
Okay. How do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, it doesn't feel good,
That's someone's salary, bro.
right?
That's that 15K a month. You're at 10 right now, or 7 to 10. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. So before you start talking to me, man, besides like the sales manager person, right? Besides that, were you looking for ways to build more pain so you can get to that consistent 15, or
So yeah, I mean, I was looking at different kind of mentors.
okay, what's preventing you from moving forward with those people?
Well, I haven't gotten on the call with them yet, but I've
Okay.
just seen like you guys are like the three that kind of look at the most. I mean, not as much, but you and pops up myself, and then just see him occasionally.
Okay. So why not go with
Um, I don't know. I talked to the guy that was being mentored by, and he was saying that you'd probably better to go with you than him, just because uh I think you have more experience, and yeah, just going more with you. But I haven't gotten on the call with him, and I don't really know what he does either.
maybe? I mean, if you look at someone's content, you get a pretty good idea, right?
Right.
So that's what your sales manager said, right? But what about you? Like ultimately, it's your goals and your responsibility, right? So from what you've seen so far, yeah, why not?
Yeah, I mean, I think with you, I think also obviously I've been trained by or I'm in uh, training, so I know more of you because through him.
Okay.
So I I know more of your stuff than I do because of
So you're in this group as well. So like, I mean, want to double down group and just keep doing that.
uh I like stuff. I think you already train more people or people that are already kind of doing like 5 to 10 or like you train more in terms of like getting better, and I think more of like offers and like beginners as well. I mean, obviously I've only been closing for like a five 4 months, but I think with years, I think you're training already people that are kind of at like already doing 10K a month, like more people that are already doing 10K a month. So I think being around more people that are already there um, is gonna push me more rather than only like a few people are doing like above 10K in this group. I think there's like three or four or like 4 or 5.
You see how we pre-handled like 3 objections by now?
Yeah,
You see that? Okay, cool. So step number one is being a great closer as well. It's a level of congruency, right? So because if we're gonna overcome our prospect's objection, we gotta overcome our own first, right? Right? We gotta be committed. We gotta be decisive on our own actions. Otherwise, if we don't do that, how are we gonna overcome our prospect's objections, right? You know what I mean?
right.
All right, cool. That's called a frame. All right, so let's do this, man, because I want to make sure what we do would actually work for you. So you mentioned maybe more frequent feedback, right? So when it comes to like building pain, I get that, but what kind of training or support do you feel like you need so you can really succeed?
I feel like I saw like in the demo thing, you guys have like coaching calls like daily.
Hmm.
Is that like that's like group coaching, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, so I feel like having daily group coaching calls or um just having more frequent coaching because I think with like twice a week, which is good. Um, but I feel like yeah, just more support where I can because I saw on like on the demo thing where it's like you get your calls reviewed, stuff like that on the daily coaching calls. So having those I think would be pretty good. And yeah, just having a community as well that are already doing more numbers than I am. Uh, and yeah, just the support system of being able to kind of get my calls reviewed more frequently. That sort of.
Okay. So let's say we get that, and you get that consistent 15 each month, right? Right. What's your life change from what it is now? Don't tell me something boring like reinvest or real estate.
How would my life change at 50?
Yeah.
I think right now, like I feel like I'd be able to be able to give, I guess more money to my parents because obviously like being able to make 15K a month, I'm able to give them even more, right? Um, so yeah, I feel like that's one of the bigger things. But I feel like honestly, I still kind of like a mindset of like I don't have a lot of money and like that I don't know, like I'll still like pay for stuff. And I'm like damn, like $6 for a coffee. Like I don't know, that's like for like my parents' upbringing. I don't know, but I just feel like even now, like yes, I'm not making like a crazy amount of money, but uh like even then, like even still spending stuff, it's like I still kind of think about it. So 15K a month, I feel like I'd still like I wouldn't have that kind of
I
feel.
mean, coffee is one thing, but what are some other choices where the money's dictating you instead of the other way around?
I mean, honestly, I don't really like buy a lot of things. Like I'll get clothes and stuff, but like I don't really spend my money a lot. Like I'll just um yeah, I mean, I don't really like buy because I'm still in college. I'm in college, so I don't really like buy like a ton of stuff. Um, I don't have too many expenses either, so it doesn't prevent me from doing a lot of stuff. I guess I could travel more, like even with like school and stuff. So like it's just more so like little things.
Okay. So if you're gonna put time and effort into something, if you're gonna get outside of your comfort zone, right? Because what you've been doing got you to where you are now, right? But if you're trying to get to here, that's gonna require a different level of skill set, you getting outside of your comfort zone, right? Different type of effort. So
Right.
at that point, then the outcome needs to be worth it, right? Otherwise, why even bother? Right. So is you giving more to your parents, is that the thing that's gonna make it worth it, or what's gonna be the thing for you?
I have a goal of like being able to like take them to like I have my notes of being able to take them to like Europe, pay for the trip
Okay.
like fully.
Amazing.
Yeah, like my whole family, like including me. That's probably like 12K for just doing that. So I had to.
A big family or what?
No, it's like four of us, but
Okay.
I mean, with expenses, all that from US to Europe is pretty expensive.
Yeah. Makes sense. Okay. Europe where?
Probably like Spain,
All right.
Spain.
I see. Yeah, I was in Barcelona a couple of years. It's nice.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I went there. I went there like 2 years ago. Yeah, it's nice.
Sangria, paella, tapas.
Yeah,
You know? All right. You're gonna
place.
fly coach or you're gonna fly business?
Um, probably coach. I mean,
So,
Well, let's say money, dude. Let's say money wasn't real talk. You and your parents. Correct.
yeah, I mean, yeah, business for sure.
Exactly right. Now, obviously, if you're gonna do business, that's gonna cost a bit. So I'm simply helping you understand these things so you realize like, okay, so I need to operate at a higher level. You know what I mean? But you being able to do
yeah,
that, man, you have to go to your parents like, hey guys, guess what just happens? The Euro trip, business class, pack your bags, your boy got you. Bro, how they make you feel being the son for them.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be great. I mean, they've never really traveled outside of like North America, so it'd
Nope.
be no,
Should be out there seeing the world.
yeah.
You know?
yeah.
So with the current skill set you have right now, how close are you to being able to do that?
Um, I mean, on this track, it'd probably take a while. Like, I mean, if I'm on this track, I would be able to by the end of the year, but like, I don't want to just stay here. Like, I don't want to just only be making 710. Because like also, uh, like some guys that I was working with on another offer, like they're closing now as well. Like we all start off as setters, and then they're closing now and making like 15K a month, 20K a month.
Are they so much smarter than you?
No.
No.
Right. So what happens if you don't, man? What happens if you just keep being where you're at? You see other people that are not smarter than you just going past you, and then you keep being the same guy, not able to give what you want to your parents. What happens then?
Probably be getting a bunch of FOMO, and well, for me, it's like not being able to do it would just be, I mean, kind of doing myself a disservice.
The service? How so?
These other people can, like I can too, right? But me not doing it is obviously up to me. And so if I'm not able to get there, if I'm not there, that means that I'm not doing something that I should be.
Yeah, and who are you letting down possibly?
Myself.
You want to settle for that?
No.
You don't have to do something about this now, right? You can just push it off until tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. Your prospects do.
Yeah, I mean, I could, but I mean, I don't want to,
Why not?
because I mean, the more I wait, obviously, the more time is like it's passing by, and it's just like wasted time.
Yeah. Are your parents getting any younger?
No.
I mean, listen, you seem pretty committed. I feel like what we do would work for you. So if you want, I can just walk you through what we do, how we do it, and really operate your high self as well as give more to your parents. Want to do that?
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right. How do they feel as a prospect?
Yeah. I mean, I felt pretty calm. I felt engaged. I don't really feel being sold to, even though like I know like that's like your framework. So like a normal conversation.
Yeah, how do you sell yourself? Right. So that's what we
Right.
train you on in real sales system. Okay, so our implementation program for 12 weeks. First thing we train you on is building more pain to prevent more objections, right? Because I think that's the main thing you mentioned, right? Well, newbies, you're not quite sure how to build that pain, so you end up getting objections and losing deals at the end, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, it's what you do is it's like a biz op conversation. It's a more emotional sales. And so how we do that is using something called a decision tree. You might have seen something like this online. Okay. Now, there we go. So because the reason why we have this is because sales scripts are great, but when was the last time a sales call went exactly how the scripts written out?
Yeah. No.
It just doesn't go, right? Because there's different scenarios that happen. As an example, if you ask this question, it could give you a problem or outcome. They could give you a vague answer. In that case, what do? Do you just brush past it or do you actually address it and get the actual pain point? This is where a lot of closers lose deals in the first 5 minutes, right? So we map out the scenarios. There's a lot of BizOps specific examples. We train plenty of guys that are in like that trading niche. Okay. So we train you on that. That way you can actually build more pain, prevent more objection, and be able to close more deals. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
What What's your thoughts on that?
So, excuse me. So with like the decision tree, like that's like what you that's like the curriculum essentially. Um, so what's like the structure in terms of like the coaching? Or are you gonna get into that?
We'll get to that too.
Oh, okay.
How do you feel about this though?
I mean, it looks good. I mean, the decision tree, if it works, then it works. Right?
Do you feel like it would work?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it would. And it works for your students, right?
Yeah, for sure. The guys send you Nick and also Alex, they're also in the trading niche too.
Hmm.
Yeah. The Nick 6x his comps, Alex 5 times his comps.
Yeah, yeah, I saw those.
Yeah. All right, cool. So next part is objection handling because objections still happen, right? And so if you don't have effective, repeatable framework for it, you're just keep losing deals after deal. A lot of people lose deals in objection handling because they don't know what to say, right? So they top off the call. No bueno. So the objection handling portion is all mapped out. Okay, money objections, time. I don't have the time. Partner, I gotta talk to so and so. Think about it. Let me think about it, right? And also a fear objection specific as well, right? Hey, I've been burned before. I think I can figure it out on my own. I don't make rash decisions on the spots. What if this doesn't work? Can I see some testimonials? That's all mapped out. The common fear ones you're gonna get over and over again. We all mapped out, right? So we've done the hard work of mapping out the next like spending months, years, right? So you don't have to. Now, is it a magic pill? No, it's tough to study and practice it. However, you don't have to do as much guesswork because it's all mapped out, right? And also, if you give me an objection, I'm just going to use one of these. So just good luck with that. Anyways, but having that objection handling portion, how do you see that helping you?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that would help, like having like a structured kind of next thing to say, or like a process of what route to go down and making sure that you're doing it correctly.
All right, for sure. And the last part is what you're asking about, which is the implementation and accountability. Okay. So that's when we do the actual coaching. So there's about 5 times a week group feedback sessions. Okay. So Monday to Friday. You don't have to hop on all of those, but you have that there. That way, if you have a problem you don't get solved, then you can get it fixed the same day or the next day instead of waiting like a whole nother week later, like you're kind of doing it. So either you can bring a sales call recording. It's like, man, I don't know what to do. Like, I don't know why I lost that sale. Bring the sales call recording. We can review it together, right? And then on that specific part, I tell you, okay, you said this, the pain was surface layer. You should have said this. That's what the objection happened. That way, you don't keep making the same mistakes over and over again, just losing out on deals, not even knowing what's going on. Right. So we have that as well as accountability. Okay. So if I see you slipping, then I'm just going to call you out on it. Right. So I'm not going to tell you what you want to hear. I'm here to tell what you need to hear. Right. That's why we're doing this work. Right. So are you open to that level of accountability, though, man? Because not everybody is.
No, I am. I think that's definitely what I need in terms of accountability. I do have a question, like with the group coaching, like how many people are on the calls?
About like five.
Really? 5 to 10?
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you've seen those crowded group calls where there's like 60 plus people in there. I'm sure we'll get to that at one point. The calls are more intimate, though. Right. Which gives you more than enough time to get the feedback that you need to get.
Okay. Yeah, 5 to 10. That's pretty small. Okay.
Yes, sweet.
Okay.
There's that. As well as when you're first enrolled, you want to do something called a one-on-one game plan session. Okay. What that is for your specific weaknesses, for your specific offer, we map out the action items that you need to do for the next 12 weeks in order for you to get to the consistent 15K months. Right. So we have that. At this point, to be fair, man, most people don't need more one-on-ones than that because, like I said, the group calls are more intimate. But let's say you go through the classroom material, let's say you go to the group feedback sessions, you're still stuck for whatever reason after that, then you can hit me up and we'll then happy to set up a one-on-one call after that, right? If you're not doing the group calls first, I'm gonna say let's go to the first, brother. But if still then, well then happy.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. And there's one more thing. Okay. Yeah, no, it slipped away. So the group calls every day, and then you said how long is it? Like how long is the program?
12 weeks.
12 weeks. Okay. So it's what, 4 months? No, 3 months.
Exactly.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, I remember now what I was gonna ask. Like regarding offers. So like I'm on offer right now. But still like obviously like I'm doing okay, but it's more like a starter offer. Like I'm the only closer. Like the call volume is kind of iffy.
Sure. Sure.
Obviously I don't want to like jump ship because obviously I don't want to do like the grass is green on the other side. But in terms of like offers as well, like I saw you guys do have offers as well. Like are you connect people with them offers and that sort of thing, or how does that work? Or do you?
Offer is a factor for sure. We're not denying that. Now, we don't guarantee placement. However, we do provide you either resources, training, or the network in order for you to put yourself in the best position to do that, right? So as an example, in the demo, you might have seen the offer board.
Yeah, I saw that.
So whenever a new offer comes your way, then we actually drop it. You know what I mean? So we have it there, as well as squeaky wheel gets the grease, right? So for our top students in terms of skill set or their work ethic, then now we feel more comfortable connecting them to the different recruiters or offer right? Again, not guaranteeing placement, but we have that in place as well.
Okay. So you're saying like if you see that I'm putting in the work all the stuff, then you'd be open to like connecting, like if you have like, connections with guys for offers that are already solid.
Yeah, again, not guaranteeing it.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay. What specific part of the program do you feel like would be the most helpful for you?
I think the accountability for sure.
Okay. So, man. Well, I don't really have anything else to go over with you. So the funds required for you to get the skills and be able to go to your parents and really take them out to a nice Euro trip is 7K.
7K.
Where do you want to go from here?
That was more than I was expecting, I'll be honest. So that's like the only like that's like the one mentorship you have?
I mean, you can pay me more if you want.
No. I mean, like I didn't know if there was like a um kind of like a like kind of like community.
Nah. And you don't need that either.
What do you mean?
You're looking for the easier way out.
Like in what way?
Is that what you're asking? Like, do you have like a cheap school stuff? Is that what you're asking?
Not like a cheap school stuff, but like I just assume that that would be like high like the higher ticket would be more like just like all one on one or something like that. I don't know.
All one on one. If you want to just only one on one, just pay me 12 grand. We meet once a week for 1 hour. That's what people pay. We can do that too.
Right. Well, I mean that's basically what I do right now.
And there we go. Then here's the more frequent touch points.
Well, 12K, 7K, 5 by 3.
Will he be congruent?
Hmm?
Let's find out.
What is that?
Will he be congruent? Let's find out.
This is really it's not really about congruence. It's just like I feel like
Kind of is.
well, I mean like it is, but like the guy that I'm already like training with right now, like what I'm thinking is like the guy that I'm training right now, like I'm still improving
Okay.
and like I could just like pay him more to like just continue learning. Like this is me just being honest, right? Like obviously like I know like yours is help, right? I know like you already have a structure in place, all that stuff. Um, but also I'm thinking like I could just use this mentor. I've only done like a couple calls with him and like it's improved. So like I could do that. If that makes sense.
Yeah, you could. What did you say when I asked you that?
What did I say? What?
Hey, why not just double down on the guy you're training with right now? What did you say?
Yeah, because like I mean, he doesn't have like a structure in place. But I mean, like if I'm able to meet with him like more often, it's like it'd be the same thing as like the one-on-one calls, you know? Because like that's a one-on-one call.
Maybe, depending on the quality of the SOPs and the trainings and all that builds. Why not do that?
I mean, that's not the I'm like. But obviously, I'm throwing objections, but I know like the objections don't do anything. But like, yeah, it's just 7K. Like it's just steep, you know?
Scary, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting like 4 or 5, you know?
You ever get their objection from your prospects? Yeah, it's quite a bit of money.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Let me show you how to overcome that objection. Yeah. Okay, because it doesn't matter what happens at the end of this call, I want to make sure you can take away something you can use. Because I want to help you close more deals. That's what we're here. Right? So we'll go through a role play. Answer as yourself. You'll be the prospect. I'll be the closer. Right? Like I said, answer yourself. I'll break down what we're doing as we go along. Okay. All right, cool. So the first step is isolating the objection, right? So I'm gonna say, not a problem. Money aside, would you do it?
Yeah,
Why though?
because I know it would help me 5 times a week. Huh?
Help you do what?
I mean, close more deals, make more money. Um, so I know that like it would help. So that's why I would do it.
That makes sense. And the 7K, does that work within your current budgetary constraints?
I mean, it does in a way. Like if I had to pull from savings.
Okay. So is it more so the upfront amount, or if we could help you break this up into smaller chunks, would that make it easier for you?
Yeah, I mean, it would make it easier.
Okay, cool. So far what we've done is we've isolated the value objection, right? So I asked you money aside, would you do it? You said yes. Okay, value is out the window. Like objection handling is not about opening more doors. It's about closing all the other doors. So you only have one way to exit, which is the sale. Right? So the value door is shut. Now we're going to the money door. Okay. Okay. So let's break into smaller chunks because as you can imagine, people don't have these skills yet, like building pain. They may not have the whole upfront amount to the whole thing all at once. Right. So let's break into half and half, right? Half down to start, another half 30 days later. Would that make it easier?
That'd be what, like 3,500 and then 3,500 next month.
Exactly.
Would you be able to do like 3,500 now and then 3,500 at like the end, or
At the end, what do you mean?
like at the end of the 3 months.
Typically don't, my man.
You said what?
We typically don't, man. Can you do that? 3,500 to start, 30 days later, the other half.
35, yeah, it'd be like 3,500 now and then 3,500 like at the end of the 90 days.
30 days from now.
I mean, sorry, at the end of the 12 weeks. Right, that is 90 days. Yeah,
Nah, 30 days from now.
like next month.
Or it could piff like a savage.
But what if it's like, what if there's like not a lot of improvement? So like, what if like the offer goes down and then,
You're looking for a way out.
well, no, I'm just saying like this offer, like I'm not saying it's the offer, but I'm just saying like what I'm scared of is like this offer is still kind of new. If that shit goes down,
Yeah, yeah.
like say for some reason like the lead flow, because like the lead flow's kind of been iffy, right? So it's like if the lead flow goes down and like I'm cooked and I'm not even on offer for like two of those months.
I mean, I'm willing to put in the work, but what if lead flow goes down? I'm not able to make more commissions to pay off the other balance. Is that kind of your concern, or help me understand?
Yeah, yeah. Like my concerns would be like, yeah, if I don't have like there's not enough call volume or whatever, and I'm not able to
Yeah,
even take advantage of the help because it's like
yeah,
some reason like the offer goes down.
yeah. No, totally good. Okay, so help me understand. With your current offer right now, how many sales calls do you have on your calendar each week on average?
Uh, like last month I only took like 50 calls.
Yeah, I would recommend. Okay, and you say you're the only closer, right?
Yeah.
So could they give you more calls, or is it not happening?
Well, it's just like the calls. Like I'm the only closer, so it's like the calls. It's just based off of volume of like how much the setters are doing. So it's like that's like the max that we've been able to do.
Yeah. How many leads are in this year? How many phone numbers?
Um, I think like 2,000.
It's not bad. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. So whenever you get an empty space or notion on your calendar, we're gonna give you SOPs and training on how to actually go close those leads. Okay. Now all these opt-in leads, what kind of leads are these?
It's like it's they opt into like the free Discord. They join the free Discord, and the setter hits them up, or like it's like a funnel. Like we're not getting like a lot of funnel bookings like at all. It's just all mainly the setters hitting up the free Discord people, seeing if they want more help. If they want more help, then they get them on the calendar.
Very cool. So I'll give you a DM script. Go into the Discord channel, DM those people, book them into a call, and negotiate higher commissions on those self-setting calls with the business owner. And I'll tell you what to say.
Hmm.
So you do that. If you still want to get another offer, man, like I said, I'm happy to connect you with the recruiter, right? And then more than happy to, and then I'll show you something too, right? I don't know if you saw this in the demo, or I don't know if I included that, but we have a section called offer acquisition. Okay, so basically going over, okay, so what's a good offer, what's a bad offer, how to find a criteria, okay? As well as, okay, like how do you structure your intro loom video that way you have the highest probability of actually getting the interview and actually closing that, right? And also offer owners and recruiters are going to have objections for you too. Just like how prospects have the objections to you, just like how you're giving objection to me, offer owners are going to have objections too. Like, hey, you lack experience. We'll let you know. I'll talk to so-and-so from the company and let you know. In that case, what do? Do you just hop off the call saying, hey, no worries, just let me know? Or are actually standing there overcoming their objection?
No, yeah, I'll be honest, not happening.
We've helped our students do this where they say, hey, you lack experience. And then I told them what to say. They said it word for word. They got on a call and like they closed that. And then he's getting ramped up right now. And then he's probably starting like this week or next week. It's for an influencer. They have 200K YouTube subs. And then according to them, the closers are making 15K to 30K monthly commissions in that offer. Right? Again, I'm not guaranteeing this, but we do have resources like this where if that's your main concern, like I said, dude, if you're coming in here and putting in the work, and then if you're not going to disappear, which I don't think you will, but if you're actually committed, making work, busting your ass, then I'm here to help you. If you're not, obviously, then it's like whatever, right? But if you are, then I'm here to help you.
Yeah.
Something Matt Ryder told me is former CEO of 7th Level, right? what Matt Ryder told me is that, dude, sometimes you gotta put yourself in a position where you're forced to figure shit out.
Yeah, no, and I mean, I've done that. Like at the beginning, when I first invested into myself,
Yeah.
like when I first got into a mentorship for sales, like I financed it. Like it was like a 6K or 6.5K mentorship, and I only had like 2,000 to my name. Like I bet on myself to do it. Um, so like, I put myself in an uncomfortable spot, and I made the money back. It's just, yeah, 7K though.
You're worrying about the 7K when you should be focusing on the 15K months and you be able to go to your parents like, hey guys, pack your bags. We're going to Europe.
Yeah, no, I know, I am.
Just chilling on the business class flight instead of coach.
Yeah. Okay, so could we do three today, three next month, and then 1K the last month, and then like that's like for sure I do it.
Bruh, it's just 1K difference. It's like $500 a month difference. Let's go for it, man. 3,500 clean, 3,500. 30 days later, get to work. Fucking go for it.
I thought it was 6K though. I thought it was 6K.
I know it's in the thumbnail, right? We raise it. We're gonna keep raising it, my man.
That was like a marketing thing, bro.
Marketing thing did. At the time, it was 6K. Now it's 7K. Wait more, it's gonna be 8K, 9K, 10K.
When did it get raised? I'm just wondering.
I think it was like 2 weeks ago, something like that. 1 or 2 weeks. I don't know.
So you can't give me like the six price, bro?
Bruh, you're worrying about the 1K. You're gonna worry about the 1K? You're gonna be that prospect or you're gonna focus on, you know what, dude, 15K months. Let's get after it. I wanna be a savage.
All right, bro. All right, bro. All right. So 3,500 today, and then 35 next month. That's not. I mean, that's not bad. I'm just scared, bro.
Of course.
Like I know, like I'll be fine, like financially, but I'm just scared. It's like, what if, like, I don't know, like confidence in terms of I don't know, like some, like I'm just scared of like, okay, the offer goes down, and like I'm just fucked. And then obviously, I'll find a way to get another offer, but like, so like you, okay, I'll just do it, bro. I'll say it.
Well, I want to first say that I'm here to assure that you're supposed to feel scared because you're getting outside of your comfort zone.
Right.
Like the feeling in your stomach you feel right now, that tension, that's what your prospects feel. So now you know.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, there's something you can tell to your prospects as well. But where does change happen? Inside of your comfort zone or outside of it?
What's time of like the coaching calls every day, actually?
You didn't answer my question.
Sorry. Did you ask?
Yeah.
What was that question?
Inside of your comfort zone or outside of your
Yeah, outside of my comfort zone. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. To answer your question, coaching call, 15 minutes from now.
All right. Well, let me get my card, and then I'll pay, bro. You can help me get to like 15K a month. Like I know it's possible. Like 15, 20K a month. Like I know it's possible. Other guys are doing it, but it's just like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense, but
I hear that it's scary at the end of the day. If you don't back yourself up, then who will?
yeah,
You know, you said the kids that are making more money than you, right? And you said they're not smarter than you. You know why they're further ahead?
probably because they're working harder.
Well, because they're more dumb. They're naive. Because right now you're overthinking, which I get. I've been in your shoes. But with those people, man, they're not overthinking it. While everybody's else in the starting line, just like, hey, what if this, what if that? They've already taken steps forward, bruised their knees a couple times, sure, but they're a lot further ahead because they're more naive. I don't know about you, man. That pissed me the fuck off. That's when I said enough is enough. Let me start walking then. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I know I have to start walking.
Yeah.
So you're gonna be at the starting line, man. You're just gonna start walking.
No, I'm gonna start walking. Man. I'll start walking.
So let's literally start walking to your wallet. How about that?
All right, bro. I'll be right back.
All right, that's not good. I just dropped it in the chat. Once that's done, we'll get you rocking and rolling. So let me know. In the meantime, I'll help your orientation get set up in the background. Let me know if that works.
Logging in. Yep.
And then in terms of your course access, man, do you want that to go to the same email you booked the call? The Gmail one?
Yes. Yeah. And so it'll auto charge me next month, same time. Okay. The same card?
Yeah.
Making sure what time. Yeah. All right. I paid it, bro.
Spirit. Sounds sad, bro.
No. I just haven't invested into myself in a while, to be honest.
Gotta do it from time to time, man. That's how you get better, right?
Yeah.
Sweet. You're good to go, man. How do you feel?
Feel good. I mean, I don't really feel too much, like too different.
Do you want to drop that email that you want to get access to the course platform and everything?
Oh yeah.
Just drop in the Zoom channel, just copy paste it. But yeah, man. If you have nerve, excitement, normal, use that as drive to get after it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we'll do.
I just sent that to that email. So if you check your email, you should get an invitation from school to join Real Sales System.
Oh, wait, I think I'm in now. Okay, yeah, I'm in now.
Honestly, it comes down to whether I can afford it right now because of my previous, like I said, debt obligations and my low income right now.
Money aside, do you feel like this could help you get to your goal?
I can't do that right now. I just want to get some more information on it and know that we're a good fit based on your free information before I sign up for that.
Hey, you don't have to do something about this now. You can just keep doing the basic YouTube, try to figure it all out on your own, have another 3, 6, 12 months.
That's the thing. I don't know. I think maybe it's just.
Well, I'll just say if a prospect told you that.
I'd be like, hey, that's your prerogative, but it looks like the IRS is going to keep deducting money from your account until you go with us because we're the only way out of this.
So how about you take your own advice? Obviously, you want to close more deals, but what do you feel you need help with specifically?
I thought it was I think it's getting to the client's pain because right now I work at a tax relief firm and we've got people that range from anywhere from $5,000 in debt to $100,000. And I honestly, I would love to say it's a specific thing, but I probably just suck at sales, at closing, because the things where I excel at, like my previous sales jobs were door to door, in person, like when we had to swap out cable boxes, back in the early 2000s. Then I did book memberships, at a bookstore. Then I've done mortgages. That's a little bit easier because they have that intent is there already.
Is this cold calling, by the way, or is it like inbound or outbound?
At the tax relief agency?
Yeah.
That is, I wouldn't say it's cold calling. But I don't think that they know that they're on a list because they search for something on Google like, I owe $5,000 in taxes. And then all these tax relief firms get the exact same leads. And usually whoever makes contact first.
Yeah. So they're looking for something. It's not like they're not even looking for a solution.
Right.
Okay, cool. We can work with that. So what are you doing to build more pain and get better at sales now?
Right. I've got a script. They've got a script that I'm just following, and I've modified it based on like what I've seen in your videos on YouTube.
How long have you been doing that?
I started in November. I found your videos maybe last week.
Okay. So you've been doing it for quite a bit. So like, what are you seeing in your results that's making you feel like maybe you kind of suck at sales?
I don't know. I mean, like the first month I started, I was doing fairly well. I got like 6 closes my first week.
Okay.
And then I just noted it going down. And maybe it was a season because like after the holidays, after the New Year, it started picking up again. But
Yeah.
I did notice that like whereas the other people that started at the same time as me,
Yeah.
they got way more closes and they had previous phone sales experience.
Okay. All right.
And they've already moved up into better queues and stuff like that. So they're getting better leads.
That
Whereas
makes
I'm
sense.
stuck with
Yeah.
like really crappy leads.
Okay. I mean, we gotta work with what we got, right? So,
Right.
what do you feel like you may be doing on the calls, or maybe not doing, that's causing you to lose out on deals that you should be closing?
That's the thing I don't know. I think maybe it's just being more conversational because
Yeah.
whenever they talk to me, I'm like,
Yeah.
hang on, I'm taking notes here. And if I go silent for any reason, it's not
Okay.
because I'm not listening. I'm taking notes for the experts to take a look at. And I'm automatically
Yeah.
communicating that, hey, I'm not the expert.
Yeah, and when you're talking to someone, and let's say that other person's like just kind of silent and just there's like a buffer between the talk, like
Mhm.
how do you feel they're kind of viewing you as?
They're like, I think they're like, oh, come on, let's get through this already.
That makes sense. Okay, but why look at maybe some outside help with this now instead of just, I don't know, you said watching YouTube, so why not just watch more YouTube and hope and pray that you figure it out?
Um, you know, I like to speed up learning.
Okay.
That's one thing that I've learned in my life. If I can speed up the learning, that's better. But I do like, and I'm definitely want to implement more of your free stuff before I sign up for any program with you. I just want to get some more information on it so I have a goal to work towards and know that we're a good fit based on your free information before I sign up for that.
Yeah. Well, I'll just say if a prospect told you that. Hey,
Mhm.
listen, I have this problem, but I just want to do more free stuff and just take longer to get to my goal.
I would be like, yeah, I'd be like, hey, that's your prerogative, but it looks like the IRS is going to keep deducting money from your account until you go with us because we're the only way out of this.
Yeah. So how about you take your own advice?
Fair enough.
Because ultimately, what do you value more, man? Money or time?
Time.
Why time?
Because time's worth more than money.
Yeah, I mean, money, once you have the skills, you can keep making more back, right? But
Well,
the thing about time is that once it's gone forever.
exactly.
Yeah. So how do you feel like your perspective on it needs to change that way you don't have to keep going downhill while your peers are going up?
Wow, that's right.
How do you feel like your perspective on that needs to change?
Well, I need to start valuing time more.
Yeah.
I need to actually do the things that confirm that show that I value time more.
Yeah. And we both know you need to, but are you willing to take proactive actions, man? Otherwise, I don't know. Things are going down.
Yeah, you're right. I'm willing, definitely. Hmm?
Why?
Because I need to earn more money. I need to earn more money.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the gist of it. And the sooner I can do that, the better off I'll be.
I don't blame you on that. Okay, we just pre-handled your objection. All right. Now let's move on to the next day. So let's do this, okay? Because I want to make sure what we do would work. But I guess besides the basic YouTube that we've been seeing, because it's only like a little bit, but were you out there looking for ways to actually get better sales and close more deals, or what else have you been doing?
Yeah, I mean, like, for example, I listened to your vague customer video. I listened
Yeah.
to your type A customer video because I have those two types of customers on the phone
Yeah,
constantly.
of course.
And I feel like for the type A one, I find myself rushing through those conversations and going at their tempo instead of going at the tempo that needs to be.
Why?
Hmm?
Why?
I don't feel confident. I mean, like, I figure part of me is like, hey, great, we can close this deal. I just got to show them it's a good value and I
Yeah.
can do it. And like, the sooner I can do that, great. With the vague customers, it's like, okay, now it's like pulling teeth. And
Pulling teeth.
yeah,
What do you mean by that?
well, I mean, it's like, all right, if this is not urgent for you, there's nothing I can do to help you. When it becomes a problem, come back to us.
Yeah, kind of like how you did, like a minute
Yeah,
ago.
exactly.
Give me
Yeah.
trouble. I mean, that's why I enjoy working as sales professionals like yourself, by the way, because sales is kind of like a mirror, you know?
Mhm.
Like if you are the one keep giving like vague responses, or if you don't have urgency, then how can you help your prospects have urgency?
Right.
You know what I mean? And the reason why I can talk to you with urgency is because I have urgency with my goals.
hmm
And so it's congruent. Make sense?
hmm
Okay, cool. So let's just say I can help you with that, right? Add more urgency. In terms of support, what kind of support do you feel like you need so you could close more deals and get to your goal?
Um, I mean, like, it'd be great if I think it's going to be impossible to share recorded calls. Um, I can share a script, but like based on your videos and like based on my own experience, having a fixed script for every single client that
Mm,
has a different background and different need, I don't think that's going to work. Like having some sort of uh, flow chart or like
sure.
way of thinking, like, and then just like learning good habits so that
Mm,
I can be more spontaneous and think of the ideas quicker rather than having to read a script or
yeah.
uh, like, oh, hang on, let me look up this question here that I had to ask you next.
Yeah. Because imagine what's going to prospects mind as you're doing that.
Right, right.
Uh-huh. Okay, that makes
And
sense.
just be able to like be more in the moment and understand their answers because we have to understand their problem.
Yeah.
But we also need a lot of data from them. We need to know their income, their expenses, what assets they have.
Yep.
Are they married, filing single? Are they married, filing separately, married, filing jointly, single? And it's like all these other like check boxes that we have to tick and that I have to input, but I want to be present during the conversation so
Of
that I
course.
can have that conversational jujitsu with them.
Yeah, for sure. So let's say you learned that. What's the goal? Like, how much commission would you like to be making on a monthly basis? Let's say 3 months from now.
Well, their top sellers do between 20 to 30K a month.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about for yourself?
For me,
Yeah.
I'd be happy if I was doing 15K a month, but I'd be
Okay.
comfortable if I was doing 15K a month.
Well, the thing about
From
comfortable is you don't want just what's happier, what makes you comfortable. What do you
Right.
actually want?
No. Well, I mean, the reason for this job is doing I'm doing a remodel on a third property I bought.
Great.
Um, and so I need the funds to pay for the construction and the monthly interest costs. So for me, as long as that's working, the other businesses grow. But from a sales perspective, just having the skills and knowing that I'm the best at something, not
Yeah.
even the best, just like good at something. And so that I can close my term rental clients would
hmm
be like, okay, I can learn these skills here, transfer it here, and use it in other facets of my life.
Okay.
That's the goal for me. So it's like, yeah, I mean, I would measure myself and have that confidence in myself to sell anything based
Okay.
on my ability to be one of the top salesmen at this company.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Tony Robbins has a saying, right? Which is you take you with you,
Right.
meaning that wherever you go, it doesn't matter different industry or not, different business. If you have the skills, you can get there. If not, like it's gonna keep following you around, right? So
Mhm.
okay, so like around 15, 20K, and where are you at now? So we can see the gap.
Yeah, that's pretty low. I'm on base salary, and we're not
Okay.
able to collect commissions until we do over 15K in sales per cycle, per pay cycle.
Okay. So what's the base at the moment?
Right now, it's about $16 an hour, so about 2,000 a month net.
I see. Okay. So how would things be different though? You being able to actually, you have the skills, top salesman, making 10, 15, 20K. The property, that's it, right? But what else would you be able to do with the extra money coming in that you can't do now?
Well, just keep reinvesting in my side business. That's the thing. And with that, I get
Yeah.
that financial freedom, and then I'd be able to quit this
Okay.
job. like having the skills are more
Yeah.
important than the job and the money because with the skills, the money comes.
What does the financial freedom look like for you, man?
Working on my own cartoons. I'm an animator.
Oh, all right. Interesting.
Yeah.
So is that the main driver or what's the main driver, man? Because if you're going to put in all this work, get outside of your comfort zone, put in all this work, then the payoff needs to be worthwhile,
Mhm.
right? So what's that North Star for you?
Are you talking about like financial? Like, what's the goal
Well, in
financially?
terms of what you want to be able to do, right? It's like you being able to like, is that like your ideal life? Like you being able to like draw cartoons and anime or what's the
Right.
end you're
So,
chasing?
I mean, I want to have my own animation studio, and
Okay.
I've got like a couple of animators in mind. I know their base salary, and I know what it costs to get them on board so that we can crank out cartoons fairly quickly. Even if the cartoons never made money, the goal
Okay.
is to have a different source of income
Okay.
so that I don't have to worry about it, so I can have that financial freedom and creatively make the cartoons the way I want.
Why is that important? The cartoons.
That's what I do. That's what I do. Telling the stories that I want to tell,
Okay.
telling it the way I want to tell it, visualizing it the way I want to visualize it,
Okay.
having that control.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that's pretty much it. Like
Okay.
creative expression.
Okay. So that's the main driver for you.
Yeah.
Okay. So you being able to do that, where you can quit this job, you can just draw cartoons, you're doing your anime studio. What would that do for you?
No, give me a pretty comfortable life. Yeah. I mean, I'd be able to live life on my terms,
I mean, you're kind of comfortable now.
but I'm not living on my terms. I'm comfortable in the sense that everybody gets, it's like water. It settles at the level it settles at.
Okay.
It takes the form of wherever it's at, and it's not taking the form of what I want to take it, the form that I want.
So what happens if you don't do anything about this and you
I'll
keep
probably
at
stay at the
2 grand a
same
month?
level.
What happens at that
I'll,
point?
I'd stay at the same level as that.
What's the day-to-day ramifications?
Less money, more
Mm-hmm.
stress. Uh, like right now, I wake up at 4:30 in the morning. I get home at 9. I'm in bed at 10. Yeah,
Jesus. You want to settle for that?
I tell
Hey, you don't have to do something about this now. You can just keep doing the basic YouTube, try to figure it all out on your own, have another 3, 6, 12 months.
I could, but I mean, I'd rather not. And if honestly, it comes down to whether I can afford it right now because of my previous, like I said, debt obligations and my low income right now. So like this 2,000 a month is right now is what I got to work with, and about 66% of that, 67% of that is going towards paying for the construction costs and the mortgage on a new place. So that's
Also about being resourceful.
right.
Because there's a difference between having resources and being resourceful. Because listen, I've talked to people that live in India making $200 a month.
Mhm.
They've go found money.
Mhm.
So given that you found what you're looking for, are you willing to get resourceful so you don't have to end up in the stressful situation?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I could do that. Yeah.
All right, cool. So based on what you told me, what we do at work. So if you want, I can just walk you through what we do, how we do it, and help you make that happen.
Okay.
Want to do that?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Cool. How do they feel as a prospect?
Comfortable. And I mean, like, I know I can be resistant, but at the same time, I feel like I'm pretty open sometimes about my goals. So I mean, it felt natural speaking to you.
For sure. So that's what we help you with. By the way, that was all from the flowchart.
Okay.
That was all scripted. Yeah. So that's what we help you with in Real Sales System. That's our implementation program. Okay. So that goes for 12 weeks. The first thing we're going to work on is productizing your sales calls using the sales decision tree. Okay.
Mhm.
Because I think you mentioned that sometimes you don't really go deeper into pain and sometimes you're not quite sure where to take it with vague prospects. And because of that, you end up losing deals.
Mhm.
Yeah. So that's because you're not you may have a script, but you may not know where to take the different scenarios that happen, right?
Mhm.
Because when was the last time a sales conversation when exactly how the script's written out? I can't remember. You know what I mean? So in order for us to solve that, I'll actually show you. This is what it looks like. You may have seen a little bit of online. There's little pieces of it, but there's the whole structure. Okay. So
Okay.
you talk about going deeper into pain. If they say this, you go here. If they answer it this way, you take it there.
Mhm.
So what that does is, don't get me wrong, you still have to study some practices a lot. It's not a magic pill. But what that does is now gives you more predictability and consistency in your sales calls to go deeper, even with the vague prospects, so you can actually close more deals.
Mhm.
Make sense?
Right.
What's your thoughts on that?
I like it. I like
Yeah,
it because it's sort of like the way I navigate problems at my rental properties. And this is with existing tenants. So if they do this, I do that. If they do this, I do that. It's sort of like
exactly.
zagging. Um, so it's a process I understand better than, and it would definitely help to find a way to apply that to any sales process.
Exactly. So that's the first part. Next part is pipeline closing. Okay. Because a lot of people just focus on what's happening in the sales call, but what they're not focusing on is how to close deals during your no shows and your off time.
Mhm.
Right? Because if you're not leveraging that, then you're usually losing out on tons of sales in the meantime.
Mhm.
Right? So how we solve that is we help you close deals from follow-ups. Okay. And you also said that people opted in.
Mhm.
We help you how to close from that, how to close from referrals. Okay. If you have upsells and renewals, we give you SOPs, scripting, and trainings for that. That way, you know exactly what to say when you're picking up the phone to be able to actually close deals. Not just relying on the inbound, right? But being able to
Mhm.
close them. Okay. Which you gives you another stream of those commissions that are coming in.
Mhm.
Okay. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
How do you feel about that?
That feels pretty good because, I mean, right now, the way it works is, when I get somebody on the phone and they're at their job and they're like, can you call me back at this time?
Yeah.
Part of it feels like a blow off and they answered the phone without knowing that they were going to be marketed to. And two, it's like, okay, if they do show up, they already feel a little bit uninvested
Mm, yeah.
because they're like, oh, I'm a man of my word, so I'll just answer this phone call right now.
Like reluctantly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
So we'll work on that. All right. Last part is implementation and accountability. Okay.
Hmm.
Because the problem with most sales trainings is that, okay, here's like 300 recorded videos, adios, good luck, figure it out.
Hmm.
Right? In that case, some people can figure it out, but most people just they don't know what to do. Right? So how we structure that is, yeah, there's obviously SOPs and training videos. Obviously, go through that, but the main part is the implementation. So we have 5 times a week group training sessions on Zoom. Okay, you don't have to hop on all of those, but it's there if you need it, and so you can actually role play and get feedback from me. Okay.
Hmm.
If you have a call recording, you can bring it as long as we don't show their face. That's all Gucci. That's all
Hmm.
fine. I can give you feedback. All right. There's also
Hmm.
one-on-one sessions as well. Now, just to be clear, these aren't like, hey, let's have a one-on-one and just talk about whatever. But when you first enroll, we have a game plan session. So giving you specific action items based on your specific situation. Okay. So we have that. That way, you're not only just knowing how to do it, but you can actually do it and do it well.
Hmm.
Obviously, it's for your responsibility to implement it. But as long as you have that, we have the support. Okay.
Okay.
Does it all make sense with the structure we just laid out?
It seems like you have 5 Zoom sessions a week, and you have one-on-one sessions where we can talk. I did not quite understand the point of the one-on-one sessions. I mean, it sounds
Yeah,
like
it's
a
for specific parts. Like, for example, like when you first enroll, there's a game
Mhm.
plan session. Basically, okay, here are the specific action items. We do that, right? And
What do you
also,
mean by game plan?
so that's what I mean is based on your situation, setting specific action items because everyone's situation is a
Okay.
bit different. So, okay, first do this, second do this, and third do this. In your case, I'm going to
Mhm.
tell you probably you're not going deeper into pain, so we need to work on that. You're probably
Mhm.
not doing enough activity, so we're going to work on that. How to close these from no-shows.
Okay. Okay. Fair
All right.
enough. Sounds
Do you
good.
feel like this could help you get to where you're wanting to go?
Definitely.
Why is that?
Well, I mean, just having somebody be like, do this, this, and this would
Yeah.
make it so much easier for me because then I can go in with the game plan for the day at the job and execute. and come back the next day with results and either do it with talk it over with the Zoom group or do it in the one-on-one session.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I don't really have anything else to go over with you.
Okay.
So the funds required for you to get the support, get to 15K a month, get rid of the stress is
Okay. And what are the options for paying?
painful.
Paid in full?
Yeah.
I can't do that right now.
Mm-hmm. Money aside, do you feel like this could help you get to your goal?
Absolutely.
So is it more so the upfront amounts, or if it could help you break this up into smaller chunks, would that make it easier for you?
Absolutely. If you could break it up in a smaller chunks, that would definitely help.
Okay, so let's say break it up because, as you can imagine, people don't have these skills and processes yet. They may not have the whole upfront amounts, right? So in that case, we can do half down to start, and another half 30 days from now. Does that make it easier?
Do you have something like a Klarna or something, or an Afterpay?
Potentially. Are you American citizen, or how does it
Yes.
work?
I'm an American citizen, pretty good credit.
Okay,
So,
potentially, but you may not get approved for that. So does the half down, half later, does that work?
that's still too much. Right
Okay,
now.
so let's do a bit smaller, right? Let's say we do a month for 3 months, 30 days apart. Would that work?
For 3 months, let's see.
Mhm.
No, I can do 1 month for 6 months.
Yeah, we usually don't do that. So like 3 months, that would be the smallest one.
Um, yeah, I'm not even going to have any money left for gas then because my drive is an hour long each way.
Can you work remotely?
No, they don't let us work remotely.
Okay. Well, which one of your expenses could you cut to pay that for gas? Like subscriptions,
Right
spending.
now, I'm living a pretty Spartan lifestyle. Like I've moved back in with my folks, so I don't have to pay rent. Right now, everything is going towards the construction costs and the interest costs on mortgage. I can't cut back on that.
Mm, okay. What we could do is that you see your credit's pretty good, yeah? What's your credit?
Over 800.
Yeah, what we could try is so there's Amex Blue, which is an interest-free credit card for 15 months. Okay. Now, you may not get approved for it even with good credit score just because how the economy works these days, right? But we could give that a shot where you could apply for Amex Blue and then we can see if you get approved for that. Want to try that?
Okay. Yeah. Amex Blue, is that a card or is that a program?
It's a credit card, interest free for 15 months.
Amex Blue.
And I can send you the link in the Zoom chat. So
Yeah, absolutely.
I just dropped it in the Zoom chat. There we go.
Let's see.
Yeah. And then when you open up, you'll see a screen. It'll be like a blue button that says apply now.
Yep, got it.
Yep. And no need to get discouraged if you don't get approved. Again, with today's economy, like it happens. So no need to get heartbroken. So we can explore other options too.
Okay. Now, I don't have a credit card number. I filled out an application and you guys said to contact you to get more information. Can you hear me, Brian?
Yeah.
Yeah. So card will be arriving in 5 to 7 days, and that's when I'll be able to use it. I can do with it because the credit limit is 15, and I don't want to exceed the utilization down. And then when does it be paid?
Usually 30 days. So here's what we can do. We can get you in with now. And then when you get the 5 to 7 days, we do that. And then the remaining we can do, like, when do you feel you could do the other?
Let's see here. That'd be 5K on card. So 5K out of 15 is 33%. I'll probably be able to do, can I do,
Yeah, let me just make a note of that. So when would you do the other?
let's say February 8th.
February 8th, and then whenever, like 5 days from now, so they'll be like what, like
Yeah,
next
as soon as the
Wednesday,
card comes in.
like January like 17 or something like that, whenever that comes in.
Yeah. I mean, like today's the 8th, so business days, so 1, 2, 3, 4. It'll probably be like the 15th or 16th, maybe the 17th latest.
We could do that.
Okay. Awesome.
All right, cool. So I want to do that. Yeah, and then we can get the other things sorted.
Yeah, absolutely.
Too easy. All right, cool. I just dropped the invoice in the chat.
Mhm.
So let's go ahead and click that, and whenever that's done, we'll get you onboarded. And we have a group training session today right after this too, so you can start joining that.
Let me pull up my finances.
Yep.
And I'll see if I want to proceed, and I'll give you a reply by today.
Now we're gonna get to the 100 grand a month, making the same decisions that you have been that got you to only 25K.
Yeah, I might just do it.
You don't have to.
No, I am a guy that likes to think about. I'm not gonna go. I like to think stuff through for like an hour.
Want me to help you overcome that objection? Good, man. Sweet. So I know in DMs you gave me some context, but I want to clarify. You said main thing for you is basically creating problems. That's what you're trying to do, or at the moment you're getting some price objections at the end, losing deal. Is that kind of where you're at?
Yeah. So what really happens is a few things, right? So first of all, I do outreach to people. So I do a lot of cold emailing, and I book a lot of calls with that. But the issue that I'm having with that is, first of all, when you do outreach to people and you hop on a call, you have like a wrong kind of difficult narrative, right? They feel like I reached out to them, so I should be explaining myself. You know what I mean? Instead of them coming to me with like responding to an ad, and you're like, hey, why you responded to the ad? Like, what's going on? You have some issue going on. What's like?
Depending on how you frame it, because they still set down an hour-long phone call with you, right?
Correct.
So because they didn't have to,
They still book like a 20-minute. It's like a 20-minute introduction meeting that they book. And you're right. Like, of course, they still booked it in, but that's kind of how they come on the call. So I feel like my preparation, or like like getting that authority, something like that, should be
okay.
So they come on a call and they're like more open. More open.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. So what you been doing to try to fix that?
Yeah, I've been trying to experiment a little bit with my email.
Okay.
And so I use Calendly.
Okay.
And it kind of worked, because now I explain more, like.
Okay.
And I feel like it works a little bit better, but not, it's still like I'm not very used to corporate.
Okay.
So I always did business to consumer, and that's, I would argue it's a little bit easier business to consumer than.
Oh, dude, grass always looks greener on the other side, my man. Because if you're B2C, now you're dealing with brokies.
Yeah, that's true, but I did a lot of B2C, man. For me, it was easy. Maybe it's just maybe it's a personal thing, but for me it was easier because I feel like a lot of these corporate people, like they try to like have the.
You gotta be able to hold frame because they're trying to take the authority all the time. Okay, so what's the biggest objection that you're losing the most deals to?
It's price, because we charge. That's expensive. Like, it's not cheap to do. I agree with it, but it's an exclusive service. So
how much is it?
its price.
Dude, I've seen people that charge 15K.
Yeah, but yeah, I get the price a lot. Maybe I start believing my prospect. You
I
know?
think so. Yeah, that's the funny thing about sales, man, because it's a mirror, right? Because
Yeah.
as salespeople, as closer, if we don't get us out of our own comfort zone, if we don't overcome our own limitations, then how are we going to overcome our prospects' limitations? It goes both ways. You know what I mean?
Yeah, correct, bro. Yeah, and I've had big orders for that, you know, so I know people are willing to pay it. Something that I do close a lot. Like I close deals on that easier because people really have an issue. Like they're like, oh fuck, man, I have bad reviews. I have a problem there. You know, my reputation is bad. Or it's a little bit different. So I really feel like I cannot create a problem enough, and like they see it as like a luxury service. Like we don't really need it, but it's cool to have. Right? It's like buying a Ferrari. You don't need a Ferrari, but it's cool. So it's very hard to like create a problem.
It's a different angle. It's not really like a problem per se with those people, because like especially you're talking to people that are like quote unquote more established, right? Right. So it's more pleasure than pain selling. It's a different angle. But okay, so how many deals a week do you feel like you're losing because of those objections?
Good question. So I feel like, so let's see. So for example, the last 2 weeks, I have a pretty good weeks where I booked a lot of calls, right? So 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I would say I booked around 25 calls.
Okay, it's good.
And I only closed like 3, or like I would say from start of the year. So last month I booked I booked around, let's say, 50 calls.
Okay.
And I think I closed like 10%. It's been going better because at the start I didn't really close anything because I really wasn't used to this corporate stuff, right? It was very new to me. But I feel like it could be more, you know?
Okay. So let's say, yeah, on a weekly basis, how many would you say? How many do you feel like you could be closing with the right skills, but you're losing out?
Probably I could probably close 5 deals a week because, you know, if you do cold outreach, like you target a lot of people, not everyone is your client, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That makes sense, but I feel like I could close like 5 people a week.
Okay. 5, and what obviously can vary depending on the service, but what's the AOV?
That means like how much
average order value.
Yeah. I would say, so usually when I close, it's around $5,000, but that's like a one-time service, you know. And once we've done the one-time service, that's where we start upselling, like a monthly recurring.
Do you have a calculator with you?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, because I know I'm Asian, but I'm not the best at math.
Oh, so. I am very good at math.
Good, man. Okay, 5,000 AOV, times it by 5 a week, times it by 4 weeks in a month. What did you get?
Yeah.
100 grand a month. I mean, that's not bad. What is it per year? Times it by.
And that's just right. So we haven't talked about review management yet.
No. 1.2 million. Is it accurate?
I would say so. If I book enough calls, so if I book 20 to 30 calls, I could at least close 5, where I'm closing 1 or 2 now. You know,
you've been doing a good job at booking the calls, so you have the call volume coming in. But how do you feel about you leaving that much on the table?
Yeah, man. You know, been working on it. I mean, I'm not doing terrible. Like I make money, but you know, I'm always looking to make more.
Yeah, man. Like, do you want to just settle for where you're at?
That's the question.
Obviously, as a business owner, you want to keep going, right? So ultimately, what's the goal for the business, right? Let's say you learn the skills. Okay, building more urgency. You're able to find the problems. Where's like the monthly revenue to be at? Let's say 3 months from now.
Monthly revenue. Good question. I don't have my numbers in place right now, what I'm doing right now, but I would be happy with 100K a month. That would make me happy.
Okay. And you say you don't know your numbers? Like, what did you do in Jan?
Yeah, I know my numbers, but Jan has been very all over the place. It's around, I would say, 25, 30.
Okay, cool. So before you start talking to me, were you out there looking for ways to find the problem so you can get to the 100 grand, or what have you been doing?
Yeah, I've been working on my sales. I know your previous I know him too. I've seen some
Yeah.
videos, seen some stuff,
Okay.
and it all makes sense. But like the stuff that he's telling, but it's also it's very theoretical, I would say.
What do you mean?
Like you get theory, and then you have to implement it yourself. But I feel like a lot of times it just doesn't work out that well for me. I what I would need help with is like
Yeah.
implementing that sales, that type of sales. Like it's a different type of sales, more helping out people, etc. I understand all of it, but I need to implement it in my own industry.
So
So making it more your offer specific, business specific.
Yeah, and like you said, it's not necessarily a problem selling. And I feel like his videos are very much focused on problem solving.
That makes sense. Okay, so let's do this because I want to make sure what we do would actually work for you. So besides making it more specific to what you sell, right? What kind of training or maybe other kind of support do you feel like you need so you can get to the 100 grand?
Well, I'm considering two things. First would be hiring someone
Okay.
to do the sales on like a freelance basis, commission basis. And the second would be I would need a one-on-one, to get feedback on my sales calls and help me put together a script and, just help me to point out where it's going wrong.
Okay, so essentially what you're looking for out of the one-on-ones is the feedback, essentially, pointing out the blind spots.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay, why is that so important to you?
the feedback.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like, you can watch your own sales calls, and 9 out of 10 times you're like, yeah, you can find some things that you did wrong.
Yeah.
But it's good to have other people's opinions, especially if they know what
Is
they're
that like
doing.
a good to know have like other people's opinion? Or is it that is a need to actually get out of the bottleneck?
Well, if the people know what they're talking about, it would help. It could get me out of the bottleneck for sure.
Exactly. Yeah. In terms of the closer situation, I mean, let's kind of look at that, right? Now, if you are a really good closer, right? Because where the business is right now, let's say you're doing like 30K a month. Let's say you get them 10% commissions, right?
Yeah.
So maybe they make 3K a month.
Mm-hmm.
Is that really a good offer for the closer?
No, but that's why I would need a better close, that gives me that would make some more revenue. Like I'm happy to scale up the outreach again and just get him at least like 5 to 10 calls a day. And if they can close at least like 20%, they're making good money.
But let's look at it, right? Because like good sales guys is like being a hot girl. So just like a hot girl has offers in her DMs all the time, come to the Maldives, come to Dubai, just like a sales guy. So if he has an offer where it's like, let's say it's an 8-figure business, the closers are already making 30K a month.
Mm-hmm.
And then now this business is like, okay, seems good, but there's not much history of closers making the money I want to make. Like, which one would they rather go with?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
You know what I mean? So like from your business owner standpoint, I get it. But I've also got to think of the closer's perspective, right? So it's not that you won't get there. It's just that right now we're going to understand where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just say we can help you, right? We can help you with that. Okay. Building that urgency so you can get 100 grand a month. What would that extra money allow you to do that you can't really do right now?
Well, scale the business, because
That's the obvious.
yeah, well, I have multiple businesses, and not necessarily that I'm very hard and like very much in need of money. But I really want to scale this business.
This business.
I feel like this is a business that I really want to scale. I feel like this business has a very high potential, and I'm putting a lot of time in it right now. So I just really want to scale it,
Okay. So you having more money in the business, obviously, it allows you, the business owner, to be able to do other stuff, right?
Yeah.
So what
correct.
would that allow you to do in the business that you haven't been able to do?
So yeah, I would like to outsource stuff, outsource the sales as well, because I'm doing a lot of meetings right now every day. And basically, so I'm fine with that, I don't mind working, but I want a little bit more freedom again,
Freedom in what sense?
Just less working hours.
How much are you working now?
I would say a lot, it depends on the day, but usually 12 hours.
12 hours, 5
Yeah.
days a week.
Yeah, 5, 6. In the weekends, I work a little bit less.
Yeah. I mean, you're a young dude. Should be able to do it.
Yeah, I know. I also do a lot of boxing and kickboxing, so
All right.
it's tiring, but I'm doing no worries. But I want to focus on all the different stuff too, like being You know, as a business owner, you got to do a lot of stuff. It's not just, you know,
Yeah, of course, man. You got a million and one fires to put out.
yeah.
All right. So that's on the business side of things, right? You obviously removing yourself. Now you're working on the business, not in the business, right?
Yeah.
But obviously we have the business so we can actually improve our life, right? So you being able to do that, removing yourself, you have the extra cash coming in. What would that allow you to do in your life that you're not able to do at the moment?
Yeah, I would say travel around a little bit more again.
All right. Like where? Don't say Mykonos.
Nah, I went to Thailand. Was pretty cool.
But yeah, I like to travel everywhere. I don't care. I don't care what it is. I like to see stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Okay. When was the last time you traveled?
It was in October. I still do it,
Okay.
but I do it like shorter periods of times now, you know, like 1 week, 2
Okay.
weeks.
Didn't do like longer periods of time
Yeah, I did. I was traveling for like 6 months in 2023 it was.
Yeah.
6 to 8 months. I traveled everywhere. Where are you
Okay.
based right now, by the way?
Boy.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I go to the bar a lot too.
Nice, dude. Okay. So you've been able to do that. Now you're not just putting out fires all the time. Now you can, if you want to work more, you can, but if you don't want to, you don't have to, right? It's about options.
Yeah.
What would that do for you, man?
Well, yeah, it would be good, you know. So we operate in US mainly. I'm based in the
Sure.
Netherlands, so these calls are always late,
Yeah, I get it.
and that's very tough when you're traveling too. So
Mm.
I'm happy to still do like a few sales calls, do meetings a day, like do my work. But you know, I'm not really looking to do like 10 appointments a day myself, book 10 calls a day, and then
Yeah.
close maybe one. You
Do you
know?
want to be in Thailand taking sales calls like 3 a.m. for 10
Yeah,
hours in a row?
exactly.
You know? Okay. So with the current skills you have right now, how close are you to being able to do that, having the freedom?
I would say I'm getting closer. You know, I'm doing better. Like I've been actively working on it. You know, actively working on my skills. But I'm testing a lot of
Yeah.
stuff.
So let's say scale on 1 to 10, right? 10
Yeah.
being 100%, you're at the 100 grand a month, you remove yourself, you're all Gucci, 1 being nowhere near it. Where would you say you're right now, your current ability to sell?
I would actually probably give myself a 6. I'm not gonna lie. Like a
Like a
6.
6.
Okay.
So there's a lot of stuff to improve. You know.
I know I'm Asian, but I'm not the best at math. But you want to go from 25 grand a month to 100 grand a month. And you're saying you're 60% of the way there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The math is not mathing. Help me out.
No, that's correct. I would say yeah. So yeah, but you know, I feel like that's an interesting one. But I don't feel like um if I would go from like the 6 to the 8, I would not feel like I would go just 20 grand more. You know, I don't see every point like as 10 grand, like a 1 is 10 grand and 100 grand is a 10. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like if you're at a 6, you're at least making, you're doing all right, like decent enough, like you're making what you want. And then if you're at a 10, you're easily able to scale it. Like, I would see the 10 is not necessarily the 100 grand for me, honestly.
What is the 10?
It would probably be more.
What?
I would want to like 300 grand a month.
Okay, so let's say 10 is a 300 grand a month every month, like clockwork, 1 being nowhere near it. Where would you
Yeah.
say right now your current close rate and your current skill set?
Yeah, I'm not there, you know, but I would not be able to make 300 grand myself. So that's
Yeah,
where
of
I would
course.
hire people.
Yeah, of course.
But like the 100 grand should be able to do by myself if I still work the same hours. So yeah, honestly, you're right. You're probably right. Like it would be like a 4 to 5.
Makes sense. Okay, we just stretched your gap. You see what we did? You see? So, consequence question. Yeah, what happens if you don't do anything about this? You keep closing at 1 out of 10, keep losing out on that, however much that was, 25 grand a month,
Yeah.
taking back-to-back calls, evening your time.
Yeah, I would probably shut down the business, you know, like
Yeah.
I'm an entrepreneur. I got multiple businesses going on. I put my time where the money is, you know. So
Okay.
I wouldn't go homeless, but it would be a waste of the business, it would be a waste of my time.
Okay. I mean, you got other businesses, so like what then? Like, why is it a bad thing?
Well, those businesses are less remote.
Okay.
if I put all my efforts in those businesses, and so they're scaling. So I got my brother and my dad as business partners in that business. This business they're not. Um, but that would mean that I would have to work at the location more, you know?
Where is it, in Netherlands or where?
Yeah, it's in the Netherlands.
Okay, I mean, you could do that.
Yeah, but I like the remote. I like to work remote.
Why?
It gives the freedom of travel.
Okay, so you not being able to do that, you want to be out in Thailand, you want to be out there in like wherever, but you're stuck, kind of like that golden handcuff. What would be the day-to-day ramifications?
To get there, you mean?
No, I mean, what would be the day-to-day consequences where you want to go out there, travel to Thailand, you want to be out there having the freedom, but you're just tied to that in-person business?
Yeah, well, I feel like I could also do that with different businesses, and especially if they start scaling. But it's more like I would feel like it's a big waste of my time in this business too. Like I've put a lot of time and effort in this. I'm not a quitter, so I'm trying to get everything out of it. And it's also a good skill set to have, I believe, to keep improving your sales. Even if I would not implement it in this business, I could implement it in any business, right? So it's not necessarily that if I don't get this done, I'm never able to travel again, But I feel like yeah, it would be a waste of my time for this business. I really want to scale this business. I really want to do it, and I don't want to quit on this business.
Yeah, because let's say like you put in all this effort, but you're not able to figure it out because you haven't taken the necessary actions to, and then you do end up shutting it down. Looking back, how did it make you feel?
Yeah, that sucks. I would go on, but it still sucks. Like it's a waste of my time. It's been a waste of my efforts, and I gotta do.
I mean, you don't have to do something about this now, right? You're doing better. You can just push this off. I'll do it maybe later, next month, next year.
Yeah, I could, but I would say I'm a quick decision maker. So I usually know what I want. If I want to work on it, I'll work on it right now. If I don't, I don't.
Okay.
I'm not gonna delay. I don't like delaying stuff.
I'm with you on that. Yeah, I mean, based on what you told me what we do with work, you seem pretty sharp. So if you want, I can just walk you through what we do, how we do it, and help you get to the 100 grand a month and make this business work.
Yeah, for sure. Sounds good.
All right, cool. How did that feel as a prospect?
For me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's better because you have a different narrative. I feel like because for now you really do the sales cycle on how you can help me out and what my problems are, etc., instead of you reaching out to me and really trying to sell something to me. You know what I mean?
Okay, that makes sense.
And yeah, so that's better. 'Cause I want that too.
What?
I want to be in your position
Yeah.
where people like I'm doing an interview with a person on how I can help you instead of telling them how good a Forbes feature is, why they need.
Yeah, I get it. So there's different ways you can go about it, right? So let's just go through how that would work. Okay. So someone like you be going to real sales system. That's their implementation program. Okay. First thing we're going to work on is actually holding your frame and uncovering problems using the decision tree. Because I think that's the main thing you mentioned, right? Like you hop on the call and they're just kind of like they're trying to hold their frame and they're not really open up to you. They don't really much have a problem. They end up giving you objections at the end, right? So that's usually happening because now they see you as like lower status than them, right? So what we got to do is we got to flip that using a frame, as well as we got to ask the right questions to whether it be a problem or a desire, actually use that to actually build more urgency to actually move forward, right? Now, scripts are good, but when was the last time a sales script went exactly how exactly how the scripts are down? Like it's never, right? Because there's different variables that happen. Now, if you just freestyle wing it, unless you have like sales comes naturally to you, you're still going to get. So what we do is
I wing it a lot.
Oh, there you go. So what we do is kind of in the middle. All right. So there's different scenarios that happen. If the prospect answer is this way, you go there. If the prospect answer is this way, you go there. Okay. If they give you a vague answer, you ask this question to uncover.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. And also, we also did this. I said, hey, with the current skills, how close are you?
And you said you're close. You actually said this six plus, right? So I said, hey, I'm not a math wizard, but if you're trying to go from here, the math.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then eventually you went, you know what? Fine, I'm at a.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was all premeditated. It was all planned because I have this in my head, right? So we help you implement this for what you sell. Okay. That way you can do the same thing on your sales calls, build more urgency so more people actually move forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like especially, I would say especially with the
That's a common one, especially with like colder leads, because we have a lot of people doing like done for you marketing and stuff like that. That's a common one. So we have an SOP for that. Okay. So it's called a deflection SOP. This is what you're talking about, right? Hey, can you just tell me how much this?
Yeah.
We have an SOP for that. All right. So first you did this. Second level, you do this. If they do it again, you do this. Step by step. That way you're not losing control of the call. You're still able to control it and lead it. Do you feel like that would be helpful?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, sweet. So there's that. Next part is the objection handling decision tree, because objections still happen, right? So it's just the nature of the game. Now, at that point, you still got to be able to know how to handle it, right? A lot of people get lost in objection handling because they run out of things to say or they just don't know where to take it. So that's why we have an objection handling SOP as well as the decision tree as well. Okay. So, okay, if they give you this objection, you go in this order. SOP. Money objection, you handle it this way. Now, if you're talking to B2B, then you'll also get partner objections, right? Hey, we got to get involved in the business, right? Right. Okay, so how do you go about that? Right? So you got to understand the decision-making process. And okay, we got to get this person involved. It's also called multi-threading. So just for context, when I was at 7th level, I first started selling B2C, and they moved me up to B2B. Right? You got to know, like, okay, how to get the right people involved and then set the next steps in place so you can actually shorten up the sales cycle.
I speak to the wrong person a lot too, or it's like a marketing manager or like assistant, something like that, you know?
Yeah, for sure. So it's called multi-threading. So you got to be able to like sell the right people and bring them on, and you just got to move up. That's how you do it. It's going to be a longer sales cycle, and that's just how it is compared to B2C.
Yeah,
you can shorten it given the right frameworks.
Yeah.
All right. Last part is implementation and accountability. Okay. Because you mentioned that you want something more tailored for your situation, obviously, right? So how we do that is we have the group feedback sessions, and there's some one-on-ones as well. I'll explain it. So we have the 5 times a week group feedback sessions. Okay, those are within like European time zone because obviously I'm in Dubai, so we're in similar time zone. You hop on those. You don't have to hop on all these sessions, but you can listen in or ask me questions there. Hey Brian, so with these questions, I get it, and then I think I need to ask you like this for my business. But what do you think? You can ask me for feedback. Okay. You can also, if you have a sales call recording, you can bring it. We can review it together. It's like, I didn't know what to say there. We review it. Okay, I'll give you feedback. Say this. Or you can role play, be like, yeah, let's say it like this. Okay. That way you're not just trying to figure this out on your own. You get the right feedback, so you don't have to waste as much time. Okay. Yeah. In terms of one-on-ones, we have monthly one-on-one sessions. All right. So we sit down once a month. So, okay, for your action plan, here's the action items. Go do it. Right. Next month, okay, how did last month go? Next month, let's plan like this. You're getting more than nuanced feedback for your situation as well. Okay. And lastly is the accountability. It's we always say no princess closers, right? So if you're not practicing or if you're not following up, I'm just gonna be like, hey brother, like what's well, let's do it, right? And I get it. You as a business owner, you got millions and one other things to do. But if this is one of the biggest bottlenecks, then we do need to lock in. Right. But are you open to that level of?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Why though?
Yeah, I'm doing sales all day right now, man. That's all I do. So, if I don't get better at it, I'm not going to do boxing all day if I'm shit at boxing,
That makes sense. All right, cool. So does it all make sense with the structure we just laid out?
Yeah, sure.
And do you feel like this could help you get to where you're wanting to go?
Yeah, totally. And I feel like, so how long are your programs usually?
Yeah, 12 weeks for the coaching.
Okay, 12 weeks. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep. What specific part of the program do you feel like would be maybe the most helpful for you?
Well, I feel like, especially like the first part. So when I start setting up, like the roadmap you had there.
Yep.
If I start setting up that, and really knowing how to structure my sales calls too. Because like you said, I'm kind of winging it right now. They're going all over the place. And yeah, I would not say they don't smell that I'm a sales guy. Like I'm getting authority a little bit and I'm trying to turn it around. But a lot of times they're still just like, hey, Tim, yeah, you reached out to me, so yeah, just tell me what you have. Just tell me what you have. You reached out to me. They're always like that.
Yep.
So I would feel like if I have like a good foundation, so that would be the first part, and then of course, getting better as people, you can reply with people and they can reply to your or comment on your recordings, one-on-one sessions.
Yeah, 100%. Cool, man. Well, I don't really have anything else to go over with you. So the funds required for you to get access to the system, get the 100K a month, make this business work, is 6K USD, goes up to 7K on Monday.
Okay.
Where are you going to go from here?
So 6K right now, if it goes to 7K on Monday. All right, that's good to know. Let me pull up my finances.
Yep.
And I'll see if I want to proceed, and I'll give you a reply by today.
Let me check my finances. Objection. You ever get this from your prospects, my man?
No, not really.
Yeah. Or you're getting price objections the same.
Yeah, it's similar,
Yeah. Want me to help you overcome that objection?
Yeah. No, I don't get that one a lot, honestly.
Yeah. Well, the same thing, it's just worded differently. Money objection. That's good what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what you said. Yeah. Kind of. Yeah, I
Yeah.
get that with review management a lot. Like.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Want me to show you how to overcome it?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, because it doesn't matter what happens at the end of the sales call. I want to make sure you can take away something you can use because I want to help you close more deals. That's why we're here, right? So I'll be the closer, you be the prospect. Makes sense. Just answer as yourself. Okay, we'll break down over there. Okay, not a problem. Money aside, do you feel like this could help you get to where I want to go?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because I need, I would need the framework because
Okay. All right, that makes sense. I just had you buy in again. All right. So is it more so the upfront amounts, or if it could help you break this up into more smaller chunks, would that make it easier for you?
That's a good question, actually. Yeah, it might make it easier, actually.
Okay. All right. So because as you can imagine, people don't have these skills yet, like finding problems. They may not have the whole upfront amount, the whole thing all at once, right? That's why they.
Yeah.
So what we could do is we can do half down to start and half 30 days later.
Okay.
Would that help you out?
Yeah, it might. It might. Yeah, it might make it a little bit more accessible.
Okay, and does that work within your current budgetary constraints?
Well, I have the money. That's not an issue. It's just for me, it's like how I'm going to structure this,
What do you mean?
And when am I going to give like the full 100% commitment to improving my sales?
Okay, cool. So it's just the money works. It's just like, okay, I'm not sure like if I'm committed or not. Is that the thing?
Yeah. I know I will be committed if I proceed 100%.
Then there's your answer. It's like you seem like me, right? You seem quite like logical. You're a smart business owner, right? You're able to
I'm a logical guy.
Logical objectively. I'm the same way. It's like, yeah, I'll commit if I pay. Then the only logical answer is what?
Pay.
Yeah, man. Come on.
If I'd say yes right now, what happens?
You get access to the decision tree. You get access to the portal that I just showed you. Okay. You're going to fill in the orientation form, which goes over your data and your sales call recordings. And then you and I book our first one-on-one either Monday or Tuesday, depending on our availability.
Okay. That's good to know. Yeah. So, okay, cool. I'm going to tell you right now, I am a guy that likes to think about stuff.
There you go.
Yeah, no, I don't need like a fucking. I'm not gonna go to and say like, no, I'm not gonna, But I like to think stuff through for like an hour. Or two. So if you have like an hour or an hour of two,
this one, you giving me this objection?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that's not a problem, man. Is that how you usually make decisions?
Sorry?
Is that how you usually make decisions?
Yeah, always.
Okay, cool. And that makes sense, right? And do you feel like the way we make decisions kind of dictates the results we get in our life and business?
No, yeah, I feel like it impacts us very positively. Like if I think about it for just an hour.
Yeah, for sure. Because if you can imagine like a overweight person, that person overweight because of their decision making process, right? They know they should have gone to the gym yesterday, but they didn't. They know they need to put the cake down, but they didn't, which is why they have the result, which is overweight, right?
Mhm.
And dude, don't get me wrong, like the position you're in now is good, right? A lot of people will be like, "Oh, that's good," but if you're like, "It's good," then you wouldn't really be here in the first place, right? So how are we gonna get to the 100 grand a month, the next level in your business, making the same decisions that you have been that got you to only 25K a month?
But I really haven't had a decision like this.
Of
Uh,
course, man.
so I would say there wasn't a lot of decision making involved in getting me to where I am right now. But there will be a lot of decision making involved in where I want to go,
Yeah.
if that makes sense.
Yeah, I know. Now, what would you say if a prospect told you that? It's like, ah, this sounds good. We know we need to do it. The money works, but that's just not how we make decisions. We just like to gain some time. What would you say?
Well, usually, I try. I don't put it into perspective like you just did.
Yeah.
Usually I try to like ask them like, hey, why not? Like a little bit like that. But this is a tough one for me. Like,
You know why it's tough for you?
Because you don't want to be pushy. You want to give them like a little bit of space. But a lot of time, if people give me this, I still close a deal.
Yeah.
Um, so usually what I do is I would be like, hey, okay, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Sure, you can think about it. Would it make sense for me to like set some set some sort of agreement up so you can think you have something to think about, something like that.
Do you know why it's tough for you to overcome that objection?
Tell me.
Because you're giving that right now,
Oh yeah.
and you're giving that to yourself.
Hmm.
Because we talked about sales as a mirror, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I said that earlier on the call, by the way, because I knew you were going to give me this objection because you seem like a logical guy. So I said that earlier on purpose so I can use it now. It's called a frame. Okay. You
mhm.
can use the same for your calls. Okay.
Yeah.
Because if you buy into your own limitations, how could you overcome your prospect's objection with any conviction? You know, it's
Yeah.
like an overweight person that doesn't go to the gym, but tells other people to go to the gym.
Yeah.
Fair.
How does that make any sense?
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Right? So, how do you feel like you need to change within yourself as a closer? That way, you not only overcome your own objection, but you help your prospects overcome their objections.
Hmm. Yeah, that makes sense actually.
I know. That's why I said it.
Yeah. Good one, man.
You didn't answer the question.
Sorry, what was the question?
Yeah. So, how do you feel like you need to change within yourself regarding the decision making process?
How do I feel like I need to change myself?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I would say I need to like reframe my mind that, and I would say be more confident about your offer, probably. Be more confident about it.
Yeah.
Um, and it shouldn't be normal for them to like, come up with these objections.
Well, it's both, right? Confident, you're having a confidence in what we do, and also you having the confidence in yourself that you are going to do what it takes to get to your goal. It's
Yeah.
both ways, right? So let's talk about first us, right? So what do you feel like you're maybe might be what you saw or didn't see that's giving you not as much confidence as you like?
Well, for me, it's more like because I've been still testing a lot around my offers a lot.
Yeah.
And I've been like, hey, what offer works best? And do people even like these offers? Does this work? You know what I mean? And then, so I would not say back to the commitment, right?
Mhm.
And this is, so finally I'm opening up. I will tell you my real issue right now.
Sure. Yeah, it's fine.
All right. So commitment would not be the issue. Like if I pay you, I'm committed to doing this sales. But the commitment is do I have enough commitment to this business?
Okay.
Would I not just close this business down and focus on my different businesses? So for me, this decision would be like, hey, am I gonna fully commit to this business, focus on sales for the next 3 months? Stay keeping doing my sales work, booking a lot of calls, doing the calls,
Yeah.
or or am I gonna focus on these different businesses and tone this down?
Yeah, that makes okay. So is that the main concern?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's talk about it, right? I appreciate you telling me that because I'm not a mind reader, right? You gotta let me know what's going on. That way we can problem solve together. Right?
Yeah, well, sometimes you don't even know why you're
Getting
Yeah,
like
that's fine. No, that's
yourself.
fine. I get it. Yeah, I get it, man. It's all good. Okay, so at the end of the day, they're saying, right? So burn the boats. You ever heard of that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you know there's an exit plan, then you're most likely gonna take it because that's just how human beings work, right? We take the path of least resistance.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you mentioned that this business is important to you because it's going to ultimately get you the freedom. You see potential in it. So if it is important, I mean, what's really holding you back from committing and making it work?
Yeah, it's probably the escape route, like the plan B.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Just got to lock in.
yeah. That's the question. Like, what am I gonna do? Like, am I gonna lock in on this business and burn the boats?
Well, let's go the alternative route.
I'm not
here,
gonna burn
right?
the boats. Like, I'm not gonna burn my
No,
other.
I know, but yeah, I get your point. So let's take the alternative route, right? So if you don't commit and make it work, then what's the alternative? What are the consequences of those actions?
Yeah, so the consequences aren't terrible,
Yeah.
and that's it. Like I can make it work in these other businesses as well. But for me, it's just a decision. Like, what am I gonna do? Am I gonna focus on this business? Am I gonna do it, or am I gonna focus on these businesses? It's a decision. It's a decision I need to make.
Yeah. What do you feel like you need to do?
Man, good question.
Let's talk about ultimately what you want in your life, right? Because quite frankly, it doesn't matter what business is, get you there, right? You don't really care as long as you get there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the life you want is what? The life you want is okay, being able to travel. That's the main thing, or is there something else?
Yeah. No, the traveling is more in the next 2 to 3 years, you know.
Okay,
Um, but in the end of the day, we all just want to be financially stable, and get as much freedom as you can because now you're working your ass off.
yeah, I get that. So, what does that practically look like for you, though? Because everyone's different. So, is it you making a certain amount, having a certain amount in your bank account, being able to work a certain amount of
Yeah,
hours?
probably like a buyout, like scaling up a
Okay.
business and people buying it from you.
Okay. So let's look at the both options with like the one you're doing with your family and this. Like, could you do it with both, or how would that
Yeah.
work?
Yeah,
Okay,
potentially. Yeah.
there we go. You're ready. Like, okay, like let's say you say you're working like 12 hours a day, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're putting in that much effort, man, why not just make it work? You're already putting time and effort into it.
Yeah. Correct. Correct. Me, it was like a decision, like if I'm not gonna scale this, I said to myself, like, if I'm not gonna scale this in the next few months, I know what to do, and I know, like, hey, 25K a month is fun, but it's not enough for me to put in all my.
Yeah, and also let's look at the levers of the business owner, right? Are there PR firms that make the money that you want to make?
Yes, there's a handful. There's not a lot. There's not a lot because a lot of PR firms work differently because they just do retainers. They have a lot of authority already. Like people come to them like, oh, we really want to work with you because you're the best in the game. I don't have that, right? I'm
Yeah, of
kind of
course.
a smaller PR guy that has the connections, that knows how to get you placed, but there wouldn't be like Google that wants to work with me right away because we don't have the authority. There's a few guys doing the same as me, and I know a few as well. Most of them don't make a lot of money because they're not good at sales.
Yeah.
And I would say there's three major ones that are just playing the numbers game.
Yep. Or at least there's proof of the
Oh
money that
yeah,
you want to make, right?
yeah,
And then now, of course, you're not there yet where people are coming to you, right?
yeah.
But I mean, because you're starting out. But we all got to start somewhere. That's where I started out. I started reaching out to people.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, so I do have my recurring clients still.
Yeah.
because I started out a while ago, you know, and then I just kind of I didn't scale it because I had just recurring clients, was not too much effort, like just as a side thing, you know. But now it was like, let's scale this business up, and that's why I start doing outreach and actively marketing myself.
Yeah, exactly. So that's you get the cash in to reinvest into the business, so that way people actually come to you.
Yeah,
But you need cash and sales to do that in the first place.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
correct.
So like it's business, right? It doesn't happen overnight, but you got to start somewhere.
Yeah, correct.
So if there's always be like we talked about, grass looks always green on the side, right? Like when you're doing B2C, you go into B2B, you're like, oh man, B2C was so much easier.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe may someone in B2C may say, well, B2C you deal a lot of brokies. I want to go B2B, and vice versa, right?
True.
But that's the trap with entrepreneurs, is that it's we're creative and we have all these ideas, but the problem is if you keep switching from one thing to the next, how are we going to get to where you want to go?
Yeah. 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 Fair. Yeah, man. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. I so I feel like I gotta do this, and I felt that way like 30 minutes ago too. I at the start of this call as well. I wanted to see your offer. Now I know your offer is 6K, full project, 12 weeks, one-on-one coaching once a month. So that would be three.
And group.
But yeah, so what I was saying again is, yeah, I might just do it.
You don't have to.
I know.
Why should you do it?
At the start of this call, I already knew like this would probably be the smart move because I can figure it out by myself, but it's gonna take too much time, and it's gonna take up too much time to scale the business. And if you already have like an existing framework, it's 6 grand. Okay, it might be a little bit more than what I expected, but I understand it's 6 grand. But I just need a few sales, to get it back.
That makes
It's not
sense.
that it's not that I have to go in debt to pay this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you.
So if I make 5K average value, if I make 3 sales from this because of your framework, because of how you do it, I already have the money back, and I already have the appointments. So right now it would just be like, do I trust you enough to see that this works? And I see you selling me, and you're doing pretty well. So it might be the good decision to move forward.
All right. So where should we go from here?
Tell me, how do you usually do it? Like, do you send over agreement, or do you send an invoice?
Stripe, pay, we'll get you rocking and rolling.
All right,
All right, what?
all right, let's do it.
You sure?
Yeah,
All right, sounds good. Man, I'll tell you this, man. Whatever doubt you have, that is normal. But if you're gonna do it well. And
Yeah.
lock in. Lock in for the next 90 days. I just dropped you the link. There we go.
All right, let me check.
Yeah. Let me know when that is done. In the meantime, on the background, what I'll do is I'll help you get set up with your orientation. Get you access. And for access to your training portal, do you want that to go to the same one?
Yeah,
Too easy. You have sales call recordings, right? From your past sales calls?
I do. I don't have the video though. Is that a
That's
problem?
fine. As long as I can hear it, because we can take a look at what's going on. That's fine.
Yeah. All right, man. I'll pay it up.
All right. Let me see. You in Amsterdam?
Yeah.
Nice, man.
Well, I'm allowed in Amsterdam. I'm in Groningen right now. That's where I live right now. It's in the north of the Netherlands. I'm not sure if you've been here.
No, I have some friends in Amsterdam. But cool, man.
Oh, really?
That went through. How do you feel?
Let's do it, man. I'm ready.
Yeah, listen, if you have any doubt, fear, that's completely normal. right? Because where does change happen? Inside of your comfort zone or outside of it?
It's all right, man. It's 6 grand. I'm not gonna die from it. So let's just get this sales system set up, and I want to close more deals, man. I'm ready.
Holy shit, that was crazy. You've gone through the entire mini course, or maybe you skipped around. I don't know. But if so, kudos to you. It shows how serious you are, right? If you're not serious, you haven't been going through the mini course and actually maybe you taking notes, maybe you implemented some of it, so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, like we talked about, it's a free basic YouTube video, right? Can I pop out and give you feedback on what you're up on? We talked about that change of habits are too light to be felt until they're too heavy to be broken, right? So if you develop bad habits now, it's going to be more and more difficult for you to break it, whether it be applying to roles, whether it be what you do on the sales call, so on and so forth. So I cannot give you feedback, nor do you have the environment and the network of other people getting after it. We talked about how important environment is in the previous lessons, nor do you have the high accountability and the standards that you have, right? So all of it, we help with our members with inside of our training program, Real Sales System. Okay, so if you're a hardworking individual, you have high intelligence, and you just want to shortcut your progress, and you value your time, you needed to get to your goal yesterday, then you can go to the first link in the description box below. You can see a demo of our training program, Real Sales System, and you can submit an application to see if you qualify. It's not free, okay? It's not cheap. But if you're the type of person, this is going to scare a lot of people away. It's going to weed out the brokies. It's going to weed out unserious people. But if you're someone serious and actually want to be successful, then you can submit an application. If you're qualified, you'll be able to schedule a consultation call, and I'll see you on the inside.